I almost say good evening, but I've realized in Kenya it is already 12 a.m. So I should say good morning. um, Welcome to Mtembei TV. We are today coming live at a late hour. Sorry for that. But nevertheless, we will have the conversation. My name is Wekesa Eric. I've realized today we don't have Bernard. So I have to show up for intervention. What I wanted to say is that it is just hardly 10 days, in fact, less than a week since the new administration was put in place, but Kenyans are already reading signs of a very bad future. This is in line with the statements that the new administration has been sharing with Kenyans. This has to do with a complete opposite of what the campaign pledges were. They promised to intervene, especially their platform of campaign was on Hustle a Nation, the struggling Kenyans. So most struggling Kenyans had hope that finally they have caught someone mwenye alienda shule bila viatu, mwenye aliuza mayai ndiye akakuwa president. So they were sure that this time round we have got someone who understands our struggles. We have got someone who feels what we are going through and will be up to the task to deal with the challenges that the hustlers are facing. But there is a shock when statements are coming from the Oval Office that things to do with subsidies and food subsidies are not consideration in the UDA government. That their investment will go to fertilizer. So Kenyans are asking, kwani tukipanda mahindi hatufai kukula? So those things run concurrently. Even the good book, I know they have been quoting the good book, even the good book in Isaiah 55:10 talks about there is food for the eater and then there's seed for the sower. It's also echoed in 2 Corinthians 9:10. God gives food for the eater and then seed for the sower. So the fact that we need to do investments does not negate as our responsibility to take care of the vulnerable. Yeah, even Jesus himself said that the poor you will always have with you. That means we are not going to erase the story of Mama Mboka and the hustlers and Watu Nduthi in the next few days. They will be there for a long period of time. Maybe different governments will always be struggling with the issues to do with the poor people. A few meteorologists have already told us that there's a looming drought that is coming. So my question then is, if there's a drought that is coming, so do we prepare for planting, or do we prepare, or do we cushion Kenyans from droughts, hunger, and starvation? So those are the challenges that the new administration is grappling with. You are welcome to the studio to make your contribution on what you think. So away from that, I think the topic today is I think President Waiting, the issue to do with the NSSF. alikuwa anasema we will not continue giving 200 shillings to NSSF alafu tuseme we are investing. That's a big joke. So you need to part with 2,000 shillings. Kazi iko wapi? So hii 2,000 utakuwa unatoa wapi ama unalipa in arrears? Huyu ni mtu alituambia anafaa ku sort out freezer na bado tuko tu na freezer zetu madeni zimejaa. He has also said that savings is biblical. And if you are saving, actually you will be near to heaven. You can easily go to heaven if you are saving. Okay, and then I'm like, okay, hii watu wenye wanapatanga tu pesa na wananunua chakula inaisha, theirs is not the kingdom. Blessed are the poor. I don't know how we are inverting the scriptures and the Beatitudes. So you're welcome. Let's participate in this discussion. Also, what has happened is Waiguru has been confirmed as the new COG. That settles it. Leadership on the governorship docket. Then also there is a showdown looming. I know all the two coalitions have already given us the list of their leadership in parliament. According to Azimio, majority leader should be Opiyo and I. According to KAA, majority leader should be anaitwa nani, Kimani Ichung'wah. Yeah, so let me see if this one I have. Yes, I have a photo for that. Majority leader is Kimani Ichung'wah, and then Azimio wanasema majority leader is Opiyo and I. According to Azimio, the deputy majority leader is this Kathiani MP anaitwa Mbui, and then according to KAA, the deputy majority leader is Owen. According to Azimio, the majority chief whip is Junet Mohammed, but according to KAA, majority chief whip is Osoro. Of course, their deputies now are as follows. Chege is deputy majority for Azimio, and then this lady from Kariza anaitwa nani? Wago is the deputy majority chief whip. So a showdown is looming. We will see how the speaker will he give us Solomonic wisdom or just side with his people and come out as a sycophant of the executive. Okay, so that is it. Welcome, Francis. Welcome, Rhoda. Welcome, each and every other person. For those who are not joining us, you can always make your input through the comment section. I'm trying to remove this. Okay, ni kama imehang. Sawa. Yeah, so let me share a link in the comment section, and those who are with us, you can join the show, and let's hear your opinion on this. Francis.
Yes.
The earliest worm catches what? The bird, or the earliest bird catches the worm. The earliest worm catches the bird.
The earliest bird catches the worm.
Yes. Toa maoni, unasikia aje hii maneno ya NSSF? 200 ni kidogo. Uko na 2K?
Hiyo 2K inatoka hivi na mimi ni hustler bwana. Hata niko kwa bed sita bwana, 2K inatoka wapi saa hii? So you see, actually what is happening with the NSSF is like it is a crisis which is likely to happen, which is a very bad one, because you know the NSSF is not about issue about loans. That one is not about issue about loans, but the man wants to transform NSSF to look like a loan. He wants to use it to do some government activity. That's why he want to increase it in case instead of borrowing, so that whatever people contribute for NSSF, I think it's something to do with pension. So instead of him borrowing money outside, to use that money, yes, to use that money so that he can use that money to do development. Now my question is very simple. What if people contribute that amount of money? Then what happens is that it get mismanaged, because Kenya, we cannot separate Kenya and corruption. Kenya and corruption are like brothers and sisters. Where will he get another money back to reimburse, so that when the people who have contributed, when they want their pension, they will be able to get it? Because in this scenario, it is okay, you can use the money because it's like more of saving, but now what about if the project fails and don't yield any return? What will happen to those people who are maybe depending on that pension? Those are the things that you look at it. Unless you fight corruption, some of things that the president is trying to do, they look some green light, but with the current situation in Kenya, where mismanagement and corruption is the order of the day, it becomes a very big problem to manage that fund. And then the other thing I will also be asking is, look at the increase in contribution. The 2,000 that you will increase in contribution, remember at the same time, there's inflation, which is cutting across. There's petrol, foodstuffs, there's everything now, just inflation. So what happens therefore is people will be more restrained. Unapata mtu maybe anakatwa mingi mpaka hata mshahara ikibakia unapata ni kama hakuna kitu imebaki, because at the end of the day you find that people are straining because of inflation. And the issue to do with inflation is very bad, because it affects everybody, those who are earning, those who are not earning. So I think, to me, it might succeed, but the chances of it succeeding is almost 30 or 20%. The chances are not so much high, just a little bit of it. And then the other thing, you look at it, the president, since he was sworn in, he has become more of theory than practical, even to an extent that he's using religion to win people's mind. And then my question I'm asking, like, if the president continue with the same trajectory of using religion to try to influence some kind of outcome, what happens to our brothers Muslims, who are almost 30% or 20 to 30% of our Kenyan population? Will they not feel that they have been fed outside our economy, or do they feel like they are not part of that economy? Because to me, I think president should take a neutral ground in terms of religion and everything else, because this religion is becoming a problem in Kenya, a very big problem. Because right now, I'm sure even Adan Duale is not comfortable with the government, because he might be even saying like this, then bishop enters and he cannot see any imam or anything else. So we need to regulate. Anybody who is around that president should inform him that Kenya is a secular state with no definition of any religion, and therefore he should be able to deal with everybody across every sphere of life, so that we are not having a country like look of more of the theocratic nation. Kenya is a democratic country and not a theocratic nation. So on the issue of the Council of Governors, it is okay if they've decided it's Waiguru. And then I was wondering that madam has also have some cases in the court by Anne Girich, when Anne Girich is challenging the win of Anne Waiguru on 9 August. So I don't know what will happen, but let's hope that she will deliver, or she will be able to serve the other governors in a better and more prosperous way, so that at the end of the day we shall have a more powerful devolved unit, that is county, so that they could be able to perform. Because to me, the person who was trying to compete with the governor for Kajiado, Lelengu, he was a bit down. I did not see any formidable competition, unless it was somebody like Simba Arati, something to do with Johnson Sakaja, he could pose a challenge. But the other one is just a man of Ole Lenku could not pose any big challenge to that woman. That's why I think it's just fair for her to have that position. So I think as a government, I think as citizens, we have a lot of things to be keen. We need to not to fall on some of traps. I hope also people like Okio Mtata, I hope some individuals who are well known to be friends of court will be able to act, because I'm seeing at a scenario that kifua itatumika. I'm seeing a scenario because this is not the first time William Samoei Ruto is trying to use NSSF. You remember even United States of America, there's a time he said that Atwoli is the most foolish person, if you can recall it very well. And he was referring to the same NSSF today, when Atwoli prevented him from increasing the minimum contribution. And he told him you cannot increase it because you want every Kenyans to be part of it. And then he went to United States abusing him and calling him a very stupid old man, if you can really recall that event. So I'm seeing at a scenario whereby this man will try to use chest so that to try to influence some kind of an outcome. Then on the issue of the majority slots in the parliament, I think this is about legal. It's not about voting. There's no any voting. So either he bought MPs or he did not vote. Whatever, even if the UDM had shifted it to Kenya Kwanza, legally they are still in Azimio until 3 months are over. So even though he might have bought those individuals, legally they are recognized as Azimio members. The same happens to marriage. Unless a divorce had been served in a court of law, you are known to be the wife to that man until a divorce is served in a court of law. So that one has no any issue. So I remain to know that Azimio has the highest number of members of parliament, unless now what you call now the use of force is applied, whereby they will try to use Wetangula and other arms of government to give it to Kenya Kwanza. But I don't think if legally that one will be correct. And I think that one will also be, it will be an issue also to be taken in a court of law or in the registrar of political parties. So that's all my submission that I had today.
Yeah, that will be an acid test for Mr. Wetangula to see whether he stands above party politics. Rhoda, how are you? Maybe let me, before I ask you,
Rhoda, fine, thank you.
Before I ask you to make your comment,
sijui nitasema nini kwa sababu mimi, by the way, siko naelewa vile wanafanya huko Mombasa. I don't know, really understand what they are doing. I don't know, because I don't know, it used to be like that. I don't know, but maybe I can talk about both Azimio and Kenya Kwanza, and both the Naivasha, how was the meeting was. I think because Kenya Kwanza is a politician also, and Azimio la Umoja, both of them, they're politicians. And I think both of them, they need to be treated the same equal. I saw that in Naivasha, they have more good qualities, like when they were very good in environment, they are sitting nice chairs. And Azimio, they don't have the same thing. So I was asking myself, is this our country? Is it democracy? Is it really democracy? Because democracy, everybody need to treat it the same equal, no matter which party you are, because democracy is a people, not the government. As people, we decide. You know, I used to see a country like a US, Democrats and Republicans, they treat the same equal. Like Republican, they have more Senate than any Democrat. Public, they have more Senate than Democrat. But when they are in the Senate place, in the place they used to meet, they treated the same equal. So I was asking myself, are they Kenya people are really Democrats? Kenya, is it democracy real? Can you ask those questions I was asking? Because I saw Naivasha, they're eating good food, they enjoy good environment, red carpet, wanakaa viti vizuri. Unaona, hiyo ni kitu mimi naudhika. Na shida hii serikali ya William, aoni democracy ni sisi, si yeye, sisi ndio demokrasi. Sasa demokrasi inatoka kwetu, tunaenda kuvote. Tunavote kwa demokrasi. Kenya yetu ni demokrasi, watu wote wanatreat the same thing, kwa sababu tukikuja kujenga nchi atuangalie Azimio ama Kenya Kwanza. na wakiwa bunge kila mtu anatreatiwa the same things, si kusema Kenya kwa sababu Kenya ni yote sisi wote, hakuna nini Azimio na Kenya kwanza. Those are the things William Ruto he need to learn. I hope Mungu ampatie hiyo wisdom, aelewe wisdom ni nini. I hope he need to learn. I wish he can go to learn what is a democracy in the United States, because those are, or a country like India. You know, India is a democracy country, whole world. They are the good. You know, Indians, it's like they can wake up in the morning. We want this. We don't want this. You know, that is, and the way you say this man called Motungi, like India is a democracy when it's come about a region. They have like a Hindu, Muslim, and Christians, and everybody have right to express. And my country, Kenya, Kenya is it's democratic country. Everybody have right to express their religions. Like a Muslim, they can go to the mosque every Friday, and Kenya and churches we go on Sunday. Catholic and Anglican church and a Pentecostal church and Orthodox. Everybody have right to train your Christian faith. And Christian is not religion, it's about relationship with God. You know, Kenya, the way I'm learning about Kenya, hata before tujaumbwa, when you sisi wote tumeumbwa na Mungu. God is the one who created the nation of Kenya. Mungu ni aliumba Kenya before hata tujaumbwa. Insi Biblia inasema sisi tumeumbwa. Before we are created, God know about Kenya. Kenya iliumbwa before sisi tuumbwe. So Mungu akona plan nzuri za Kenya, si evil. Unaona? Kwa sababu Kenya is a very fantastic country. If both politicians, they have a good communications. I'm always saying nobody perfect. Every politician do well and bad. The communications is a key. Both of them, they understand what can we do our country. What can we make our country move forward? But some people, watu wengine wako na hasira. You know, that's the way the country can move forward. See, ati kuchukia hiyo kabila, ati unachukia hii kabila nini. That's not the way making it forward. I think our country, we need communications and all both side politicians and understanding. People, they think different, but still the communication is a key. That's only can we make our country move forward. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen. Thank you. Okay, let me, before I hit a question for Francis, but I will ask after everybody has submitted. Let me preserve it. So, Mike, how are you? Mike, you're on mute. Mike, how are you? Ama tumekuamsha ulikuwa unalala?
I'm fine now.
Yes.
Hapana, niko sawa. Tesa Francis Roda. So mko yeah. Mko poa?
Yeah, proceed kindly.
Okay, thank you. Mimi kenye maoni yangu nikianzia na hii ya Ruto ya NSSF, hiyo sitaongea sana kwa sababu mambo ya Ruto ni ngumu for sure. Ruto sasa ndio my president, tukubali hayo, lakini ni kama saa hii tuseme Ruto bado wako kwenye siasa. I'm not understanding Ruto and Rigathi. Saa hii wanafaa wawe wakideliver something from the people, but the way wanaongea, naona serikali yao ni kama imekuja kufanya revenge na kurudisha mahali yao, lakini si mahali ya wananchi na si kufanyia wananchi kazi. Kama mimi saa hii, mimi niko Kajiado, sisi ndio mnasikia tunanunua per liter 250 na ndio wengi hapa walianza kuimba hustler bottom up. lakini sasa tumeanza kuona bottom up venye imeanza kutufanyia. We put God first na tunaamini yote yatakuwa tu sawa. Kile tunasema kama sisi mafane wa baba endelee kunyamaza, kwa sababu tumekuwa watu wakosa kuleta shukrani na kufanya mambo ambayo inayofaa. Tunafanya kama ni kulipisa kisasi. When I come to the governor wenye wamechagua Waiguru, it's okay. Wao ndio wanajuana. Waiguru tunajua maskendo zake za NYS na mambo mingi hapo, lakini wameona vizuri wampatie wakanyima gavana wetu Ole Lenku. But Ole Lenku, let me say, Ole Lenku anaga say. Ole Lenku is not famous man. Sasa sijui udhaifu yake inakuwaga wapi, anafaa yeye mwenyewe ajichunguze. Hiyo kiti hata afadhali kama Simba Arati angekuwa hapo, at least huo wangeperekana Simba Arati ama Mutula Kalonzo ama James Orengo, ingekuwa the better. But sasa wameona tu wapatie huyo mama, wacha aende ndio waweze kufinyana vizuri. Serikali hii ya Ruto imeamua kuchukua kila kitu. Hata venye ameongea huko Naivasha, amesema hata speaker pande za minority na majority wamesema majority ni yao. But tukifuata sheria vizuri, tunajua Azimio ndio walikuwa na more MPs. Kama wengine hawakujiunga UDM, others wakifuata sheria vizuri, kama Moses Wetangula atakuwa mwenye hekima na mwenye atakuwa na umaarufu, ajue afanyi kwa ajili ya kupendelea, afurahishe mkubwa wake ama afurahishe ati timu yake, afanye kwa haki, asimame na haki, Azimio watachukua hiyo kitu. Na ndio maana Ruto yeye anasinda hapa akisema sijui hataki mambo ya kuwa hataki hata pea opposition any chair, cause anajua vizuri akikosa kusukumwa na opposition, Ruto hakuna kazi atafanya na hakuna hata chochote atakuwa, yani mwenye president mwenye atakuwa hakuna jambo amefanya. Ndio maana anasukuma Azimio kuonyesha ndio waweze kumpe pressure, tuweze kuona kuna jambo anafanya. But nilisikia Kalonzo amemrudishia, akamjibu akamwambia hatuna haja na hizo vyeo zako ama viti zako, sisi tunasimama mahali tunapofaa. Wacha opposition ifanye kazi yake, wacha Kenya Kwanza wafanye kazi yao, juu sasa mahali tunaelekea ni mahali sio pazuri. Wacha tu tuongee ukweli, because mtu anaitwa Chirchir aliposta anasema ati walikuta pesa kwa hazina hakuna 93 million only. Ndio maana wanatupandishia vitu waweze kurecover. Na sielewi venye kunaenda, lakini wacha time will tell us. Time will tell us kama kutakuwa poa ni sawa, wacha tuone hiyo, lakini baba asimame na msimamo wake, asijaribu kukonfisiwa na watu kama jana niliona wakiwa na Legathe. Hiyo kitu hata ijanibamba mimi, ijanibamba kabisa. Baba aepukane na hao watu, asijiingishe kwenye matope, kwa sababu hao watu wakianza wanajua, Ruto anajua vizuri, hata Legathe wanajua, without baba there is no anything watafanya. Uhuru alisaidiwa na Raila, hata ile pesa alikuwa anaenda kukopa ni venye baba tu ni alikuwa anamsaidia na anajua, juu baba anatambulika mataifa yote. Lakini Ruto sasa wameona ni kubaya, na ndio maana wanataka kwanza kuchukua chance. Yeye mwenyewe anasikia aibu, anaanza kutumia mdogo wake. Hatujui kenye waliongea, lakini dalili ya mvua ni mawingu. wanakuja kwa mzee polepole kujifanya, wawachane na mzee kabisa. Lakini Raila naye ni mtu mwerevu, yeye anajielewa, hawezi korogwa akili hivi hivi. We wait for that and we'll see. Mimi yangu ni hayo, kwanza tuendelee nisikize wengine. Thank you.
Asante. Let's have Benson.
Hi, thanks. Hi, everyone. Thanks, moderator.
Yeah, okay. You can make your 3 minutes presentation.
Yeah, I will start with the NSSF and the Social Security Fund, and we need to transform the NSSF as it were. One, they deal with management. There have been a lot of issues of management and NSSF. There have been a lot of misappropriation, and there have been a lot of misinformed investment of our social security funds. There is 1.5 trillion under the NSSF to date. It is one of the lowest savings, social security savings in the region. And those who listened to Ruto, he was comparing our NSSF with the one of Uganda, where they have already 10 trillion. So it is important also to actualize to think through NSSF from a Kenyan, from a social security. If you are a contributor and you're contributing to 200, and I'm giving an example of a school teacher, you are contributing 200, in a year, you'll have saved 2,400. If you work for 35 years, which is your total saving will be around 70,000. So even from forget the politics, think about from a saving perspective. And especially if you don't enjoy any other benefits, you don't have gratuity, you don't have a pension scheme, you rely on that your only social security funding is NSSF, then you're bound to get some 70,000. When you get your interest per year, then the maximum you can get is 100, 120. And that's you are saving for the last 35 years. So I think the whole idea of, as a country, thinking about how we can revolutionize our social security is a big debate beyond politics of who is saying it, be it Ruto, be it whatever. So that also you can help people during their old age. We know saving culture in Kenya is a big problem, but if we can do better with social security, a retirement plan is always the best. And we know even other countries how they put a lot of importance in savings, in the retirement benefits. Finally, on social security is, if the government is paying 10% on interest in China, what would be difficult from government paying 10% to its local own citizen, such that there is internal borrowing from our social security? It is a prudent investment compared to when we buy or build buildings and estates, Tasia 1, Tasia 2, all those debates. It will be prudent if the government is borrowing at 10% from its locals. And that makes sense, so that we are not crippled by the external borrowing. Number 2 is on Waiguru. I think the Council of Governors is a very independent institution, considering that you are talking about 47 governments sitting around the corner. So I find them, most of the time, going beyond the party politics in looking at their leadership. And I think when you look at the composition, is the whole issue of seniority. The chair of governors, in most instances, is through seniority, and of course the second term governors take charge of the Council of Governors. I think Waiguru, despite her issues in terms of seniority, she's better positioned in terms of negotiation, in terms of understanding the inner working of the government. The biggest challenge for the Council of Governors today is disbursement. Forget about even more devolved function. I think disbursement is a big issue. The last 3 years, governors, the counties have not received more than 75% of their allocation, and that's a big issue. You need someone who have worked within the government circles to really sort out the issue of the allocation, of the disbursement. You allocate 6 billion to Moranga, but by end of the financial year, they have only received 4.5. That is the first thing that they need to sort out as they continue talking about allocation for the further allocation and further devolved of other function. On Kalonzo, I think Kalonzo was spot on. I think that is the opposition that we all desire to have. He was very categorical. He was presidential. He was talking really like the leader of opposition, and I agree with him in terms of we are playing our oversight role. We are comfortable. We are busy doing what the opposition is supposed to do. And finally, the issue of majority. I did mention here that, and 2 things coming out of the majority thing. The Kenya Kwanza has 159 MPs. Wazimio coalition have 162. The difference is 3 MPs. The tiebreakers are the independent candidates, because those ones are not tied to any of the coalition. So depending on how the independent MPs forms coalition with the government or with the opposition, that is where the tiebreaker is. Forget about UDM and all that, because those are constitutional things. So unfortunately, 10 of them have signed with the Kenya Kwanza, and that case is closed. Number 2 is the issue of the technicality on the issue of political, the political coalition, the coalition political party. There's a discussion around, was there an agreement, was there a coalition agreement for the Azimio coalition? Because what is in the registrar is the political party. Does the Azimio la Umoja One Kenya political party has MPs in parliament? So there is a new debate around, was there a coalition? Because what we have is ODM, Jubilee and others. There was no, and that's why all this time nobody have ever seen a coalition agreement of the Azimio. What they have is Azimio la Umoja One Kenya political party, which does not have any MP in parliament. That's my case. Thank you, Kes.
Asante sana. I'm trying to avoid questions so that everybody can make their first 3 minutes first. So can we go to, because most people have always been complaining about time. More people, some people are given more time, but the challenge has always been that we ask questions and we keep now referring to one person, and you find that maybe we have. So let's make our 3 minutes contribution, then I can open up maybe for questions. Is that in order?
Yes.
Yeah, because even part of your questions can form your second submission. It's a continuous debate, so we should not. Yeah, Mzalendo, how are you? Kuna mtu anaitwa Mzalendo, unanisikia?
Nakusikia vizuri sana ndugu yangu Wekesa.
Yeah,
Nakupata vizuri.
Make your keynote speech.
Good.
Make your keynote speech.
I think I really, most of the panelists have spoken about nearly everything that probably I wanted to say. But just to add on, the issue of Azimio taking the opposition role, I think it's long overdue. And people thinking that Ruto will rob in a few Azimio people into government. I think that should not happen. We have seen that Urugu's government robbed in the ODM leadership into government. And I think it was not a good thing for the country because we didn't have an opposition leader. So the constitution is very robust. Let us follow the constitution and the rule of law. We must have an opposition leader to check on Ruto's government. Ruto is not your usual presidential president. I mean, he's not your usual president. So he needs to be checked kabisa with the opposition. I think that is a very, very good thing that Kalonzo has accepted the role. And I think this is also a stepping stone for somebody like Kalonzo. At least now he'd be standing up for something for Kenyans. So for him, he's looking at 2027 as a presidential candidate for Azimio. This is a very, very good and positive thing. About the pre-election pacts, these documents that people sign and that are MOUs, I have said it time and again that these are some documents which are not in public. It's like locking yourself with your girlfriend in a room and agreeing on something that you don't want everybody to know. So these are arrangements between two people. They can be broken. Hata msichana anaweza kakuacha and there is nothing that you can cry about. So ukiwachwa wachika. So inasemekana hivyo in Kenya, tunasema ukiwachwa na msichana wachika. So those people who have left Azimio, we wish them good luck. They are pursuing probably joining government or seeing that development comes into their area. But I believe that if the constitution is followed per the letter, then we shouldn't be luring people into our camps. So let us see that the opposition leadership and Kalonzo does a good job for the citizens of this country. Otherwise, thank you.
Thank you for effectively using the time allocated to you. I think that's a good gesture. Let me play a short clip as we continue.
Motu hiyo anajua Your Excellency wanasema upunguze bei ya unga. Again, hiyo ni hii mzee ya makesi amezuia. Hii mzee ya makesi ametuzubua. Kama si kesi hiyo ingekuwa imeshughulikiwa.
A few moments later.
We are not going to be subsidizing consumption. That is why we are going slow on matters to do with subsidizing consumption. We are going to work and support producers.
Hii mzee ya makesi ametuzubua. Kama si kesi hiyo ingekuwa imeshughulikiwa.
We are going slow on matters to do with subsidizing consumption.
Okay, so your mic is off.
You're mute.
Sorry for that. I'm talking to you and my mic is off. I was saying we are in for exciting excuses to why we will not be delivering our campaign pledges. So let's have after Mzalendo ni nani nilikuwa ngoja. Leo sitaki kuakusiwa nimeruka mtu. Peter Kitao. You have 3 minutes, please.
Yeah, good evening, members. I thank you so much that today I have a chance to even say hi to you all. I started by appreciating all of you because as time goes on, the debate here continues to mature more. Thank you so much. And people now are concentrating on contents, and that is very good. Let me start with the governor issue, the council. And say that although there is that aspect of politics whereby a lot of things are said during campaigns and whatever, these guys knows each other so well. They know each other so well. And when it comes to selecting their leader, they do what they deem right. And we should accept because it is them who will be meeting. And I also would like, if it were possible, on the issue that the last speaker has talked about, our politicians to grow up. There is a saying in our people that the hyena once saw a person go swinging his herds, and it thought that the herd is about to fall down. So the hyena kept following that man until he reached where he was going. The herd was still intact into his body. So now, there are those politicians who are not firm on anything. Today they are in opposition. Tomorrow they think they'll get slots in the government. They are in the government. The other day they feel like they lost the chances. They go back to the opposition. So they don't have an agenda. That is why they are not firm on anywhere. Because, for example, you are focused, you know where you are going, you must know how to do what you want to do. And you must show by example that you know what you are doing. It must be obvious. Like as you say, some people are doubting Mheshimiwa Stephen Kalonzo, but he came very clear that he is not joining the government. He is firm on opposition, and he is ready to take up his task. That is kudos to him. What I would say is, okay, now right now we are still in the mood of whatever that was going on during the campaigning times. Some people still other moods are about excited. Others are feeling low, and even the hopes are swinging. Others don't have hopes. Others' hopes are so high, extremely high, that whatever they are expecting to achieve maybe is not achievable. I think what we should do is, now the debate is going on here, we should strategize. We know what our country needs. We talk about it. We contribute even to our leaders what we actually need them to do, because some of us, and when I say us, I don't mean me, some are very much informed about, for example, economy, about maybe structuring and whatever, about planning. They know if this one is done this way, we are not going anywhere. Because I think even some leaders are still excited. For example, the clip that has already been played, one was talking before he was into the government, and now they're in the government, and maybe they found that whatever they were talking about was not achievable because of some reasons. Now it is up to them Now to know that one is not achievable as at now. But we as Kenyans are looking forward to whatever promises that we were given. So how do they plan to achieve? You know, even in our homes, as a man, you may promise your children and wife a lot of things, but at least, even if you not achieve everything, at least achieve something. Show them that you are determined to do whatever that you promised. That is a good gesture, and they'll have hope that the other things will be done. Regarding Madam Rhoda talked about, and I commented there, talked about the meetings and whatever. I think the ground should be leveled, because I guess that, and I'm not guessing, I know that the opposition is doing their work for the country, the government is doing their work for the country, and in fact, checking the government of the day is work that, if not done and done well, then the government will relax, public funds will be embezzled, and a lot of things will happen that are not going to help the country to grow. And in fact, we shall be surviving on loans. And finally, I even think nobody will be able to give us any more loans, because we shall not be in a position to pay. So I think now it is being positive. Being positive, the government be positive to the opposition take up their task, and they do it extremely well, so that each side is checked and it is done the right way. That is why I started by blaming so much those guys who now are not willing to remain firm on opposition. It is like they don't know what is their role as at now. It is like they feel we have lost it. But as the coordinator of the panel has said, it is the time, for example, for those main leaders of the opposition to position themselves where Kenyans can see them clearly, and where Kenyans can recognize them as real leaders. Because right now, what I have seen already, to be very, very sincere, the top leader of Azimio, considering his age, surely he should have somebody very close to him who is ready to take up, because he will be there. We are wishing that great man a lot of years. He shall be there. But you know, the more you grow, the more even your body challenges you more. You can remember even during the time the politics was so high, there was time, maybe you could hear that he has been told by the doctor, go to some other place and relax. It means that now we actually need someone who is strong and who can take up the task and do it extremely well. So regarding other things, I think it is too early. Kikwetu tunasema usimshonee mtoto vitu vyake, mashuka ya kumbeba na whatever, kabla hujaona mtoto. It is too early. We might talk a lot, but it is too early to judge things. But what we want to do is to caution. We caution the leaders that Kenya has a lot of hope with them. Others are so hopeless, they don't see anything that can come out of them. So they are to prove themselves of who they can be and what they can do. And because of the time that we have been allocated, and we also want to be faithful with the leadership that is here, let me give it up to the next speaker through the chair.
Thank you. We'll pick up with you on a few questions later. Let's have Joshua.
Cancer, you know, when somebody is an ageist, and I believe he knows the definition of an ageist, it's saddening Let me give you a few examples. Donald Trump, Joe Biden, Mahathir Mohamad, more especially Mahathir Mohamad, became a president for many years. Then he left a couple of people to take over when the economy of Malaysia was going down. His party recalled him with Anwar Sadat. At the age of 91, he became the prime minister. It's sickening when somebody comes here to tell us that considering the age of Raila, it is not right that his age is a matter of subject. It is the substance that comes from him. If you consider Sudi and Raila, what's the difference? It's a huge difference. There is nothing Sudi has ever said in parliament. So he may be young, but what substance does he have? So sometimes don't parade your ignorance and your hate by advising, by calling us opposition, which is minority, by trying to still bring your hate that you still hated for a man you did not vote to advise us that this man should not even be your leader. You must know your boundaries. The leader of Azimio remains to be the leader of Azimio until such a time Azimio decides. It is not you to decide. Stop being an ageist. Okay.
Yeah, thank you. That's why I said I also have misgivings, but I will pick up later. Let's just have Joshua. We only have 2-3 people, and then we open.
Yes.
Guys, everybody, you can write down the questions. Whoever person you want. I'm going to open up the question for rebuttals now. Joshua.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much, Professor Alex, Francis, Mzalendo, Peter, Roba, Mr. K, and Baz. Yeah, I just want to echo what Alex has said. You know, some people say that Raila is old. I'm just wondering, huyu mzee old namna gani? Raila hata akija 2027, we still vote for Raila. You know, sometimes people say that this is mzee amezeeka, I should go home, aende wapi? Where? Raila aende wapi? That mzee bado he still has a clear mind. And the way he normally speaks can tell you that he has a lot of content. The way Alex has said, if you compare Oscar Sudi and Raila, there's a big difference. So even if Raila rebrand himself and come 2027 as a presidential candidate for Azimio, we'll still vote for him. So the issue that is old, yet we have US president is at the age of 38, now is around 83 years, 84 years, and he's the president of US. A very super country, a very superpower country in the world. Now, on the issue of Ruto proposing on NSSF to be 2,000, you know, I don't know why he's running for the retirement of people. You know, that money, we are going to receive it after 60 years. We want things right now. Ruto should tell us the issue of the prices of fuel, mambo ya unga. That's what, during the time of his campaign, that's what he used to tell us. But now jumping to NSSF, that will not help us unless it should force or compel the employers to donate 2,000, while the rest of the employees to give 2,000. I mean 200 shillings. And I said, it should propel the employer to contribute 2,000 because as you speak right now, employee normally give 200 shillings, employer 200 shillings, making 400 shillings. So it should just propel employers to give 2,000, employees should give 200 shillings. You know, the idea. But now telling us that an employee should increase from 200 shillings to 2,000, unless this anataka pesa mahali, so that the way Francis said, well, he want to trade with this money. He want to get a huge sum of money so that he can trade and use his mambo yake. Because I'm wondering, kwa nini anamkilia mambo ya NSSF, yet during his time of campaigning I didn't hear even a single day Ruto mentioning that we are going to increase NSSF from 200 shillings to 2,000. So to me, I don't support the issue of NSSF to be increased from 200 shillings to 2,000. Let the employees to propose this. But so, at the end of it, this is my investment. You cannot force me to increase my investment. If I'm willing that 200 shillings is enough for me, living with that. But if you think that that's not enough for me, then you need to compel the employer to increase from 200 shillings to 2,000. And then on the issue of COG, to me, I don't think that is important. Whether it's coming from Azimio or is coming from Kenya Kwanza, that's not important. Nanok was one of the CEOs, was once a chairman of COG. Bado Turukana bado kuna njaa tu. So it's not important whether your governor is coming from your governor is COG or it's just the issue that him is the one who's a leader. Everywhere there must be a leader. So to me, I don't think it's important whether it's Waiguru or Lelenku. I had I don't know, it was somebody was saying that seniority. So I was asking between Olelenku and Waiguru. Why do you think Waiguru is more senior than Olelenku? Because all of them, this is the second term. Olelenku was a governor last term. He's also a governor this term. Waiguru was a governor last time. He's also a governor this time. So we are telling that seniority, that's why Waiguru speak. I don't think that is the truth. So to me, I don't think it's important whether it's from Kenya Kwanza or in Azimio. And then Mzalendo said, and he was trying to double speak, that Ruto does not want to rob opposition. Already did it. Immediately after election, Ruto went to UDM MPs to sign the pact. That is robbing. If he was really sincere, that he does not want to rob in opposition, he ought not to go and sign the pact with UDM. And simply because Ruto wanted to frustrate opposition, that's why he went immediately to UDM and he picked. Next, he went to MP of Ugenya, David Ochieng, he picked him and they signed a pact. So telling us that Ruto does not want to rob from for opposition, you're lying, because if he was really sincere, he ought to have told the MPs for UDM that kindly remain in Azimio. Don't come because I just need a stronger opposition. But immediately after election, we still have a dispute election about the election in court. He went immediately to UDM to push them and add pre-election pact post-election pact. So you've disputed the issue of those pact, and you say that they are not important. But as it remains right now, Azimio has a huge majority members in parliament, and they are, according to the law, they deserve to have the majority leader in parliament. So I know Ruto today said that there's no debate about it. Azimio is minority. Is now already starting fighting the opposition. If you want to be a good leader, kindly should follow the law and let that position for majority to belong to Azimio. Thank you very much. Okay, sir.
So, sir, thank you for that. Let's have
say something before I forget.
Niroba. Hi, Roba.
All right, okay, sir. Thank you.
It's a challenge of forgetting, brother. Just write it down.
Okay. I saw Musarada. I think he wanted to ask a question to Joshua. That's
No, let's finish first. I am applying the general rule. Nini. If I open up in the end, we are remaining watu watatu. Wewe and then MK and Bas. Then let's open up questions for everybody.
Okay. Thank you. I see Francis, Sarento, Peter, Joshua, Mr. K, and Pers. Well, I guess I don't take a lot of time. As all of us know, we have a new president, not even a week old. So some of us, we came before election. We gave our opinions. We say who we wanted. But whether you like it or not, now the man's the president. But let me go back, Joshua, to correct you. Biden is 79. It's not 83. Maybe it will be 83 when you're in the second term. So, Peter, you made a mistake. So I just want to remind you, Raila was about to be a president. So you tell him to retire now. So what about if he became a president right now, if he was the president? So you want to tell me he was not want to be active? Or we could have read him just like stay in the state house because you are old? 2027, if Raila comes in, I will vote for him. 10 years later, I will vote for him. I'll vote for him until he dies, when he cannot work anymore. I promise you that. But at the same time, I'm not going to discriminate like about the age. Only in Kenya, where sometimes we think old people are valueless. Some countries, like some of us where we are right now, you have to work for you to retire. You have to be the age of 65. So Biden being 79, and I don't know exactly what age is Raila. Raila is still young. He still has he can play very, very good politics, and I hope that's what he's going to do. And I saw Kalonzo today. I think he should also come up because I saw him, I liked what I saw from him and Martha Karua. So let us pray what we are supposed to do. Be the opposition, even though it's not opposition.
I guess you overreacted on me. You overreacted because I didn't say that Raila should not be elected.
Just wait, Kitao.
No, that's okay.
What?
Kitao, let just wait. I'll give you time to rebuttal.
Yeah, well, I guess I didn't say, let me just answer. I'm not saying that. It's just what you say. It's not, I mean, what you say, I'm just trying to answer. It's not like you oversaid in a bad way or something negative. But what I'm saying is, it's not like you, but there are some people who think, even some people during the campaign who think, who thought that Raila is too old to run for president. Other Mr. Rigad, that's why I said Adule Muse. The way they put it in. It's not about you. I'm sorry to say that. Your statement is okay. I know you didn't want to be negative about it, but your suggestion is okay, well taken, but at the same time, I'm assuming it still has some energy to do what he can do for the country. So let me say this. You see, Ruto is playing same politics. These are the same people. A few weeks ago, remember, a few weeks ago, they were very critical about Uhuru and Raila. I mean, you thought Raila was the vice president. I mean, for them, remember what they were saying about Mambaya Unga, about fuel, about gas. And now, after they got the power, we're going to power now from Uhuru and everybody. What they do, they go opposite to what they told us. Even your politics, that's pure politician. So I'm not surprised, but that's what I expected from them. But some of us who have been saying here, for Kenya to survive, we have to change the way our economy is built. I'm not an economist. I will never be. But this is what I would suggest. As long as we are depending on the government, like most people want to, and most people want the job governments, it's not going to work. What we need is private investment. We need to thrive on a private economy. With that one, then the country will grow economically. But if we keep on doing this idea of everybody, you know, when Ruto became a president, everybody's running that the other way around because they want to get the government jobs. Developing countries or developed countries with high economy, like USA, Europe, and other places, government jobs, they are the least jobs people want to go for. People embrace private sector. And that's what we are lacking right now. So the big problem in our country, we have everybody's mindset, even the young generation. As long as I go to the government and the grab, I'm done. I'm good. And that's why you can see the people surrounding right now, the new coming government, everybody wants to get, they want something on the government. But if we had a private sector, it would be something else. So that's something we need to remind the incoming government. It's time for us to change from a government-based economy to a private economy. Imambo ya Bumia Sugar, Zoea, Sony, and other companies where, like, let's do this. What has the government of Kenya really supported and survived? Yeah, where is Kenya National Bank? Walikura, kama yule mzee alisema Walikura. Where's the National Bank of Kenya? Yeah, but look at some other banks which is privately owned. They are doing very well. Where is Kenya? Kenya Postal Service. You remember the Kenya Postal, their communication and everything. Yeah, Safaricom came back. It was private. They are doing very well. So that's where we are. Some of these companies, let them go private. That's my suggestion. And I hope you guys, you can just have a conversation how we can create a private economy. I don't want to take a lot of time. Hey, because you are cutting me off before even I finish. Okay, I say thank you. Okay, because I'll finish there.
No, sijakusimamisha, nimekuwekea koma. You will come back.
Okay, no problem.
You have a bone of contention with the Gitau, you will come back. So
okay.
Let's have MK, yeah? Then Bas.
Thank you, Ekesa. Thank you, the panelists. I've heard you. Even me, I was a little bit tickled when Ito talked about the age of Raila. It is interesting, and it's people forget they have parents. They forget they are growing old, and therefore the issue of age should never be appearing in a discussion of politics. Why? Because age is just a number. Yeah, Getao looks like he's over 40. Being over 40, you're only 20 years to the age of Raila. So at the end of the day, you are not supposed to really put it as an agenda. But having said that, that's just by the way. I want to talk about the person who said about saving culture. I also want to talk about the majority of parliament, and again also the issue of the governor. I'll start with the issue of saving culture. Kenyans have no problem in saving. We have no problem in adding our saving. Get out, put whatever, mute tafadhali. Thank you. So sisi hatuna shida na kusave. We would want to save 1,000, 2,000 per month, even 5,000. But who is telling us we save? Who are these people telling us we save? Where is our money going to be stored? You lived in Kenya, you have been in Kenya, you know that even NSSF itself has had numerous scandals, even one that was involving Silas Jirongo. At one point, there are houses that were built by NSSF, Uko South B. We don't know the owners. We don't know what happened. So the security and the protection of the savings is what we are worried about as Kenyans. Yeah, we would want to save even 1,000 bob, but would you trust the Sudis and the Rutos of this world and the Gashaguas to take care of that money? In fact, we would want even to pay taxes. Yeah, but what do we hear after we pay taxes? There is a KEMSA scandal. There is a NHIF scandal. There is what scandal? You know, that is what really makes Kenyans feel bad about this country. That the people we entrust with our money cannot be trusted. What do they do instead? We see them having the big cars. We see them building swimming pools that are of the same size with a liver in their houses. We see them buying houses in Dubai. We see them using that money with about 3 choppers. In fact, what I'll see is that if we add 1,000 in the savings, in the next 10 years, the Sudis of this world, these people will be having 3 choppers. They will be going to a meeting with 3 choppers, 1 to carry them and 2 to escort them. That is the kind of a country we have. And therefore, for me, I really would want to tell Kenyans, don't get into this trap. Save your money kwa Gondoro, buy a house, or do something else that will bring that, or buy a cow. Buy a cow. So that next time that cow will give you another calf, and then you grow like that. Don't trust a government that has no integrity with your money. That should not be the way to go. Number 2, the issue of parliament in Kenya. I think we have the majority. That's a fact. Azimio has a majority, and that is a law. But in my own opinion, I would want us to give this UDA a chance. Let them own parliament. Let them own the COG. Let them own the whatever. What else do they own? They want to own everything so that they have no excuse of not delivering. Because we have had 4 years of blame game. The reason why sugar is up is because of handshake. The reason why unga is up is because of Uhuru. The reason why we are in this same problem is because of state capture. This state capture is not there. This handshake is not there. Harege is not there, my friend. So what we want, you have the parliament, the majority of parliament. You have the COG. You have the treasury. Yeah? Please give us cheap unga. Please, na usitupatie bolea. Bolea tukulangi bolea bwana. We don't need bolea, my friend. Yeah, the farmers in this country are very few. The only arable land in Kenya is 1/3. What are you telling other people? Tukule bolea. Yeah, because for me, for example, I come from northeastern. Sai kuna njaa. Utatuletea bolea ya bei rahisi. You know, we can't buy this stupidity anymore. We want real issues sorted out. Na msituambie you have inherited an empty coffers. Yeah? When Moi was leaving the country to Moi Kibaki, Moi left 10,000 shillings in the coffers, 10,000 bob. But we didn't get Kibaki saying, we have inherited nothing. Now what are we going to do? He did not cry. He knew he has a plan. And this president of ours has a plan. He has always tell amejipanga bana. Anatuambia mimi nimejipanga bana. Nimejipanga bana. So mtu anatuambia amejipanga, asituambie tena ati hakuna kitu. Tunataka yeye apatie COG 400 billion, alipe deni na alipe mishahara na atengeneze barabara na reduce unga. We want him to do that. That is why he was fighting for the presidency. Si kuenda na Air Force chopper. That is a minimum we need from him. We need a country that is stable. Now, si blame Mutu sasa, he has all the things he needs. And finally, I want to say that as a country, we need to understand, and I agree with Roba here, that we have so much put out of investment and mind into government that there are people in this country that cannot work in Gekomba. They cannot work in garages. They believe that if I'm going to be employed, I have to be a policeman. I have to be working for KRA. I have to be working for a government so that I go loot. You know, we have overemphasized working in government. And I think that should be something, we should make sure that the government institutions are so unattractive. Yeah, so that at the end of the day, but we have a problem because the people who are in government now are making it look so lucrative. Our children are growing up knowing that you can still quote the Bible, you can have too many wives, you can still learn and still make it in life. And that is the reason why you see that government to us in Africa is greater, is more than life. But we need to get out of that. We need that paradigm shift where we have people growing. For example, with these people who are doing construction, they should be well paid so that they don't need to think about being an MCA. And that is the reason why it's a tragedy in Kenya. You find that in one election, seats are less than 2,000, but there are over 40,000 candidates fighting for that seat. Why? Because they know, seek first the kingdom of politics and everything else will follow. Thank you, Bwana Wekesa.
Asante sana kwa hiyo maoni. Tuko na Bas. How are you, my brother?
I'm very fine, Wekesa. Long time.
Yeah, the last time nilikuona ulikuwa State House. Kukula tu.
Hata sasa hivi bado ninakula. I think Getao has said a very good thing that the debate in this forum continues to mature. At least this time we don't have the noise and the sycophants. At least now we are debating issues and we are criticizing where it is due. There is a very good point that Roba has raised, which is very important, that of the overemphasis on government jobs. I think if you were to go to the university and look at the class of procurement, and even people moving out from very high, what I call high degrees like medicine, law, and going to procurement is very high. I know people who moved from law school to procurement because of that overemphasis and what they have seen people in procurement. They're making it more than just struggling as a lawyer with files from one office to another. I think that's one thing that should be checked, because I think as I've said, private sector in other countries what drives the world, but in Africa it is the government employees that own everything. I think that's the biggest tragedy we have. Going to the fight for majority and minority, I think even though there are parties that joined Azimio during and signed the agreements, which majority of them claimed to have not known what they signed. You cannot force people to belong where they don't want to belong. If, for example, you cannot tell PA, which is led by Governor Kingi or Speaker Kingi, that it still belongs to Azimio. That is fallacy. That party left Azimio even before the election. What was left in Azimio was just some drawings in a paper or some signature, which, if we are to go by the signatures we have ever seen in this country, would be drawings of a cow. To be fair to say, I hope I'm not being told I have used strong words like those used by the Supreme Court. But I think the majority should be those who belong to that coalition at that time. I think a law allows a coalition to be post-election coalitions, and that is what Kenya Kwanza has done. Those parties that had technically left Azimio have joined Kenya Kwanza and then made the majority. And even Kalonzo today, when naming the minority, and I'd love Wekesa you play that clip. You have it, I know. Just listen to Kalonzo giving that position to Sabina Chege. Kalonzo said, deputy minority leader. Just play it back and you're going to see. So what comes from the heart is what they know. They cannot convince the heart so much of what they don't know. So I believe the leadership of parliament, we are going to see some fracas here and there, but I believe Kimani Ichung'wah is going to be the leader of majority, and Owen Bai is going to be the deputy leader of majority, as Mr. K has said. Give Kenya Kwanza everything, so that if they fail, they don't blame anybody. But I believe they are making a very good move. Another point I would like to touch is that of NSSF. And I think the deputy president, even the president currently, when he was the deputy, in numerous times he said this country needs to build capital. And the only way government can build capital is through initiatives like NSSF. We don't have to worry about some things that where will our investment go, what will happen. I think nobody has ever gone to NSSF and missed his money when he has retired. So whatever happens, whether they are going to balkanize the investment, as long as what you saved at the time of retirement you are going to be given, what happens in between should not worry an employee. What should worry an employee is what he's going to get after retiring. It is pathetic that you can work for 25 years or 30 years to 65 and you are given a check of 100,000 shillings. What will you do with 100,000 shillings today? For an employee who has been working since 1970 or 1975, when an employee retires, he needs to get a good pension at the end of the day, a pension that can sustain him, a pension that can kickstart him even in a good business of today. So I do support the raising of NSSF. We must encourage this country to save. Every country that has saved capital, that is the route it has gone. It has not been going through the route of saying let the employers pay the 2,000 shillings, pay for the employees. No, the employee must be part of it. We grow this country together. And so it must be the part of the employer and the part of the employee for the prosperity of this country in the future. So I think I do support the raising of the NSSF. By the way, I think this 200 was introduced in 1980s. Surely, how do you save 200 shillings at this current time? I think we need to think out of the box, and if we love Kenya. Thank you, Ekesa.
Okay, thank you. Before I now open the rebuttals, let me share one or two clips. Maybe one will capture what Bas will say.
So, Senator Ososi just come in behind Senator Ombua. So, one more. Nabi Nambwera. Thank you, Nabi. I remember you yesterday when you stood on a point of order. Yeah, thank you. I'm therefore going to read the resolutions of the Azimio la Umoja One Kenya Coalition Party Parliamentary Group meeting, which was held yesterday and today, comes to an end, 16th and 17th of September 2022. The Azimio la Umoja One Kenya Coalition Party has successfully concluded a 2-day parliamentary group meeting in Machakos County. In the meeting, the parliamentary group took stock of the state of the nation and developed its plan for the 13th Parliament. From the outset, we wish to associate ourselves fully with the remarks of the Right Honorable Raila Odinga when he opened the meeting. The Right Honorable Odinga's speech has brought to the fore very pertinent issues that should form the basis of serious national discourse going forward. For the avoidance of doubt, Azimio Oka is legally and legitimately the majority coalition in the National Assembly. This is not a matter for determination by any individual or office. It is simple arithmetic. And so, to settle this matter and put the record straight once and for all, members of Parliament belonging to the Azimio Oka coalition have been properly advised to take up majority roles and responsibilities in and out of the National Assembly chamber. The Ruto administration has started off on the wrong footing on almost every front. Most painful to the ordinary Kenyan is the declaration that Kenya Kwanza will not subsidize consumption, but will channel subsidies to production. What a quick about turn against the ordinary Kenyan struggling to afford a basic meal a day. A government that can't feed our people has no business being in office. The import of this statement by the Ruto administration is that this government is committed to collecting taxes from the suffering masses to give a lifeline to big manufacturers of food and non-food items. The question to ask is, who are these producers going to be selling their products to, since the ordinary Kenyan can hardly afford a simple meal? Why has the hustler, quote-unquote, narrative disappeared so soon? In a blatant but ill-advised move to placate the judiciary and further weaken the legislature, the president has done the unthinkable. He has purported to allocate the judiciary some token funds to ostensibly move forward the agenda of an independent institution. This is a mockery of the basic intelligence of consumers of justice and must be seen for what it is. Financial and operational autonomy of the judiciary cannot and will not be guaranteed by tokenism. It can only be assured by creating an environment that guarantees clear separation of powers between the three arms of government. And whereas funds are necessary for effective dispensation of justice, it is not the business of a president acting in isolation to allocate funds to the judiciary. Appropriation of funds to public institutions is a constitutional mandate of Parliament. The president must tame his appetite for throwing money at institutions to buy friendship. He must keep up the judiciary and let the legislature do its work. As part of the Ruto administration's vindictive agenda, plans have already been initiated to hound out of office the 4 IEBC commissioners, namely Juliana Cherera, Francis Wanderi, Irene Masit, and Justice Nyang'aya, plus the Deputy CEO, very hard-working Madam Ruth Kulundu, for refusing to toe the line. We totally condemn this brazen act of witch hunt and demand that the President and his agents leave those officers alone. On our part, we commit to do whatever it takes to protect those officers from any attempts to infringe their basic rights. We have noted several cases of disproportionate allocation of nomination slots for MCAs to political parties across the country. For instance, in Tana River County, Ford Kenya won one MCA seat and was allocated one nomination slot. In the same county, Wiper Democratic Movement won 2 MCA slots, but was not allocated any nomination slot. Similar cases clearly Yeah. Okay. Yeah. We can actually take a seat. Eh? Yeah. So, let our brother take a seat. He's been repucrating very well. I will repeat, we have noted several cases of disproportionate allocation of nomination slots for MCAs to political parties across the country. For instance, in Tana River County, Ford Kenya won one MCA seat and was allocated one nomination slot. In the same county, Wiper Democratic Movement won 2 MCA slots but was not allocated any nomination slot. And I think this list is growing by the day. We have seen cases of people without the necessary qualification. Saw it in the media today. Some cooks are given positions. And I think it is important we also, whereas our cooks are very important, they give us food. But I think that it's good to allow them to pursue that line so one can become a chef and even get international jobs. But to give them legislative responsibility, I think is diverting their strong attributes. Similar cases clearly designed to disadvantage Azimio Oka abound across the country. And here I can also mention that Jubilee in the Senate won five slots, and they were given 1 nomination slot. And if you are to round up a 0.7, I'm told they are taking this matter elsewhere in court, which is appropriate. I think UDM had 2. There are 2 and they got a slot. So you wonder what is really happening with IBC. Is it business as usual? Several attempts to have dialogue with the IBC to resolve these issues have not been successful. We demand that the IBC moves with speed to correct those anomalies, failure to which we shall be forced to take our own action to have the situation remedied. We have heard with consternation pronouncements from the Order Brigade calling on the DCI to keep off public offices and retreat to their headquarters. Apart from interfering with the independence of the National Police Service, we take such edicts to mean the room is now being officially created for looting of public resources to go on without hindrance. We demand the immediate retraction of those backward orders and reiterate our resolve to defend the independence of the police and all other independent institutions. We have also noted with concern the return of roadside declarations as official channel of espousing government policy. This is happening even before a cabinet that meets the dictates of the Constitution is in place. This should worry every well-meaning Kenyan. Finally, let it be known to all and sundry, the leaders in Azimio Oka are not interested in any jobs whatsoever from the executive. We already have a lot of work to do, as we have demonstrated even this afternoon, keeping the executive under check. And truth be told, the insinuation from a section of Kenya Kwanza leadership that legislators allied to them are in government any more than those allied to Azimio Oka is a demonstration of lack of understanding of the basic principles of Constitution 2010 on their part. The legislature is an arm of government, and all legislators have a constitutional mandate to oversight the executive arm of government. In conclusion, we now have the pleasure to unveil the leaders of Azimio la Umoja One Kenya Coalition Party in the 13th Parliament. At the level of the National Assembly, we announce the leader of majority as Honorable Opiyo Wandayi. We announce Deputy Leader of Majority, Honorable Robert Mbui. The Chief Whip, Honorable Junet Mohammed, Deputy Chief Minority Whip, Honorable Sabina Chege. At the Senate, because we recognize we are down by only one senator, the Leader of Minority is Honorable Stuart Mazayo, Senator for Kilifi, and Deputy Leader of Minority, Honorable Enoch Wambua. Chief Minority Whip, Honorable Fatuma Dulo, Senator for Isiolo, and the Deputy Chief Minority Whip, Honorable Edwin Sifuna. Thank you, and may God bless Kenya.
Okay, yeah, I noticed where Bas is basing his argument, but if you look at the floor, he began by majority, so he was transiting to minority because majority was for National Assembly, and then minority was for Senate. They don't have an issue with Senate. They have accepted Senate is minority. So making a mistake at the last point, his mind had already transited. So that cannot give cannot give you an latitude to say that his heart was saying different things. If he began with that, I could have questioned. But since he was transiting to the other side, I think it's in order just to say that. But listening to the whole of his speech, sorry, I'm off and I had not noticed. Listening to the whole of his speech, one could say that it's good to, Azimio should not shy off playing the role of opposition, because we are having a very a regime that can easily slide us into anarchy that needs to be checked. We may have a problem with NSSF, and me, I will support MK. Watu wacha waeke pesa kwa mattress. We don't trust this administration until they demonstrate. Let me tell you, if you have been in a relationship and you have been heartbroken, seriously, you have a right to have reservation on any other relationship. So this is the same people who brought issues to do with the NHIF and NSSF. So we cannot just all of a sudden wake up and start now trusting them with our funds. First of all, they have to demonstrate with the little that we have already at the end, that our 200 is indeed the good scripture that says that if you can't be entrusted with little, you can't be entrusted with much. If they demonstrate that they are good steward of our 200 shillings, we will be continuing to bank every month. Then we will think about it. Maybe in the course of 2 years, we may transit and say, let's increase it to 500 or to 1,000. But for now, we still don't trust them. We still have reservations on how they are going to handle our public resources. So it is their duty, sovereign duty, to actually inspire confidence in the Kenyan public that they are the people we can rely on, and they are people we can trust with everything that we have. Or in terms of Nene, sorry for that. So in terms of increasing our remit to NSSF, this is not the right time, and I will take a little bit. I think it's Ocheng. Ocheng, kindly mute your mic, is having echoes. So yeah. So I was saying that in terms of increasing our remittance to NSSF, for me right now, I can't do that. Let me invest in other things, but waiting for my pension at NSSF to cushion at my old age, that is not something I'm going to to bank on. And Nani, Bas says a very dangerous statement that you don't care as long as you get your money. How many banks have been liquidated and disappeared with people's money? There was a bank called, was it Samia or what? That people had, and all of a sudden it collapsed. So do you mean that we will never lose our money if we have bad leadership at the helm of this country? That as long as you can still, and I remember at the administration of Moi, most people at the old age took a lot of time to get back their NSSF money. Muntu retire at the age of, that time most people were retiring at the age of 55. You stay another 10 years, 10 years before you get your money. And some even pass on without enjoying their NSSF savings. So you can't just tell us that just because you will still have your money, your money may not come at the right time and you enjoy it. And you have really sweat. You know, right now to remove 2,000 shillings from your salary is not easy. We are not making a lot of money. I can tell you for free, most struggling Kenyans, even interfering with 1,000 on their budget, it affects everything else. So it has to be like it is secure and you're doing something that is going to be of benefit to you. You have a trust on the government you are having. That's where you will be willing to invest your resources. So I will allow questions who are directed so many to Kitau. The guys who are having questions, Muko ama mumesahau, so that we can now open the second session. Ama wache nianze na Mzalendo, and then we have...
Wekesa, give Guitar wanted to respond because some of us, we talked about him. Give him time to respond for about the age.
Yeah, I've only seen one question. Mzalendo will ask, then he can respond with the rest of your questions.
Thank you, Wekesa. Me, I think most of the questions, I wanted just to ask the panelists. Sometimes I think we talk for a very long time and you're saying something very important, you might lose it at some point. So maybe if we minimize the submissions to a few minutes, and the issue of bundles for people who are following you back at home. So when you continue talking too much, some people might be cut off with the bundles. So let us minimize and make sure that people at home can also follow us. Because unajua issue ya Safaricom na bundles, some of us probably are on Wi-Fi, but most people who would want to listen to this show ni watu wale wa chini kabisa. I would like to say something about the economy ya inchi. And you know, Kenyan economy is heavily taxpayer economy. But you see, when we compare economies like...
Wait. There's a mic with a lot of feedback. I don't know if it's...
Peter.
Roba.
Let's mute so that it's only one mic being used. Thank you.
So how do we build the country's economy? We are not getting it right. You only build the country's economy by people spending money. When you don't have people with money in their pocket, then you don't have an economy. When you are building an economy among only the working class, then you don't have an economy. An economy should be all round. Ule mtu anafanya biashara kidogo is contributing and they have money. If you don't have so many people in the country having money, then we can't have a robust economy. The issue of NSSF has been mentioned a lot here. I think NSSF, they venture into some funny kind of tradings in the stock because the money lies there for a very long time. So they want to make some more money and na watu wakule. So kila mtu anaangalia ni wakati wake ile pesa ataenda nayo nyumbani kabla a number of people retire. So most of it has really backfired. The other time you heard that they lost, I think somebody is already in jail because they lost about 10 billion in NSSF. Hiyo walipoteza. So I would like us to be very, very sincere about gauging this government. It is only 5 days. Even you ukipata kazi, when you go and apply for a job, you already have plans, nitapata nyumba fulani, nitanunua hii na hii, but it has to be at the end of the month ndio utaweza fanya hizi vitu zote. Usianze kuambia watu ati nilise in the course of the month that you had said that you are going to do these things. Let us give them time and see what they are going to deliver. On the issue of the majority, this thing is confusing a lot because I have just heard Kalonzo saying that they have the majority. And it's right now on paper that the Speaker of the National House is from UDA and no, from Kenya Kwanza. Is it Kenya Kwanza? Yeah, Kenya Kwanza. And the majority is Kimani Chungwa. That is a deal already done. So I don't know what you are talking about, that tutakuwa na majority. Tutakuwa na majority wapi? That thing, I think people vote. Yeah. So when the votings were done, Ichunga was selected. So this issue of cheating your supporters, that Ichunga ameshachaguliwa.
Mzalendo, don't mislead the public. Let me share the what you are saying here. I have it on. This is what you are saying.
Mm-hmm.
We have a list of majority based on Kenya Kwanza. That is Kimani Chungwa.
Mm-hmm.
And then majority based on Azimio is Opio and I. Deputy majority based on Kenya Kwanza is this guy anaitwa nani? Anaitwa Owen. Then deputy is Mbui. Then majority chief whip Azimio ni Junet, and then the other side is Silvanus Osoro. Their deputies are there, Sabina Jeke, and then this lady called Wago. So the issue is, what needs to happen is the speaker needs to give an interpretation in Parliament when it reopens on Wednesday. According to the information he has from the registrar of political parties, and then as the information that he has from the latest maybe coalition standings, what is the majority party? And there are considerations to be made before he makes that ruling. So that ruling will be made by one man called Moses Wetangula. So no, you cannot tell us that they voted. There is no voting for majority. Majority is a matter of interpretation of which party has more members than the other, or which coalition has more members than the other. So kindly
I thank you for that clarity. Although I still think that you just said that political parties are the ones that actually choose the majority. The majority in the National Assembly is selected through
I haven't said that unless you are doing your own listening. I haven't said political parties choose.
Let me just finish.
I have said that political parties have come up with their lineup of the leaders, and both for them now, because there are two things that are competing. De facto, KAA has the majority, but de jure or by law, according to the agreements they have made, Azimio has the majority. So both are right, but we need now to be interpreted according to the law. Who has the majority? It's not an issue of voting. They will not take a vote in parliament.
Okay, Wekesa, I retract, but let me ask you. Let me just ask you, between UDA and I think UDA has got a majority of seats in the National Assembly. UDA, a political party, not a coalition, a political party. The political party with the majority will have the majority seat. I don't know what translation.
So if you compare now let's put it. I know maybe where you are headed to. If you compare UDA and Azimio, Azimio has more because Azimio was a coalition party.
I'm not.
Wait. Raila ran on Azimio, not ODM. Ruto ran on UDA. So if you want us to interpret, that is how you interpret it. Azimio is a coalition party. KAA is not a coalition party. That is how you interpret it.
So Azimio has got majority members in the National Assembly, and yet they could not select the Speaker of the National Assembly. Is that right?
But you know, let me tell you, even if in Kenya, if Raila was declared a president, all these independent candidates will have ran on his side. You know what happens in Kenya. The moment you wield power, people come to your side because they know there are favors they will get. But the issue is that does not distort the law. You can still be living with my wife, but legally she has a certificate between me and you. That is what you are saying until a real divorce happens.
Okay, Wekesa, let me just finish by saying that I have told you time and time again that these agreements that are done on paper, when you're a political party, you form a political party to form government. Once you don't form government, there is no agreement. That's what has been happening. Raila said it before. Raila said that, I no longer owe Kalonzo anything because we didn't form any government. I think that's what happened in the previous election. So political parties are formed to form government. They are not formed to be in the opposition. They're formed to form government.
Excuse me, Mzalendo, what is government? One minute, Mzalendo. What is government to you? Do you mean the opposition members of parliament in parliament are not in government?
They are not in government. Are they in government?
What do you mean? And you talk about 3 arms of government.
Are they in government? Are they in government?
Of course.
Did they form the government?
Musarelo, you are confusing yourself. I think there's a question you asked very nice, and I think I was on your side. Now you are confusing yourself. The more you go, the more you are confusing.
I know.
And you know what? You said don't talk too much, and you are talking too much. Yeah, you just said it.
You should let me finish my submission then.
Yeah, you say don't talk too much. People from home, they are watching, and yet you are doing it.
Zalendo, this is not a submission. This is a rebuttal time. Huh? So
okay.
If you are done, we move
to this guy who has been lifting his hand so much. Let him say something.
Let's have Francis amenyamaza sana, ndio nani Kitawa ajibu maswali yote sasa.
So to me, I was looking at the issue of NSSF, and I'm seeing a conflict of interest so much because one, the issue of government is to provide services for welfare of the society, whereas the private sector, its work is to do business activity to generate profit. So if we invest the money for NSSF, will the money be used to carry out business activity to generate profit, or will be used to ensure for social welfare? Then if it's for social welfare, it means that money cannot be recovered back but can be repaid back. Then the question comes in, how will the money be repaid back if it will be used to do something like roads, schools, hospital? Those are things that they don't generate profit. They are there to make society good. So how will you be able to generate that money later? Then the other thing I'll talk about is this one. There's an issue of what we call rogue trading. Rogue trading occurs whereby you use a subsidiary or a something connected to you to do business without doing the laid down rules. For example, NSSF, that is a security fund or whatever thing, is under the government. So once the government takes and starts doing the money with the same amount of money, therefore that one will be more of a regular trading, because that accountability will not be there. It will be like somebody taking money maybe from judiciary and maybe using it in legislative. So there's that kind of aspect of rogue trading that might likely to occur in there. So that's the issue that they need to be addressed. Before we can give them that benefit of doubt that they can keep our money safe, we need to address those issues. If this money is used for profit, then which business will they start, or which operation will they do? Then if that operation, then the question will appear this way. One of the things that will agree with me, most of public offices lack what we call responsibility. They lack that accountability, because other shules are primary, the government, most of them, what happens is that they are not well managed, because ukiuliza mtu anakuambia hii ni ofisi ya serikali na mimi hezi nisumbua. Ukiuliza mtu kwani why are you doing this, anakuambia ni ya serikali and there's nothing that you can do. So there's that aspect of no accountability or responsibility. So mismanagement is very, very, very high. You can even bear witness, some of you in the secondary school that you learn in secondary school, the principal on those public school, some of them could not even appear 1 month or 2 months. When you ask them where they were, they cannot even give an explanation. Why? Because it was public school. But for private, they look more accountable, because they can be sacked, they can be held accountable at any meeting. Then on the issue of economy, so people are talking about economy. Economy, we have two ways that you can develop economy. One is through tax cut, and the other one is through government expenditure. So both of them can be used to develop economy. But when you come in terms of the multiplier effect, we find that the government expenditure has more effect on economy than tax cut. But now government expenditure depends on how do you use that money. With the rampant corruption, tax cut can even be better than government expenditure. But if there's responsibility, government expenditure will be much better. So, and how do you apply then that one of tax cut? We can pick corporation, the big corporation that they are paying 30% of tax, we reduce to 10%, so that 10% will be used to develop social amenities such as school and hospital. Then the 20%, we tell them, now you can start other business, or you can employ graduates, so that instead of you paying this 20%, you can be used to pay salaries and other activity that are income generating. So they can be able to expand more. They can be able to go global to different parts of a country. Then those are two ways in which you can develop an economy of a country in a better and a simpler way. But in government, I think in Kenya, putting anything under government is likely to collapse. Speak, for example, like something like Mumias, Webuye Pan Paper. Look at even the Galana Kulalo project. They all collapsed because that of lack of accountability. Then the other issue also, with the government, there's difference between management and maybe something to do with the leadership. Management, it looks at the expertise. So for government appointee, they look at who has more power in terms of political mobilization. But in management, we look at who has more knowledge or expertise to manage a resource or an organization. So in private, they look for a resource person and expertise, somebody with diverse knowledge to manage an organization. But in terms of government, and you will bear me witness, wait for the head of corporation to be appointed. Most of them will appointed in terms of political connection, not in terms of knowledge. That's why you see KPLC are struggling, Kenya Post Authority will still be struggling, because that one will be like political reward, not management. And that's what I'm saying, to government doing business is like you want the government to fail. It's like you want a depression. You want something like more close to recession. We can have a better economy if private is managed, because look at, for example, I can give you a good example. Look at somebody like yes. When you look at in terms of private, they look at knowledge. Look at somebody like Igade, somebody who can manage resources, can able to generate income for equity. But when you come to political, they looked at the person who is more popular in terms of the rating and more appealing to the public. They don't look at the based on the knowledge or expertise. So I think government using the NSSF money, the chances of it failing is succeeding with the NSSF money is almost 10 or 5%, but it cannot do business. Government always do things on political side and not on terms of expertise. Thank you.
Thank you. I want to give Kitao and then Bas and Robert question, also Benson and Joshua. So Kitao answer those previous questions briefly, and then I give chance to the other guys.
Okay, thank you. I will start with the age thing that I mentioned, that I was so much blasted, but I think there was a misconception of what I meant and what translated into the minds of many. In fact, in most of the cultures of Africans, especially in Kenya, even our wazes, when they started going for elderly meetings, you had to choose your firstborn or someone to be escorting you. Like in Kikuyu, they were carrying the stool for the mzee. It doesn't mean that the mzee is dying tomorrow, or it doesn't mean that the mzee is now not thinking, but you're modeling that son to become a leader tomorrow. That is what I just meant. I didn't mean that now Honorable Raila is not capable. No. I was just saying that Kalonzo is in time, because now if you look, Kalonzo and Honorable Raila, they are not of same age. Kalonzo is like his kijana. So that has been there ever since. And I think this extremism of thinking and attacking one another without a reason. Remember, we are here just to share and talk. We are here just to think together so that we can come out with something that will help us. If you say my father is old, is it a suggestion that he is dying? He's actually old, because anyone above 60 is old. That doesn't bring an idea of somebody thinking.
I think Kitao, you need to know that age has a context in this election. We know what they said and what they meant. So when you talk about it, people are easily can interpret. It's just like today in Kenya. Okay, maybe Waganga are all over the world, but when you talk about Waganga in the political context, people understand what you are saying. So don't try to tell us that
this is where we are wrong. This is where we are getting it wrong.
In our context in Kenyan election, and we know exactly what it meant.
This is where we are getting it very, very wrong, because now you are listening to me.
We can't get it wrong.
Give me time, please. Give me time.
No,
it was my time. You are stealing my time.
This is not a submission time. So I'm saying
you give me time to reply. You give me time to reply, and you are not letting me reply.
No, this is an interrogation time of your questions, because you are still resubmitting what you said, and we are not agreeing with you. That's why I'm saying this is a time we can censure what you are saying.
This is not fair, Mr. Wekesa. What I'm saying is, you should not listen to me as if you are listening to other people who maybe were attacking a certain leader. I'm talking on my behalf, not on behalf of those people. So what I mean is what I mean. I don't mean what they meant. I think that is clear. I was talking as me. And actually, I'm a very different person from those
Let
people.
me ask you now, is it by coincidence that all UDA supporters talk about H when they talk about Raila? And we should not talk about that context?
I'm not an UDA supporter.
Is it by design?
I won't answer the question. I won't answer their question, my friend. I'm talking about myself and my opinions. I think whatever you are doing now is wrong. If I start calling you Azimio, unless you admit that you are an Azimio.
There's nothing wrong to being Azimio. There's nothing wrong being Uda, my friend. These are two competing interests in Kenya, and there's nothing wrong identifying yourself with the government or even right now the default opposition. There's nothing wrong identifying with that, because these are competing ideas that will finally build our nation. So let's not act like you don't belong somewhere. And sometimes when we want to look like we are neutral.
I think Wekesa, you guys are losing it now. I think Gitao was saying something very, very simple. It is time for Baba to pass on the mantle. That is the thing. So,
no, but we don't expect you to advise Baba to pass on the mantle, especially after doing what they did to Baba. They are not the ones to advise us. Let Watu Azimio advise Baba on issues of retirement, but not UDA. We refuse, and we have a right to refuse.
It is amazing me so much that Mr. Wekesa, you are not even in Kenya. You are a person ambayo tunasema wameenda ng'ambo, and then that is the kind of attack you are doing now.
Wekesa is in Kenya. All right. Wekesa is in Kenya.
Wewe ndio ng'ambo.
Amekaa mzuri. Amekaa kama wa Kenya.
Peter Gitao,
I think we should change our mentality, surely. We should change our mentality.
Relax. Peter Gitao, I'm talking from Machakos County, some 3 kilometers from Wavinya Ndeti's office.
Okay, that's good. That's good. That is not a big deal. What I'm saying is we should change our mentality, because I said another day here that I was born in Nyandarua, and I was born together with almost all the tribes. So I have no big issues about other people, as maybe some people have. And when I talk, I even become so much surprised when somebody is blasting on me because I just mentioned something which is very normal. My father now is not even the age of Raila, but I call him Mzee. So it is not something that I had any intention. But now, what is in your mind is what you are fighting me for. That is not right. Okay, let us leave that alone. I'll create myself, and I think everyone who wanted to listen has understood what I'm saying. That every man should have a person that unless that man doesn't have a focus, is not a good leader. If you're a good leader, you should mentor someone so that you, even as you sleep, because we even say that professors and the doctors that we have, when someone dies and we bury him with the brain, if he didn't mentor someone, the brain is totally dead. But if he mentored some people and they are ready to be left to take the mantle, that person is still living. That is what literally I meant. I think that is what was in my mind.
Oh yeah, because I think you have taken a lot of time on that. Laira has mentored all of us. We are his mentors. We are going to be listening to him, and therefore I don't think we should just keep on listening to the explanation. We go to the next agenda.
Thank you. Let's have okay. Let's have Roba. Then we come to Benson.
Okay, I'm not going to take that long. Peter, I apologize if you think I went too far, but I think I've got your point. Thank you for clarification. So someone asked here about How are we going to build the economy? The thing of, you said, say what? The one thing you guys have to realize is this. Even the big economies, the big giants, the economy was not built overnight. It has to start from somewhere. The problem we have in our country is just like we don't think about the future. Here's one thing. People are talking about NSSF. NSSF right now, from what you have been saying, it needs reforms. So it's up the people in parliament and that to come up and do reforms so that we, from there, it can.
Peter, mute. Peter, get out, mute.
Oh, okay, thank you. So what I was saying was, it's up to our new members of parliament, even wherever it's in, so they can do reforms on this thing where you think the money is being lost. Another thing we have to bear in mind is this. Kenya, we depend on the economy of agriculture. But of latest, it looks like we are not doing well. Maybe because of natural disaster and other things. Maybe we are running out of land. But we should have people to plan what's next for us. Instead of us becoming a producing country, we are becoming a consuming country. And that's where the problem is. So where do we consume? Most of our things come from neighboring countries. Yeah, some politicians love them because they have invested in those countries and they are bringing those things back to Kenya. And now, going forward, here's what I hope as always a solution, how we should go. The one thing we have to do is now the Ruto government to come and tell us, or they show us how they want to invest. We have people, more especially Kenyans, who bring a lot of money to the country. So, like, if they want some people to invest somewhere, they should come up with a plan. The problem we have is just like everybody wants to grab. Kila mtu anataka tu kuchukua. And that one is not good. But the simple thing, like somebody talks about money circulating, and that's the way we can build it. I agree with you. And the best way we can do it is by having like some companies, instead of people waiting for 1 month to get paid, let's pay them every week or every 2 weeks. And because of that, money will circulate. And that's what many countries do. Developed countries, people get every 2 weeks, every 1 week, but waiting money for every month to get paid, that one is not going to make it. And another thing the government can do, or they can influence, or they can do whatever they can do, like the companies which are paying people, they should make credit available for those companies so they can pay their people. When people get paid, they want to spend money. If I get paid money, let's say every week or every 2 weeks, unaenda unachukua ya pesa na work kwa sukuma wiki and other things, si mambo ya hiyo unga vile imeenda pay, like, you know, that's how money comes out, and from there the economy will start picking up. But if we are just there and just waiting, grabbing and other things, we are not helping ourselves. So basically, let me leave it there. Like, just one thing. The one thing of governorship about Waiguru and the other guy, Orenku. I think both of them didn't even deserve to be, from their records, didn't even deserve to be one to serve as the chairmanship. Because Orenku, you remember when he was appointed as the security minister, that's when we had terrorists, and Waiguru has a record, a very bad record of corruption. Even, in fact, I don't think she won an election in Kirinyaga. I don't think she won. And from one of the people I think will be defeated when the court comes in will be Waiguru. Let me leave it there, and from there we can keep on just talking about it. Thank you.
Is biblical.
My time?
I mean, it's, honestly, yeah. The Bible says, a good man leaves an inheritance for his children. So, for those of you who are believers, you will also be fulfilling what the Bible says. And you could possibly go to heaven. for saving, you know? So we all agree that we have to raise our savings as a percentage of GDP. It is not possible for NHIF to continue receiving 200 shillings from people who earn as much as 1,500,000, 200,000. You have heard that it's even becoming expensive administering the 200,000. We've just been told here, if you continue with the 200 shillings, it's better to stop. Sinje tumeambiwa? So, good people, we have to do the necessary reforms, change the law, amend the regulations so that we can save appropriately. We've all been given the benefits of saving. It not only secures our future, it gets us the resources to implement and grow our country, to implement our plans, to fund our development, so that when we fund our development, we create jobs, create more savers, and make our country wealthy.
So Kitao, as you come in, play that clip because I know you are a man of interest in Ruto regime. So utatuambia. Let me ask you, as you answer those other things, you will answer this one. Why do you think Ruto is now considering it necessary to amend the law, change regulations, when he would have done that under the BBI time? That BBI time he talked about, ilikuwa anaongea mambo ingine. How did he package BBI? Alikuwa anasema nini, this thing has come just to steal our money. This thing has come to waste our time. Reke should be stopped. Why didn't he have a meaningful conversation at that time? Right now is when he's thinking we need to amend the law, amend the regulations. So respond, Mbuthia, to other issues, then you can also weigh in on that.
Thank you, Ekesa. Let me start by house business. I think all of us appreciate that politics is over. If we stick to the issues and diagonalize issues and intellectualize the issues, I think it will be very important for ourselves and also for you are. I think the time for
let me ask you, Benson, why do you think politics is over? And Ruto campaigned for 4 years. In fact, he never thought like politics should be over. Because he never restricted politics to a political season.
Wekesa, you set the agenda for the meeting. There are 4 agendas here. Some of the agendas requires us to intellectualize things, not to propaganda, not to play politics. So that also we inform each other. We discuss things from the point of knowledge. So as we discuss, let's also discuss from the point of knowledge. I think it is healthy. Having said that, let me weigh in on.
How does that stop the question I've asked you? Because I've asked you a very straight question.
No, Wekesa, be a good moderator. I'm not saying we should not play politics. There is politics in every aspect of this agenda. I'm just saying let's discuss now that we also want to move ahead as a country. We want to grow the country. Let's discuss things so that they benefit us rather than just playing politics throughout. We have a very good agenda here around social security and savings. Either way, it will be healthy for us. It will be healthy for a young man like Francis. And as I weigh in on the issue of the issue of a servant will save the money through 7 electoral cycle. Ruto will maybe administer 2 of them. So if France he will see Ruto, he will see maybe Sakaja or Raila or maybe Mutura Kalonzo. Normally, you retire having worked for 35 years within government. Most of the retirees have worked for between 35 and 40 years. President in his life cycle, and each president will come with rules, with their manifesto and rules. So basically, if we intellectualize some of these things, there will be other presidents, there will be other government and regimes coming along the way, because it's 40 years of your savings. I think there are two. As I end up bypass to kunywe pombe ya 250, I think tukiambiwa tutoe 1,000, I think it makes a lot of sense. It is healthy. It is beneficial. Actually, you contribute 1,000, your employer contributes 1,000, you have a saving of 2,000, you work for 350 months, you have 700,000. Number two, it is the issue of you build savings internally, and instead of sending the interest to China, you send the interest to NSSF. Some of the investments that have been done by NSSF, they cannot guarantee you 10%, including Tasia 1, Tasia 2. Those are money that went into drain. But if you put that money under the government, you are guaranteed 10%, and that's a security bond. Number two, I think I also wanted to weigh in on the issue of majority, because I think we are getting confused here, and I think we are browed by by politics. The rules is the speaker of the both houses will get the coalition agreement per the political act, the Political Election Act. Then they will make a decision, and I have repeated these times without number, that the tiebreakers are not even the people who moved from Azimio to UDA. The tiebreakers is where Azimio or to whatever, that will be the tiebreaker. I agree with whoever says that UDM is still tied legally, but is that number that Wetangula is going to decide with? I think the numbers that will make a decision are based on the independent candidate. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. I'll give Joshua to finish the rebuttals, and then we continue with submission from Jeff, the new people who have come in, Jeff and Nyumba.
Yes, I think on the issue of majority in the House, I think Benson is misleading us. I don't think where independent candidate feature in determining majority or minority in the House. Independent, they don't feature these things they only deal with the political party. But now, when you talk about independent candidate, it doesn't have any link to any party. So Benson, I don't think that independent candidate can determine whether Azimio will be a majority or Kenya Kwanza. And then on the issue of NSSF, the question that Wekesa asked,
why do you think Ruto is now interested on NSSF? But I remember during his campaign, he used to talk about NHIF. Right now, Ruto could be telling us about NHIF he has been talking about during his campaign. But now he's jumping on NSSF. He wants now the citizen to increase their saving from 200 to 2,000. I'm wondering why. Because we also have some companies who do save to the employers. I mean the employees, like wherever I'm working, we save 20,000 to each employee for pension. So you cannot now force me that you want me to save 2,000. I'll be asking you, why do you want me to save? Because I can also save on my own. It doesn't mean that I will save with the government. So the question that we are asking, why is now Ruto is now telling government, I mean parliament, to go and instill that thing in parliament so that it can be raised from 200 to 2,000. Either it's looking money that he can use to circulate in government, because I'm wondering, Ruto has been talking about NHIF. I'm expecting now this is the right time he should tell us that NHIF was talking about, but not jumping to NSSF. That's where I'm also being worried, that why is he now talking about NSSF? Yet during his campaign, I didn't hear where Ruto is saying that my government will increase NSSF from 200 to 2,000.
Thank you. And thank you. And as I bring in, wait. As I bring in Jeff, I think as our government of the day supporters are getting confused, because on one hand they are saying Azimio should play the role of opposition, and this is exactly what we are doing. When we raise questions, they now get agitated. So how do you want us to play the role of opposition if when we raise questions you have a problem with that? We have accepted, we have moved on, and we want to ask questions on every policy you are doing. And Joshua has brought up a very important point. And maybe even we may need to take it from how judiciary does its operation. If you file a petition and the evidence you did not put it there, and when during the time of hearing you now pull evidence from somewhere else, they will stop you. So these guys during campaigns, they give us a list of the things they are going to do. Immediately they are sworn in, they put them down, and they come up with a completely different manifesto, and they want to implement. And you want us to keep quiet, you don't want us to censure that? Because I'm sure even the voter who vote, leave alone even Azimio who are doing the oversight role, the voter who voted for UDA voted based on the campaign promises, not on how smart you are, you can navigate through issues and come up with what you think now can work. So allow us to play the opposition role, and we will censure everything else you bring on board. Monsieur Kope. So MK, what are you saying?
I was just supporting Joshua because there are many other products of investment. We don't want to get trapped by the government. I know they want to use this money of NSSF for the next campaign and for their personal gain. Ukitaka kusave your insurance companies, your investment groups, you can save 200, 2,000 every month, and eventually you'll get your money. Don't get trapped. Government they will not safeguard your money, and we have had it from experience. Let us not accept, and let us save. Unaweza save na Britam, international companies ambazo hata ukienda US unaweza withdraw your money, but hii NSSF is a game of musical chairs. Let us not buy that lie.
Thank you. Let's have Jeff now make his presentation.
Yeah, thank you so much, Mr. Lekesa. I don't intend to introduce anything new. I'll try to navigate around what the other members have been saying.
first of all, is to say that we have started well. The government of William Ruto is only 5 days in the office, and there are some critical steps that government has taken. And also, it is very also good on the side of the opposition, because they have said they are going to undertake their role of ensuring the government is accountable to the people. That is the only way as a nation we can grow, as a nation we can develop. And also, even the president and his team, they have welcomed the idea of being criticized. So even what we are doing here, we expect us to talk freely and to discuss the matters how they are. Though during the campaigns, I was siding with the UDA. What I would like the members to know is that right now, it is not about so much about the Kenya Kwanza, the Azimio. Those were just the campaign vehicles. We are Kenyans. And as Kenyans, what we expect from the government is that the government is going to serve all the people and serve all the people equally. Though you are supporting Raila Odinga, you have an expectation to the government that this government is my government. It is not the government of William Ruto. It is the government of the Republic of Kenya to serve all the people. And my wish and my desire, and should be the wish and the desire of all the people, that the government succeeds. Because if the government succeeds, as Kenyans, we succeed. If the economy grows, all of us, we benefit, regardless of whether you are in opposition or in the government. So the focus of the opposition and the government should to ensure that our nation develops, our nation grows, and the government succeeds. I would like to touch something. Somebody talked about the governor, the leader of the Council of Governors, and he said that Olelenku and Waiguru, they are not even fit to hold the office. One of the reasons he gave is that during the tenure of Olelenku, we had an attack in the nation of Kenya. That is something that happened, but we cannot let the performance of an individual because of one incident, bad and ugly incident that happened to the nation. It could have happened when anybody else was a leader of the national security. So we cannot say that he is incompetent because there was an attack. Any nation, even America, they had an attack, a very serious one. What if they reprimanded the minister or the secretary of security? Those are some of the things that happen and nobody expects them. You cannot say that somebody is incompetent because that person was a leader at that time. On the other side, let me just touch on the issue of Waiguru. Waiguru, yes, there has been so many things that has been said about Waiguru on corruption, but I want the people of Kenya to know that when I try to analyze the politics of our nation, sometimes I feel sad. It is pathetic the way we do our politics, because we think by attacking people, by character assassinating people, by propaganda, that if I try to pull Wekesa down and show that Wekesa is a bad man, that is the only way I can rise. And that has been the issue in Kenya. You try to destroy others completely, especially those people that are good performers. On the issue of Waiguru, we have institutions, and this is why it is good to criticize, and it is also good to give those good proposals. That if somebody has been mentioned on corruption, then what is the fate of that person? Do we subject our leaders on the court of public opinion and prosecute them? Or should we trust the institutions that we have, that this person will go through and that is why we should have very strong institutions.
We can't trust those institutions, brother. We can't.
Let me finish. Let me finish. Then you can talk, because I just want to finish this. What we should be agitating as the young people is to keep on talking about having strong institutions that should prosecute people regardless of the side they are in. And one of the things that made me happy is that the judiciary, which was relying so much on what the executive will say in terms of their money, right now they have been given their money. What should now be done is to ensure that the money they have is utilized prudently, and also make sure that we get competent people who cannot be bribed, so that they can be prosecuting people and prosecute them fairly. So we cannot subject our leaders into the court of public opinion. That does not happen in other democracies. When somebody has been pronounced innocent by the court, everybody should accept this person is innocent. But now the problem is there is a lot of corruption in Kenya. And that is why even now when people are talking here, I can feel that people have a lot of fear of unknown. Is this government going to steal from us? Even us who supported Ruto, we are not very sure how they are going to behave. But I hope that we keep on criticizing, but we criticize prudently, we criticize with knowledge, and we criticize not to destroy, but to build and to make our nation better. If there is just 1 minute, if you have 1 minute just to touch on something, just 1 minute, about the majority leader and the minority leader. Is it okay? I touch on that, then I keep quiet. I just want to read for you something here about the office of the majority and how it is, how they are supposed to choose the leaders. And this is what is supposed to happen. That the office or the Constitution provides that there shall be a leader of the majority party and a leader of the minority party. The leader of the majority party shall be the person who is the leader in the National Assembly of the largest party or coalition of parties. What I understand here is that based on the formation, Azimio had the largest coalition according to how the voting went. But remember, there is also an act of parliament which was passed by the National Assembly saying that you cannot jump from one coalition to the other before 3 months from the time of the election. So if Wetangula is going to be fair, he is supposed to say that Azimio is the largest party and they should have the majority leader of the National Assembly. And in the Senate, the Kenya Kwanza is the majority, is the party with the majority members and should have the majority leader. But now, I don't expect, because the moment you hear the president talking and saying, I already have this list, and you know Wetangula is from the side of the president, it means they have already talked, and you know in law we say there is always a lacuna, because they are likely to say that that act of parliament should not supersede the constitution, because the constitution gives the people the right to associate. So, and Wetangula will try to navigate around and make sure that Kenya Kwanza takes the majority leader of both houses. And that is how it will go. That is just my prediction. Thank you.
Thank you. Mudu wa nyumba.
Yes, sir.
Ni wewe sasa.
Asante Bwana Wekesa. Nimekusalimu Francis Joshua, Mr. Kamau, Jeff Mboro, Benson, Zalendo, Duke, and Captain. I greet all of you. I think I don't have much to say, but I'll stick to the topic at hand. I've heard Mr. Mboro, Jeff, and I'm in agreement quite a number of items. Some things are factual, and facts are facts. Numbers are numbers. You can't change them. Let me first of all start with the first item, that is Ruto's on NSSF. One thing, even before I talk about that, the speed that our new president is moving at is hazardous. It is overdrive. Overspeeding can cause an accident. Yeah, one needs to drive very carefully with a limited. You people in America, I know there are roads that are marked specific speeds. If you go faster or lower, you're sentenced. Okay. Yeah, the speed our president is moving and making major policy decisions is too fast. Needs to move carefully. We are dealing with the whole country, 50 million plus people. So on NSSF, of which I've been a victim myself, I was in government, I was a civil servant, and after retiring, not resigning 20 years ago, I got some of my benefits 2-3 years ago. Took almost 18 years to get the last piece of the whatever I had saved with the NSSF. It has been a disaster, NSSF. This has been a milk cow. And if you remember, you people, Mr. Francis Atwoli, the captain of Kotu, he has been at war with quite a number of many people. He's a member of the board running NSSF. And there's been a lot of thefts, thieving hands at the NSSF. It has been a milk cow, actually. There's a time he even was thrown out so as to allow more thefts to go on. I remember, I forget the name from one of the members of parliament from Coast. The name is disappearing from my memory. But he was actually among the people who are mentioned having stolen funds from NSSF. And actually, he was promoted. He even became a minister. I think he was taken to be a minister in the East African Parliament. Okay, so it's my fear that is it going to change? Are we trying to get more funds into NSSF so we can steal? Or no? Someone said, is it Jeff Mboro or somebody else? Our problem is corruption. And I remember I said even the other regime of Uhuru Kenyatta, he should not have talked of 4 pillars. She have taken only 1 pillar and the others would have fallen into position. The pillar is fighting corruption. Once you fight corruption, everything else will be in position. Leave alone the roads, the infrastructure, the agriculture, and whatever, and manufacturing. Once you solve the issue of corruption in Kenya, all the other pieces will fall into position. So I have fears that because I've said I've been a victim, taking almost 18 years to get to my many old people have retired, but getting their NSSF contribution has been held. Why? Because these funds have been diverted to other things, investment, where personal benefit, people benefit personally, okay? Buildings, land, and all that. The intention of NSSF was not to build buildings or to go and buy lands at the expense of the retirees. These are people in their sunset years, okay? It used to be 55 years, nowadays it's 60. At 60, then you take almost another 10 years before you get your benefit. Some die even without getting the benefits. So I have some fears. Why NSSF wants to take that direction. Okay, let me go to this Council of Governors. They set on Waiguru. It's okay. This is a yearly post, so I don't think there's much that can be done. The only thing I pray is that they go on actually giving power to the counties and more funds to flow to the counties. I think one of the issues, although it was bad report, was this BBI. More funds would have come to the counties, but still it doesn't need a constitutional change. At the parliament, they can change and have more funds coming to the counties. So I wish and I hope that Waiguru is going to lead the governors in the asking for the funds to flow down to the counties. There's no need of a lot of funds being retained at the headquarters, Nairobi. Let's say put agriculture. Agriculture is it's something that has devolved. But you see, quite the highest amount it still remains at headquarters, Nairobi. Only a small amount comes to the counties. Yet the counties are the ones who are supposed not to be running the agriculture. So I wish her well. Of course, there's some comments that have been made and they're true. There's some baggage. She's coming with some baggage, yeah, from the whatever there's in the service, okay. But people change. Let's hope she changes for the better. Kalonzo, we aren't interested in government jobs. Yes, it's true. But it's my fear. For example, the President, Dr. William Samoei Ruto, is not the president of Kenya Kwanza. Neither is he the president of UDA people. He is the president of the Republic of Kenya. The 50 million, the Kenya Kwanzas, the UDAs, the Azimios, all these are his people. As a father or mother, as a parent, how do you start loving some kids more than others? They are all yours. Of course, for example, let me give an example. What does he do with the people, Azimio people, who have been in government? They are there, civil servants. What do you do them? Do you sack them? They are Azimio. Okay? So I don't know. I don't like that. Of course, Kalonzo now, he says that maybe this on political side, the cabinet secretaries, the principal secretaries, maybe at that level. But even here on this panel, you can see there's some Azimio members. Duke is Kwanza, me, I'm Azimio. But we are brothers and sisters here. And Kenya has to move on. Of course, I refuse that politics stops. No, politics does not stop. It's always there. It depends on how we are playing it. Like now, Mr. Wekesa said, our current president played politics continuously, even after the elections in 2017. He was in politics all throughout. Okay? You can never stop politics. It's there. At national level, even at family level, there are politics. Church level, there's politics in it. There's politics everywhere and every other type, 24 hours. Politics is with us. Now, so I'm saying, I'm surprised that our president says that he is not going to engage other members of other parties. These are his people. He is the president of the Republic of Kenya. I think that's a misconception, saying that he's not going to employ other people from other parties. Majority slot battle in parliament. Yes. The leader of government business in parliament, okay? Actually, it says the pace of what the parliament is going to say. And some of them have not been very successful. Maybe like the last one for Jubilee. Kimemia was not Kimemia. There's one from Nyandarua. His name is escaping. He was not very effective, but some leaders are very effective. Remember Duale from Garissa. This is the man who was setting the pace for what is going to be done in parliament, and he was succeeding in every other thing he was doing until there was a fallout between Uhuru and Ruto. Okay, Duale was very effective. Now, the only thing that I want to mention here, our speaker, our current speaker, I hope he behaves or does his job like one. Who was this? Is escaping. In my memory, actually, now it's failing a bit.
Moses Masika Wetangula, and
yeah, that's our current.
To pray like Marende, Solomonic wisdom.
Like who?
Marende.
That's the name that was escaping. Marende was smart. Marende was a smart speaker. He led a parliament that was actually so divided. But the decisions was making, I liked them. I'm afraid I have not seen another speaker like Marende. Even our former immediate speaker, Justin, could not measure to that level of wisdom, no? So we pray that our new speaker plays it cool and correctly. That's why I'm saying facts are facts. Some would have said here the numbers of Azimio, the number for Kenya Kwanza. No, just buying, that's what they were buying MPs and all this the other day. but they are not effective after being bought. The law, although I know Mariba is going to challenge this, keeps on talking of the constitution, is that it has to take at least 3 months before you defect to the other party. So the status as we speak now, Azimio has got the majority. But the one now to fake it is the one who defected recently the other day, before the 3 months over, a part and parcel of Kenya Kwanza. No, it's not correct, factual. And I think although there are 3 arms of government, the legislature, the executive, and the judiciary, sometimes the judiciary can chip into the other one.
Anza kumalizia sasa.
Nimemaliza, asante. Nimefurahi atakuwa na nyinyi. Yeah, nimemaliza Bwana Wekesa. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Duke. Duke, then the captain.
Yes, good morning, good evening, wherever you are. I want to address a few issues. One, first of all, I disagree with the coalition agreement of Azimio. It's unconstitutional. But somebody said something here, because he said this: independent candidates are free to enter into any coalition at any point. Actually, they are treated as individual political parties. So you can decide what to do at any point. So if Kenya Kwanza decides, or we obey that all those members who were having an agreement with Azimio belongs to Azimio, but there were 10 independent candidates who made an agreement with Kenya Kwanza, and that agreement was deposited to the Register of Political Parties. So as the political parties provisions, they are members of Kenya Kwanza. They associate with that coalition. So just that alone means that Kenya Kwanza has the majority. So even if we obey that, and in any case, somebody like Amason King moved out of Azimio within 6 months before. Was it 6 months or something? Now, can we say now he is the speaker of Azimio? Because that political party moved out of Azimio within the time bounds where it should have not moved out. So by definition, can we say that Kingi is a member of Azimio or is the speaker of Azimio? So that's very critical. You have to talk about that. The fact that 10 independent candidates.
Duke.
Yeah.
You're making a very dangerous statement. We assume whoever is elected, I think that is presumed whoever is elected speaker does not belong on any side. He is the speaker of the parliament or is the speaker of the Senate. They play a bipartisan role. That's why he was not elected by members of one coalition. He was elected by, you are allowed even to mobilize vote across. So by being the speaker, you stand at a neutral point.
Yes, that's true. But I'm not trying to talk about biasness. I'm talking to the coalition which that person belongs. Even the president must be the president of all Kenyans, but he belongs to a particular political party or a particular coalition. So I was asking which coalition King belongs to legally. If you can answer me that.
Let me try to bring in another quagmire. You know, at some point, Jesus was asked if someone got married to this wife and died, and then got married to another wife and died, and got married to another. So when he appears in heaven, whose husband will he be? And then Jesus said, in heaven there will be no marriage. In other words, what I'm saying, that's where we need some Solomonic wisdom ruling, and we are expecting these guys Kinaweta and King to do it, because we all love this country. At the point of election, Kingi was still attached to Azimio by law, though he had moved away. So he's still waiting for that period of 3 months to end, is when he can officially divorce. So right now we are still saying he is in Azimio coalition. He may decide to vote the other side. And that's why we are saying by law, by fact, he's in KA. By law, he is in Azimio. And let's accept that there is that confusion.
Yes, also I want you to comment about those independent candidates who made a coalition with Kenya Kwanza. They were actually 10. And as per the constitution or by the provisions of political parties, independent candidates are free to enter into any coalition at any point. So,
okay, thank you.
What can you say about that?
Let me respond on that. You guys are selective in your own judgment of the law. At some point, you guys are saying there are provisions which are unconstitutional. So if as we maintain that tangent that independent candidates needs to be independent, then their marriage should not even take place. They should not belong to any coalition. They should remain independent. And that is the only person who demonstrated that is Okia Omtata. Okia Omtata said, I will never belong to Azimio. I will not belong to KAA because I'm independent. He understands his mandate as an independent candidate. So if you want us also to argue about the null and void and the unconstitutionalism of your KAA arrangement, we can package it. But you're only looking from one prism, because you have to propagate a certain narrative until you achieve the numbers.
You are confusing two things. First of all, there is no provision of the constitution which states that independent candidates must remain independent. But the act or the provision is for Azimio coalition, not the constitution. So it's the Azimio coalition which is stating that members of Azimio cannot move out of their coalition maybe before the 3 months after the election. So that provision is applying to Azimio members alone. But if there is another provision which says that independent candidates must remain independent, then you need to state it.
That is, I think, okay, let me put it this way. Independent in our constitution, whether we are talking about IEBC, in fact, when the judges were talking about the word independent, they invoked the word independent in that commission. What does it mean? And that is the autonomy IEBC was claiming. When you come to why we resolved that Kenya needs to have independent candidates, we were mitigating up against the bulldozing of the political parties, of people who want to propagate their personal ideas. And so the Constitution gave them that provision that they can also exist as individuals. So you cannot just lump them in a certain coalition and say now they are no longer independent, but they are part of this coalition.
You see, the Constitution actually says that independent candidates are like political parties of individuals. So it's like a political part of one person. That's how the Constitution defines an independent candidate. So these political parties, which are made of one individual each, are free to enter into agreements at any time they decide. But the honorary members of Azimio cannot do that, because it was a coalition.
You're contradicting yourself, Mariba.
No,
listen to me, please. If that one person, me now, Nyumba, I'm independent, and you are saying I'm a political party of one person, the same law that applies for other parties will apply to me. If it's 3 months after or 6 months before, the same should apply to me like any other party of even many people. Yeah. Secondly, can I be advised, Bwana Kesa, is Mr. Kingi going to take the speaker's post before 3 months over? Can I be guided by somebody who is knowledgeable on this? Since he's still in Azimio and the Kenya Kwanza confusion, is he going to wait for 3 months before he takes over the speaker's post?
I think I made that clear that speaker's post doesn't belong to a political party. You can be supported by whichever, even if we had an independent candidate in the Senate and stood for the speaker's post, and maybe both coalitions supported him, he will have won.
It's clear.
So it doesn't, speaker does, you don't have to be sponsored by any party. You can still even be an independent candidate and be chosen as the speaker.
It's clear, Bwana Kesa. Thank you. It's clear.
Okay.
To finalize on that, you see, Nyumba, that provision of not moving out within 3 months after the election is not a provision of all political parties, nor is it a provision of the Constitution. It's a provision of Azimio, because when you form a coalition political party, you have to come up with your own provisions or agreements, and you post that to the political party's registrar. Therefore, that does not apply to Kenya Kwanza, does not apply to independent candidates. So that must be clear as that. Let me move on to NSSF. NSSF is actually, we can talk about social security. It's one of the platforms which assists nations to take care of their citizens in many ways, be it housing, be it providing all manner of assistance. And if you take an example of countries which are advanced, for instance, China saves as a form of social security, it saves like 57% of its GDP. Here in Kenya, we are saving just 6%. Tanzania, it is saving 34% of its GDP. Uganda, it's saving 18% of its GDP. Therefore, it means that the government cannot access funds from within its borders to use as a welfare to its people. If, for instance, we have enough funds within the NSSF, you know, NSSF acts like a bank in a way, because a lot of people are depositing money every month, but they cannot withdraw that maybe until they are 55 years. So we would have like a huge savings which can be used to come up with a lot of projects. And one of it is it's housing. In other countries, by just your contributions, when you retire, you can even have an option of being given a house, because they are actually they save a reasonable amount. But here in Kenya, we have a provision which says that you have to save a minimum of 200. So that means, and Kenyans are fixed to that, all of them, almost 99% of them pay that 200. Then it means that we don't have that huge fund which the government can use to come up with a lot of welfare programs. For instance, in the US, we have nursing homes, over 25,000 nursing homes, and each nursing home is like an hospital in a way. So we cannot advance the welfare of people, be it housing, be it having financial stability after retirement, if we cannot increase that saving. And also because we are confronted with the huge debt, and in the future, we are not advised to continue borrowing from outside. So if we will be having this huge fund, the government can use it to come up with, for instance, housing and other projects which will generate income or create employment opportunities, because it's actually a fraction of people who retire every year. So like for a long period of time, the government will be always having a surplus to spend in mega projects instead of going to look for loans outside. And the disadvantage of borrowing from outside is this. For instance, if you take about the loan we took when Kibaki was the president, $1 was exchanging at 85 Kenyan shillings. Now it's 120. So it means that we are like almost paying double. Are you getting that? So because foreign debt is based on the dollar, and because we cannot, our economic growth and economic stability cannot be compared or cannot be consistent with that of US, it means if we are not growing at the same rate at the US, it means in the long term, 1 year or 2 years, 3 years, that debt continues to multiply. That's why, as we speak now, that all the revenues we correct, 52% is used to pay the debt every year. And then that 48% remaining, we take out like another 30% to pay for recurrent expenditure. So that means we are beyond our means. Therefore, I think that's a good idea and proposal so that we can increase that, and that it's as a way of creating the fund which the government can use. It's a way of preventing us to depend on other foreign nations to give us money to come up with welfare programs which are essential in Kenya. I think those are my brief submissions today.
Thank you for that, Duke. Let me play a very short clip as I bring in Captain.
Hapa tuko na shida mingi sana sana. Mafuta saizi ni 250 na kuna hii petroli moja peke yake, hizo zingine zimeisha kabisa, na unaona hii jam na hao watu wanategemea tupeleke porini, inabidi walale wote huko kwa sababu hakuna mafuta. Kwa hivyo tunaomba serikali yetu especially huyu Asla mwenzetu ambaye tumemchagua ashughulikie hii mambo. Hata imekuwa hii ndio wasi kuliko hata chakula. Kwa hivyo tunaomba serikali ingililie kati. Saizi mafuta ni 250.
Mafuta imepanda zaidi, inabidi tulale diesel na tujui mahali ya kulala. Hakuna pikipiki inaenda, hakuna magari inaenda. Kwa hivyo tunaomba mheshimiwa wetu Ruto ambaye tumekuchagua juzi, tafadhali utuangalilie. Nawaambia viongozi wetu wote atuangalilie, mambo ni ngumu, kiangazi ni mbaya. Tunahangaika, tunataka kubeba maunga ya ng'ombe, hatuna uwezo, pesa hakuna, jana mafuta imepanda. Kwa hivyo hata hatuwezi enda nyumbani, hatuwezi kwenda kuona watoto, tafadhali utuangalilie.
Now, as I bring in Captain, I know you will weigh in what people have said, but you can also, at your own time, also weigh in on what is happening here. You see, even if the government has good plans to withdraw subsidies and focus on things that will develop our economy, do you think it was a prudent idea to just withdraw all subsidies at once, mafuta, food at once? I'm told that for people who are addicted to drugs, if you have to cancel them to get out of that process, then you have to do a slow process. You adjust You don't just wake up one day and say, man, everything. The system will crash. So did the government thought out well when it decided that it just have to wake up one day and say all subsidies are gone, then they are having an alternative way of doing things. So you can weigh in on that shortly and other issues we have been talking.
Bwana Wekesa, can I ask Duke Omariba something, please, with your permission? I said there was a lot of thefts at NSSF, and it has been. What will change from the thieving hands, even when the monies, the investments have increased? And Franz Atwoli has been at war with these politicians who have been stealing funds from NSSF. He has been a board member of the board that is running NSSF. There's a man who knows what he talks about. So if we increase what the amounts in NSSF, what measures have been taken to safeguard this money from the owners? I've said many people have retired and they die even before they get their NSSF because that money is invested in buildings, in the land for personal gain among some people. What are the measures, Bwana Omariba, please?
Duke, briefly.
You see, that was the case before the NSSF Act. If you read the NSSF Act of 2013, your benefits must be processed within 6 months. That's a provision, it's a directive. But previously, before that, there was no clear provision. So individuals were trying to, so that's the reason. But as from 2013, if you read the NSSF Act, your benefits must be processed within 6 months from the time you retire, all of it. Also, there are individuals who may decide, I want maybe to be given small installments every month until I die. So it depends which package you apply for or how you want to get the benefit. It depends which benefits are you saving for and how do you want to receive your savings. Also, to comment on that clip which Bernard has played is about panic buy. Remember, there was rumors that the price is going to be 250, and panic buying is bad even during the COVID. So if individuals try to buy with the fear that tomorrow the price will be high, the shortage will set in, and that actually was the cause. But right now, the price is 179. That's petrol, and there is the fuel is available.
Okay, Mr. Captain.
Yes, how are you, everybody?
Tuko poa sana bwana, mmetunyonga mafuta kwa nini?
Wewe unalalamika na sura yako inaisha vizuri sana, uko salama.
Ulisema tuwapatie kiboko nyoroshe cartels. Mbona mafuta yamefika 250 na inafaa kuwa 179?
Hiyo ni cartels, hiyo wameweka 250. Mafuta ni 179 vile umesikia Omariba amesema. Hawa ni mikora hawa.
Nyorosha cartels, ulisema tumekupatia kiboko.
Tuliweka Biblia chini. Hawa cartels ndio tunawataka. Naona. Sasa iko hivi. When I was listening on the other side, and I heard of somebody talking about Ole Lengu and this governor of Kirinyaga, that she is incompetent, she's not supposed to hold any office, and Ole Lengu the same thing. And then Jeff Mburu came in. Jeff Mburu came in to prevent Ole Lengu that he was on defense, and so many things happened, which is not, which cannot be used to criticize anybody. Anything can happen. It is fine, Mburu. Anything can happen by accident, or even it is unknown. But you did not, Mburu, you did not tell us anything about the governor of Kirinyaga Is it that we have to assume that anything can happen even when the money of NYS is being taken by sacks along the streets? Can we agree that anything can happen on that? Because the other day, I saw Anne Waiguru when she went to Upper Hill, Capitol Hill, to see Baba. Some of us from this other side of KK or UDA, if I'm not wrong, we were crying so much that she went to Capitol Hill for laundry. But the same Anne Waiguru now is on our side. We did not do any laundry, but we accepted her the way she is. We are not complaining. What is wrong now? Now that she's incompetent when she's on this other side. We are speaking double standard because we are fighting some people when they are not on our side. When they go the other side, we start crying on this other side. Are you saying? So Jeff Mburu, are you agreeing that Anne Waiguru she's competent enough to be the governor of Kirinyaga and the person, I don't know, chairperson now for the governors? That is my question to Jeff Mburu when I was saying that he should not run away. Again, this thing of majority thing in parliament, I try to study this thing and I see Azimio, they have numbers. I've seen that thing the whole day. Azimio, they have numbers. Because Azimio, walikuwa na akili mingi sana. Wakaweka Azimio ikuwe chama, sio coalition. Sisi kama Kenya Kwanza, tukifanya hesabu za MPs ile tuko naye, ni upande wa UDA peke yake. Na Kenya Kwanza sio party, ni coalition. Azimio ni party. If I'm not wrong. If I'm not wrong, Duke, that is how it is. Azimio is a party. How? Tell me.
What in Parliament or in the National Assembly of the Senate, we are talking about the majority or the minority leader of the coalition or the party. So it depends which one is which one is applicable. So in this case, coalitions are applicable.
Am I reading the different constitution? Or
read
what?
Article 108. Read it. 108.
Later on, not now. But okay. Now let's come to these guys of independent. You told us that they can move to any side at any one given time. Is that the definition in the standing orders or in the constitution?
Yes, actually, it's actually applicable to all Kenyans and all political parties, which makes the agreement of Azimio to be legal. It states, if you read actually Article 36, that is freedom of association. It says any person or a group of persons are free to associate or dissociate to or into any grouping, be it political, religion, at any time. It states that way. So you cannot, for instance, if I decide to become a Muslim today, you tell me you have to do that after 1 year. So that actually it states that way.
No, Duke, there is something.
Let's help
you are
Duke
confusing
with
this thing now.
Let's help Duke with a very simple example. If they tell you that before you move to the next marriage, you have to divorce, do you invoke the Constitution and say that I have freedom of association?
But if you want to move, no, there is a procedure of moving out. For instance, if I want to divorce, I divorce. But you can't say if you want to divorce, you can only divorce after 3 years.
Exactly.
So that's the illegality.
The argument is by the way, most divorce is a process. You cannot wake up today and then in the evening you have divorced. You will go through a process. And that's why they have given you within that, after 3 months, you can do that process. And the reason why they did that, they also wanted to mean that you cannot belong to 2 coalitions at any given point of time. So what is legally binding is the first coalition you belong to. Until the 3 months are over is when you can initiate a process of going, leaving, and then joining. You don't join, then leave. So in fact, you are talking about too much illegalities, but it is people who have moved to KA that are performing illegalities, because you can never belong to any coalition, any 2 coalitions at a particular time.
Unaona Duke ameshindwa, hana jibu ingine, ameangalia kando. So
oh, I can respond to that.
This time round,
can I respond, Captain? Just 1 minute. You see, Wekesa, that provision is for Asimio. Is it clear? It's not for all political parties. It's for Asimio. Is that true or false?
Let me share the clip of the registrar of political parties. I think you will understand what she was saying.
The manner in which a political party joins and the manner in which it's supposed to exit. So the political party should actually, and that is one of the areas we check. Among the Schedule 3 issues that we check is whether the party has provided the manner in which a coalition member can be added, or the way one of the coalition partners can exit. So to us, what is important is that once you address yourself to either joining or leaving, then you must address the argument, the issues, the way it is captured in the argument, the manner in which then you sign to, this is the manner in which you shall exit from the coalition. Yeah.
When they come to you, how does the law allow you to move forward with severing those ties, allowing them to each go their own way?
The first thing is to address the coalition itself. The coalition, the party that may want to exit from a coalition, then should first of all address itself in the coalition. So us is to just guide the process through which they committed that this is the process that we shall use to exit from the coalition. We just remind them this is what we provided in manner of joining and in manner of living. So the coalition is the one that has the mandate to make resolution around how the party should then exit from the agreement.
She has addressed the issue of internal mechanism even before you exit the coalition. Those parties that have left, they have not even initiated that process. The internal mechanism of sharing their grievances and why they want to leave the coalition, that thing has not happened. It has not, they have not. So you cannot just wake up one day and say, I belong to the other coalition. There is a process, Duke, that needs to be followed. Kindly.
You see.
So let me respond, then we allow Nani Captain to finish.
Yes, it's true.
More time to share.
Yes, it is true. There is procedures and provision which has to be followed. However, we are talking about illegal procedures or illegal agreement. A contract can be invalid if it does not embrace the principles of the Constitution. Those who are moving out, they are saying that they were forced to enter into that agreement. Some of them, they were not shown the documents of the agreement. And if you scrutinize the procedures of coming up with the contract, or what defines a valid contract and an invalid contract. For instance, I said yesterday, if I cannot enter into a contract with you, and then we agree and that go and kill somebody. So then if you don't kill that person, I take you to court. So if what was agreed is illegal, then that cannot move forward. Also, that does not apply to the independent candidates. So I think I can conclude for the sake of time.
Thank you. Let's have a captain finish in 1 minute.
So I think if tomorrow or the day there will be in parliament, I don't know when it will be, I see Azimio taking the thing, because in the first place, the people, they have not even launched to exit from the coalition itself. They are still in that coalition, and that is how the speaker is supposed to rule. I was asking something, Jeff Mburu. I don't know if Jeff Mburu is around or ni kama amelala.
Yeah, utamuuliza baadaye akiamuka.
So I don't have any other thing to say, because those things of NSSF and whatever, I'm not aware of what has happened. I see kusikiza hiyo leo. I was just following what was happening.
In 1 minute, as you wind up now, your boss has talked about NSSF kama that idea ya savings inatoka kwa Biblia. And people who are saving can easily go to heaven. Why are you guys spiritualizing everything in this political process?
Because this thing is spiritualized in a way that they know the other side, they don't know anything about the Bible. That is why we are taking the advantage of the Bible to attack you guys. That is the only last book or the last book that cannot be talked about. When we come to fungua kitabu ya Matthew chapter fulani verse fulani, baba anaangalia chini, hiyo imeisha. Unaona? That is the advantage you are taking from you guys if you don't know that. You remember even during campaign you were taking so many advantages. When we tell people in public that bora usiue watoto wangu, who has said that? Who told my president that watoto wako walikuwa wanauawa? We were taking advantage of every weakness you had to win these votes. You didn't know that. And even what is happening in court right now, don't think that we are swearing in charges just for the sake of swearing in. Hapo mbele kuna kitu. Let's continue. Jeff Mburu, any word?
Jeff, kusikia swali yako, rephrase your question na ajibu ndio tuende kwa Disha.
Oh, there was a question. Sorry, I had another call, so I didn't hear.
Sorry. Sorry for that. I was asking, there was a speaker who was complaining that the governor for Kirinyaga, who is now I think the chairman of the governors, she is not fit for even to hold any office. And during your submission, I heard of you, ulikuwa unamtetea Ole Lenku sana when he was the interior CS. That the problems that happened in Kenya during his regime, like Al-Shabaab or all whatever, it is not because ni kitu alipangia ama alipendelea. Something can happen. Hata ukiwa in that docket, anything can happen. But you didn't tell us anything about Han Waiguru when she was carrying pesa kwa gunia pale kwa street, pesa ya wananchi ya NYS. You didn't tell us when she went to Capitol Hill, akakuwa cleaned this other side of UDA or KK by then, walilalamika sana. Pesa zimepotea, tunapatiwa catwalk, mtu ameenda Capitol Hill ameoshwa. Lakini sasa saa hii si tuko pamoja. How is this? I think this is double standard, double speaking.
So, yeah, it's a good observation. I would like to borrow the new terminology in Kenya, opaque. There is a lot of opaqueness in how we do things in our nation. First of all, hatuwezi tukajua kwa hakika sisi kama wananchi wa kawaida what was happening in Kirinyaga. And you know, politics, we normally say it's a dirty game. And that's why I said bottom line is to have these other independent institutions that are not supposed to be involved in politics doing their work effectively and efficiently. Because if we rely on the politicians to tell us who is corrupt and who is not, we will never know. We will never, for sure, we will never know. Because, Captain, if I am your opponent in Kenyan politics, I must look for what to say, whether you have done it or not, and I'll say it. Like now, for instance, you have said about money in sacks. Kama unaweza tuambia hapa kwa Mutebei, utuambie kwa hakika hiyo pesa wewe uliona ama ni kusikia? Uliona hiyo pesa? Ani Waiguru kuna mahali alionekana na pesa kwa
Kafura acknowledge it, but Kafura acknowledge alibeba pesa na mfuko, even in a testimony, in affidavit.
Those are
Kafura acknowledge affidavit is sweet in a court of law. You cannot take rumors in court of law, and Kafura acknowledge it.
That is
why are you defending criminals?
No, my friend, me, I don't attack like that. Let us be gentle. Let us have emotional intelligence. Try to understand where we are coming from. I believe this group is a group of intellectuals that even if you have to say something against what I'm saying, you wait, I finish, then you say what you want to say. That's what gentlemen do. This is what I'm trying to say. Even if I say that I acknowledge Captain is a criminal, in law we say that you should not only be fair, but you should be seen to be fair. That is why we say you have to prove beyond reasonable doubt, not in the court of public opinion, but in the court of law. And that is why I'm insisting we should try everything possible as the young people to talk about our judiciary, if our judiciary is seen not to perform its duties the way it's supposed to be. Because if the judiciary is not competent, we will be reprimanding people in the public, even when they are innocent. And other criminals will continue to hold public offices. That is why we say that the law should be final in a country. We should be governed by the rule of law, not the mouth. I can come here and say anything about Raila Odinga, but does he become what I have said? The only person who can prove whether what I am saying is true or not is the investigative agents, is the court of law, by the competent people who are professionals in those fields. But what do we do in Kenya? Tunakuja hapa tunasema wani Waiguru amefanya hivi, amefanya hivi, amefanya hivi, but are you able to prove? Because he who alleges must be in a position to prove that. Sometimes people who are very competent, by the way, we lose people who are very, very competent through propaganda, through character assassination, and such kind of things. In the nation of Kenya, unakuta mtu amepigwa, nimekuja hapa, nimepiga Wekesa, hata akijaribu kusimama mbele ya watu wanaona ni kitu baya. Na labda ni kwa sababu niliona Wekesa is better than me. That is not how we are supposed to do.
Jeff, it's
yes,
okay,
please.
but you know, sometimes when you also allege things, you live by it. You know, when you come here and start saying that we need to behave as intellectuals, for me, intellectuals think in 3 dimensions. You have a narrative that you are propagating. It doesn't look intellectual. So you also know that there are even cases that have happened. You see when someone who has maybe shot someone on a TV and everybody has seen. But this guy goes to court and that case dies dead. And you want to tell us that because the court did not grant the prayers of the petitioner, we have to let that thing go just like that? So even the constitution you are quoting says the people, the power belongs to the people. So where these courts you are exalting and making them look like demigods, when they fail to give us the justice we want, we still invoke the people. This government we are now have enthroned, the Kina Ruto and Kashakwa, they differed with the executive, they differed with the other processes, and they said we are going to get power from the people. So what are we saying? You cannot just dismiss the people's opinion and say that we cannot go in the public opinion. Because most of these crimes, let me tell you, most of these crimes happen in the vicinity of the people. It's only that we have nowadays clever people who will commit crime and get away with it, destroy evidence. So when someone destroys evidence, it doesn't mean he's innocent. The court, yes, can declare them innocent. But still, if someone died, he died. Whether we may not trace the evidence to who killed him, but at least we have a clue of what happened. So that does not in any way mean that this person remains, okay, the court has declared him not guilty, but we still have issues with that person. We still can raise issues, and that's why democracy grows. We say that maybe at this point our systems cannot give us the justice that we want. But how do we improve our systems? How do we improve our courts of law? For example, today Kalonzo has told us, in somewhere, was it in Seoul, where Fort Kenya got one slot and Wiper got 2 slots. He is able to prove, but Fort Kenya was given 1 nomination and Wiper was denied. But IBC has just decided to give a blind ear to that. So let me ask you, in such a place, can you just come here and declare, because we have institutions that are mandated to do this, once they have ruled, it's final. So once the IBC has ruled that Fort Kenya needs to be given 1 slot, even there, when you can see glaring injustices, you keep quiet. You have to talk about it. So that is the conversation we need to have. Our democracy is still growing, and it doesn't mean that even when our courts have unanimously agreed and done something that looks unjustly in the public opinion, we should just clap hands and say, because we want to grow our institution. We grow our institution not by singing Hosanna to them, but criticizing them, holding them accountable, and they deliver the justice that we want as a people of Kenya. So I want to bring in Disha.
Okay, I'm finishing Wekesa in 1 minute, in a second even, in fact.
Utamaliza kweli?
Saa hizi tu.
But I wanted to say something on what you have just submitted, because you were like talking about what I just said. But it's fine. You can go ahead.
Okay, because I learned you when you are the body language. The only thing that I can say is that I remember there is a day Raila said in foreign countries or in overseas countries, you ask a police officer akuonyeshe barabara, unapelekwa mpaka kwa nyumba. Hatutaki nchi ambapo unauliza askari njia ama kuonyeshe benye unaenda, uko na kitambulisho, unatoka wapi, unaenda wapi. Hiyo ndio umejibu mambo ya Waiguru. Hivyo ndio umejibu hivyo ya kuuliza uko na kitambulisho. So you are asking me if I have evidence about what pesa ilibebwa kwa gunia. It is in the public domain. Kama pesa ile Waiguru alichukua tungekuwa naye, Ile pesa Kisii inatumika vibaya, ile pesa mi najua kwangu Uasin Gishu inatumika vibaya na other counties and other places, tungekuwa tumebunguza hii deni. Hata hii unasikia wamama zao wanalia, wanalala busy sababu hakuna mafuta. Ula akona mafuta, ameficha mafuta, bei at least tena ipande ndio ause. You know, these from whole things, we are the ones causing and we can avoid. Unaweza kuwa unaumia pande ile, unafikiri unaumiza mwenzako, haita kukujia, lakini inakukujia in a different way. Sasa nimemaliza.
Okay, si Mburu Sili, wacha nipatie Disha kwanza and then we can rebuttal. I know there are other issues also will come up.
Thank you, Wekesa. Tani wasalimie nyote. Hamjambo. Let me say something. Sometimes I get into this forum and unasikia vitu zinadiskasiwa zinajenga ama zinakuelimisha, but sometimes I think we narrow down to so basic things like ati sisi tumeamua, yet hata unajua mwenyewe hata you are not even in that table ya kuamua anything in these political parties. I think sometimes we need to get into things and at least tujadiliane vitu substance. Tukisema oh mimi sasa sisi tunafanya hivi. Sometimes I think we do injustice even to followers wa hii kipindi. Maybe sometimes even tunafaa hata kuita watu at least wako na substance in some fields or something. But tukikaa hapo na elections ziliisha kitambo bado tunasema oh sisi tunaamua hii, sisi tunachagua nani. Those guys wanatafutanga cheo na hata huko hapo hata karibu hapo. So wasting one time of your hour to discuss mtu mwingine hata hakujui. I think sometimes we better discuss issues that are facing the country and what do you think are possible solutions. Ikiweza fika hata some point tunaweza andika memo kama group to the government, then we'll be doing something. Sometimes it doesn't help for us to be discussing here all day in, day out. There's nothing we can change in that government. If we can be able to do something to say, leo we are writing a letter to the president, at least you are doing something. Hata kama itafiliwa, ama you are writing a memo, ama a letter to one of the stations in Kenya, then you'll be doing something. Okay, let me say something about where we are, the economy as mahali tuko saizi. Nilikuwa nasikia campaign za the current government wakisema the problem that Kenyans ina face mostly small scale ni lack of finance. Wacha tu nipatie swali. I don't know nani anaweza nijibu hii swali like okay Duke wewe ndio if saizi ukapatiwa capital like given like umepatiwa like 10 million Kenya shillings, what would you do?
I will invest in businesses which will generate profit.
Give me
For
an
instance,
example.
Real estate.
Yeah.
Something like real estate. Actually, I will go to real estate, something of that kind. I will not consume. I will invest something which will generate profit and income.
Okay, let me get from Francis.
So to me, I will either look either under financial market or capital market. You can look either for treasury. I can buy something like treasury bills. I can either trade on national stock exchange. I can also invest on things to do with actually capital deals with mostly about the machinery, things to do with farming. I can invest on those regions.
Okay. Why would you want to invest in such areas? Because if you put your money in the money like the treasury bonds and treasury funds, you'll be waiting like for 1 year to get interest, right? you'll be getting at most like 10% of the money in interest, right?
Yes.
Okay, let me bring you to this. Sometimes nasikianga watu wakisema the main thing that is ailing our country is corruption, which is not disputed. There's a lot of corruption in the government. But there's another ailing thing that we have in the country. If you look at the Kenyan economy, we are a net importer. That means we are getting almost 90% of what we consume in Kenya from other countries. That is one of the reasons why and you know, most of the imports are pegged against the dollar. That is why if you look at, for those of you who are born like, they know what the 1980s used to look like. If you look at the exchange rate between the dollar and the Kenya shillings at the moment, you'll be shocked. Reason why? If you're depending on imports, that means if like the way I asked you, Francis, maybe you look at machinery. Where will you get that machinery? We don't manufacture any machinery in Kenya. What will you do? You will import the machinery. You will import the machinery. What do? You are transferring our money outside the country, right? One of the reasons why the earlier years our balance of trade was better is because we used to export as well. You need to balance the trade. Like the reason why countries like China are thought to be even almost overtaking the US is that they are a net exporter. So they do almost everything in their own country, not only to satisfy their population, but also enough to export. So the problem facing our country is that if I give you money right now, what do you think the first thing is? What can I go buy in China to come and resell? That means we are not producing anything to resell in our country. What are we doing? We are forcing money out of our economy, right? You want to ask something?
You know, you have talked about China, and what has happened in China is that majority of USA firms are operating in China because of the cheap labor. But you know, in problem in Africa, we have xenophobia, we have problem with foreigners. When Europeans appear here, you say they want to colonize us. When the British appear here, they want to invest, we chase them away. When during post-election violence, what we do, we torture down the businesses. So we create a conducive environment that nobody wants to be associated with it. China, you can confirm to me that majority of USA firms are operating in China because of cheap labor.
Okay, let me finish. Then somebody can raise that. Let me finish. Okay. Let me tell you whether USA.
Disha, also before you move away from that, you want to separate these two things. For me, but I still one borrows from the other one. When you talk about Kenyans so much focused on corruption, but you think our net import is the problem. So how did we arrive there? Because we killed our own local industries.
I will get there. I'll get there.
Mumiasi, we have killed in Zoya. We have killed even the milk industries. We have killed the maize, the basket, the backbone of our nation. And most of the time, even sometimes we prefer importing maize because we know through corruption we will create wealth from that. And so corruption has literally changed the priorities upside down, that we look for avenues of creating money. Even when people are now trying to run away from the external borrowing and come back to local borrowing, Kenyans are still fearful that even this local borrowing, we are going to, and that's why we are talking about NSSF. This money will be squandered. They want Kenyans to pump that money, and then someone will misappropriate it. So corruption still, net import is secondary. The problem that made us to arrive there was we decided that we are not good stewards of our own resources. Briefly, that's what I can say.
Okay, thank you for raising us, Wekesa. I was headed there. That is the reason why I was addressing that. I tell you, I'm not. I say corruption is one of the major issues. Like, let me get to where we are getting. When corruption has gone into our blood and our systems, then what are we left to do? We close the companies that you're talking about, like Mumias. When you close Mumias, what are you saying? When you close factories that used to manufacture textiles, what are you saying? When you close the oil refinery in Mombasa, what are you saying? There are so many things. That means we need to import finished goods, right? When the cost of power is like almost 10 times like in other countries, who wants to manufacture anything in Kenya? Do you know, like, there are people who manufacture even tissue paper in China and just label it in Kenya? So what happens is that we need to be thinking about how do we get either we get self-sufficient in producing what we are able to produce and be able to export the extra, instead of depending like 90% or 95% on importation. When you look at countries like the US and countries like South Africa in the automobile industry, Toyota does not. They don't buy cars from Toyota direct from Japan when it is at the buy and drive. They do their assemblies and even manufacturing of some parts. You are not allowed, like in the US, like very few vehicles inaweza importiwa ikiwa complete from Japan. Like you have a Toyota assembly line, you have a Honda assembly line, you have almost every vehicle. Lakini Kenya tunafanya nini? Wewe Wekesa, ukipata pesa yako kama milioni moja, unatupa hiyo yote, zinaenda wapi? Zinaenda Japan. You are not employing anyone. Kwa hiyo pesa yako usharusha tu huko, lakini when it gets to some other countries like South Africa pia inafanya the same. You are not allowed to import a car, unalete tu hivyo. Ukitaka gari, Toyota imeambiwa conditions kwamba you will do your assembly line in South Africa. Lakini sasa that is what I'm trying to get to. Like, we need to get to a point that we focused on production, then we can be able to be self-sufficient. Like sahi huwezi funga border za Kenya uambie ati amute import mahindi, watatoa wapi? Hakuna hiyo mahindi, you get it, because we are not producing that maize. Okay, thank you.
Na Mzalendo ako na swali na Duke.
Hata unajua, thank you Ndish for whatever your analysis. In the beginning ulisema vizuri sana, if you're given 10 million, what are you going to do with it? Mtu anakuambia in Kenya everybody thinks about real estate as a safe investment opportunity. But the other investment opportunity, like in the consumer industry, what you consume each and every day, how can I make it easier for the locals to get? When I wake up in the morning, kitu gani ya kwanza naangalia? Breakfast. And breakfast, if I can make it easier for people to get it without kuwasha jiko, that is good money. That is where I can put my money. And there is also internet business. This is a very, very good opportunity to diversify. And Kenya, I think there should be we have legalized corruption. It's our way of life. We are waiting. People are just waiting for their turn to eat. I remember there is a Mzungu Dominion. They came to Kenya and invested in Siaya. And due to corruption, Dominion closed their industry to Siaya. That industry was employing over 4,000 people. And the Mzungu, when asked, he said, the Siaya County governor used to ask for bribe. The local leadership, they used to come with a truck, wanataka mchele for free. And the guy had put up a college there. Now it is shut down. He had put up a school there that it's not even running now. The industry is closed. And it was the industry was built in a swamp. It was a factory that they had planned to expand and even build a sugar factory. So bad politics and corruption close that industry. So we have to be very, very careful. Corruption is on both sides of the divide, whether it is in Azimio or UDA. These leaders are, most of them are corrupt, or they are just waiting for their turn to be corruptible. So hiyo ndo shida iko Kenya sana 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 sana, but there is no way we can build the economy of Kenya without industries. Hakuna. There is no way an economy has ever been built without any industry. So we must be in the manufacturing industry. We must be in the technological industry. So to ensure, and even in health industry, kutengeneza madawa na vitu kama hizo zote ni pesa, and they will employ a lot of people. So we need an economy that is running on a daily basis, not an economy that runs at the end of the month. Ati mwisho wa mwezi ndio watu wako na pesa Kenya. Like if you go back in the village, them days, the people who are running the economy in the village are teachers. So ukienda at the end of the month, between the days, everybody is borrowing. That at the end of the month, mwalimu anapata mshahara, the economy of that area booms on 30th and or 31st, and the economy inainuka juu. Then there is another colonial aspect in the rural areas where we come from, that there are these market days, particular market days, like, Friday is a market day, Monday is a market day. I mean, that is the only day you can take your produce to the market and sell. So hizi siku zingine zote uko njaa mpaka hiyo Friday ifike. Let us make an economy that runs almost on a daily basis, and people to have money that is circulating amongst ourselves, and that way we'll grow the economy of our country. Thank you.
Asante. Duke, you had a question or a comment before?
Yes, what I wanted to say, what this and Msalenda have said, they are facts. However, for any person to invest anywhere, if maybe you want to set an industry in Kenya or in a particular part of Kenya, the first consideration is, who are there people who are going to buy my product? That's number one. So as much as you advocate for attracting foreign investors to come and invest in Kenya, they have to consider, are they going to sell their products? For instance, you talk about cars. You want to compare Toyota to put a manufacturing plant in Kenya. But 95% of Kenyans buy second-hand cars. They can't afford new cars. So the economy will start from ensuring that the individuals within the borders of Kenya have sufficient money, that's increasing the purchasing capability of the citizens, so that they can demand or purchase more goods and services. And when demand increases, it means there is an investment opportunity which comes up, because people set up industries, people set up manufacturing plants because they are targeting demand. So you set an industry where, if I set an industry somewhere, there are people who will buy that product of mine. So when Kenyans will have money, and then they will be chasing goods and services to have foreign investors. So addressing actually ensuring that the common man has access to capital and has reasonable income is critical as well.
Kesa, I want to add something. Just a minute. I won't take even a minute.
Okay.
There's this story. I mean, this is a very, very sad story. It happened to me. There was a day I was exporting a car to Sudan. I drove to a port here in the US. And you see, before you reach the port in the US, there is somebody called an agent. They have to pick you so that you enter the particular port. So you'll be driving behind their car. And it is so efficient that within 10 minutes, you have done you are done with the clearing of the vehicle and you move out of the port. Now, the sad reality is that while we are moving in the port, there were so many vehicles. Then I asked this lady, why are there so many vehicles like this? Like maybe over 1 million vehicles are scheduled to be exported in Africa. He told me these vehicles are for stupid Africans. These vehicles are, they have hit 200,000 miles and they're being taken to West Africa. They buy them like hotcake. So we have not protected our industries in Africa. Anything can come in. Ndio unaona vitu bandia zinakuja. So we need to safeguard our industry and ensure that at least, even if you are going to create a domestic industry, for example, kitu kama toothpick, we are still importing toothpick. Vitu kama toothpick, tissue paper, vitu kama hizo. I mean, jameni, and we have engineers, we have who have graduated in our universities, and they cannot even come. And another law, Wekesa, I wanted this. I mean, let us think of a way of, utilizing this money that these corrupt people wamepata. So instead of taking a corrupt guy in jail, muulize tu, hey, uliiba 4 billion. Sasa we have an option here. Hii 4 billion, we want you to create an industry. Think. Juu wewe unajua kuiba sana. Hii pesa tunataka uweke kwa industry mahali, ununue shamba, uweke industry na ikue inaleta mapato kwa hii nchi. And that way you'll go scot-free. I am telling you, these guys, think out of the box mpaka watengeneze maindustry na hizo pesa ziko offshore na hizi zingine wamekuwa wakiiba. So we need to create industry. We need to, the rich people, let them not get into the hospitality industry. It is jam-packed. Let us just create local manufacturing industry to help our people and grow the economy. That is the only way that we will help our country.
Okay, yeah. Although, corruption, I don't know how to. Anyway, it's a tricky one. I know there is that amnesty that anti-corruption has been dealing with, whether you can either return and it's settled. But now the challenge is the balance, because the issue here is, I can tell you for free, the current administration, the challenge is going to grapple with is, if at all Ruto was packaged as corrupt, and he has succeeded, he has got the presidency and everything. You see, everybody in there will be there, but trying to what can I get away with in preparation to 2027, 2032? Because majority of now politicians have realized money works miracles in our politics. And that's the danger. That's why such a Pandora box sometimes we don't want to open, because the moment you open, everybody will get away with whatever he wants. So that's why we maintain that it's like even zero tolerance to corruption, and it's punishable, and the punishment should be high, because we don't want to people to start thinking so the end justifies the means. So if Mzalendo can succeed using this means, so why not me? There's a tricky balance there, but you have a point also, because sometimes the reverse is reversing the whole process. Sometimes is not practical. I have seen Richard Makiari. How are you?
Safi Wekesa, good to see you.
Nimeendesha hii kurudumu for long, ninataka kukunywa maji. So I wanted, I may just be a co-driver, but you take the driver's seat.
Okay, thank you so much, Wekesa. I don't know if you can hear me.
Yeah, I can hear you
Okay.
loud and clear.
Maridadi. Thank you so much for holding studio. Nilikuwa nawasikiza, si hata nilikuwa mbali. Nilikuwa nangoja kwanza mu-exhaust
I was following you on the comment section.
I started listening to you when you started the show, and I was getting worried. Inafika karibu saa 5 na mjaanza, sasa watu tutalala namna gani? But it's good. It's good. I have had a very healthy discussion from everyone. However, before you just leave that share, I want to make a few remarks, and one of them is what I've seen on social media regarding the state of the economy. UDA have turned themselves into bloggers again. I think they have not realized that they have the government right now. Cherargei, who is one of the trusted lieutenants of the president, says that the economy is in ICU. And to quote his words, he says that they found the economy with only 93 million when they came into office. So the economy is no longer in the ICU, but it's dead. Ruto found 93.7 million at the treasury. State capture is real. The country is broke. Kenyans, be patient. Ruto will fix this through economic transformation and prayers from all of us. We are not going to pray ourselves out of this economy. That is one thing I want to tell you guys. UDA, we agreed to move forward. But 93 million, when you spend 200 million for the election function, I think you are being deceptive to the rest of Kenyans. The election is over. UDA has the government. The KRA says that it says the month of August was good for them. It collected what? Kenya Revenue Authority collected 14.6% more taxes in August than it did in July, having collected 149.6 billion Kenyan shillings just in the month of August. These are data that I'm giving you from this data from KRA. So I don't know what happened to the 149 billion that was collected in the month of August. If Cherargei publishes the financial release in social media saying that they only have 93 million in the treasury, either that money was stolen by the current administration, or maybe the tax money is lying to everybody. So we don't want to hear excuses. Most of us did not even.
No, Richard.
Yes, please.
You have given 2 options, but you should have given 3. Either it was stolen by the previous administration, either the taxman is lying, or have you ever seen a policeman when they meet someone in an accident? Sometimes because they know this person is unconscious, unakuja na unachukua pesa kwanza, then you announce whatever was there, even when banks are robbed. So it's also possible, I'm just giving at that dimension, it's also possible to come and you take some and say this is what was left. Anyway, endelea.
Yeah, thank you, Wekesa. The 2 days that the UDA government stopped the subsidies, fuel subsidies, they claimed they saved what? Was it 7 billion in 2 days? These people should tell us where this money is going to. Because what they are telling us right now is that the coffers are empty, but they are claiming to save around 7 billion, if I'm not wrong, according to their numbers, every day, by cutting out the fuel subsidies. Every day, 7 billion. So where is the money going to? Are they lying to Kenyans that they are saving money? Are they giving awarding this money to themselves to return what they spend on the campaigns? I think they are pertinent issues that Kenyans should be asking right now. Duke, you came here and spoke something about the independent candidates. I don't know what part of the political parties amendment bill you are reading, because from what I understand, independent candidates are just what they call themselves independent candidates. They're just independent candidates. They can be affiliated to any side when it comes to voting, but they cannot cross over to any political side. The association that independent candidates have with any other political parties is a working arrangement whereby they can support a bill, they can vote on this side, they can, that is what they are supposed to do according to the Political Parties Act. But you cannot tell us here that an independent candidate can sign an agreement and then cross over to the other political side and be known as Kenya Kwanza, so that when we list Kenya Kwanza MPs, we have Duke there who came into parliament as an independent candidate. That is a lie. I have just been looking right now. I went through word by word, Political Parties Act right now, Political Amendment Party. I don't know which one you are looking at. I was looking at the amendment that was passed in 2021, if I'm not wrong. I went through the other one, the original one. Here is signed by, the 2011. I've gone through the 2021. I still do not see the words that you used here. I think you should be honest enough to agree that Azimio has the numbers. That is the truth. Now, when it comes to deciding whether there will be a majority leader from Azimio or Kenya Kwanza, that is at the discretion of the speaker. You cannot force Wetangula. And somebody said here very clearly, I don't know if it was Jeff or who, said here very clearly, the speaker, by affiliation to Kenya Kwanza Alliance, can decide that he's going to overrule everything else that is brought before him and decide to award that seat to Kenya Kwanza. And there's nothing you can do. Unless now you go to court, but then we will start asking ourselves, does the court interfere with the legislative agenda of the National Assembly? And so when we come to numbers, the arrangement that Kenya Kwanza has with the other political players is not the same as the one that Azimio has. The Azimio party is a party that had an agreement before the election. And they had durations within which any member party can leave the arrangement. And so 3 months before the election, 3 months after the election, as we stand right now, UDM, PA, CCM, the one inaitwa chama cha nani huyu Machakos huyu, I don't know his name. All those parties, whether they have an individual on the other side, the parties are still bound by that agreement. And so, if Wetangula is going to follow the law, which I don't believe is going to do, Azimio should have the majority leader and the deputy majority leader of the National Assembly. After 3 months, that's a different story. They can initiate the process of being removed from that agreement. And then from 3 months there, they can decide, we are working with the Kenya Kwanza. And so the dynamics can change. But as it stands right now, Kenya Kwanza does not have the numbers to have the majority leader in the National Assembly. I rest my case, Wekesa.
Thank you. Maybe you will award a few questions, and in terms of submission, it's Kuseo who has not submitted. So maybe he will get the first chance of asking the question and submitting.
Okay, thank you. Daktari, hold on, Daktari Kuseo, ngoja kidogo. Duke, 1 minute. Ngoja Kuseo, 1 minute. Duke, go ahead, 1 minute.
One, you see, you are the one who should state the provision or the act which states that dependent candidate cannot associate. It's not me. Me, I'm saying they are free as per the Constitution. So it's on your side to state as per the given act or as per the given article of the Constitution, independent candidates cannot associate or move to any particular coalition. Number two, it's not true that the speaker has the discretion of deciding. No. The speaker is guided by the standing orders and the Constitution. So he will make decisions based on the Constitution provisions and the standing orders. He cannot decide as the speaker. There must be guiding principles and guiding documents. So that's what he will use. Maybe you talk about the way those specific provisions will be interpreted. Just that.
Okay, I want to answer you, Duke. when you read the Constitution, when it comes to Political Parties Act, you also read both those two documents together. You don't just say according to the Constitution. There's a Political Parties Act. That's another document which is independent. So you do not read the Constitution independently. You read with the subsequent documents. That's number one. If you want a copy of the document, I'll copy paste here right now so that I can show you. It's a long.
No, document. You can state the act, the Political Party Act. Maybe you state.
Okay.
You state it.
Hold on.
Because I can access all political party acts.
Give me a minute. That's number one. Number two, the Speaker of the National Assembly is supposed to be an impartial party. He's supposed to be an independent-minded party. But when it comes to the Kenyan Parliament, we have seen, even in the previous Speaker, Justin Muturi, we have seen the behavior of individuals that have been elected into office of Speaker when it comes to impartiality. And you're not a stranger in Jerusalem. You know what happens. So I want to assure you here, and we will be here on Wednesday, God willing. We will be here with you. If Wetangula decides that the majority leader will go to Azimio, then perhaps I owe you kikombe ya chai. And this is not about the law. This is about party affiliation. This is not about the law. I can assure you this. And that is why you can see the president confidently saying there is no contest about who has the numbers, because he knows very well. And I think somebody here, I can't remember who said it here very well. This is something that they have discussed on the backstage, and they have an understanding. And so when it comes to this issue on Wednesday, you realize even today that the Speaker of the National Assembly, who is Wetangula, was representing the president in the governor's meeting at the coast. Have you ever heard that? Have you ever heard, Roba, ushaisikia the president of the Republic of Kenya, Amenda the Speaker of the National Assembly, Amenda could represent the president in any function?
Only in Kenya.
And that is what I'm saying.
Inafanyika Kenya bwana, hata the former speaker alifanya hivyo. But now Richie, hii kiti I think Wetangula apatie Azimio, but it's only for 3 months. Why are they even fighting for it? But it's only for 3 months. Why are we making it such a big issue? And it's only for 3 months.
Mzalendo, it's a big issue because government agenda cannot move forward if you have a leader of majority who is from the other side. That is why it is a big issue. But if at all Azimio can get this seat on Wednesday, which I highly doubt, like I said here before, then it means after 3 months, if these other parties will have initiated the process of pulling out from the Azimio coalition, then the speaker can decide otherwise.
Now, I think you just said exactly why the speaker is not going to give Azimio the majority leader, because from what you just said, in 3 months, that's what he's going to use. Already the affiliation is there. If it is there, there's no need of going with another term in 3 months. But that's only in Kenya where there's no ideology on these people. These people are just like, you know what? I hate to say it. I hate to say it. We are a country where the people we choose, after they get the power, they are like chicken heads. Let me leave it there. And I didn't want to say it. They're like chicken heads, and I believe on that. I feel very bad about it. They don't have principles. They don't have principles. It's just like I go there. What matters is just like what I am. But some of them, even so, when they won, even when they went to take the picture. Remember when they went to the picture the same day when William Ruto was declared? They are just like fighting like young kids to go and take a picture with William Ruto. I'm just like, you are a member of parliament. You are a governor. Like Anna Waiguru was almost, his leg was breaking just to be next to Ruto. You know what? craziness in Kenya. I don't know where we are going. I don't know. I don't know. I think somebody has to
Let me also ask Makiadi, because what you have said, I was also thinking will be the alternative. What if sometimes you see these guys, if they see the law does not favor them, why they just cause some commotion in the parliament, and then the speaker postponed the whole thing. The parliament will be reopened this time. They are still buying time until they get the majority.
Yeah, we cannot rule out any possibilities, Wekesa. But I want also to remind you of what happened when Fatuma Gedi brought the evidence, the so-called evidence against the deputy president. You know, when you table evidence in parliament, what is supposed to happen? The speaker is supposed to look at the evidence, and if it's something, if it's I might call it what I'm looking for a good word to do this. So
it's credible
evidence.
evidence.
Thank you, Daktari. But
I
what
should be submitting.
Yeah, what did whatever, what's his name? This guy, I'm even forgetting.
The MP.
No, the speaker. What was his name?
Simuturi.
What did he decide?
No.
Yeah, Justin Muturi.
It was Justin Muturi, yes.
What did he decide so that the evidence cannot be unanswered?
He wanted it to be tabled before it could be explained. The lady insisted I must explain what I've tabled and how it is evidence to my claims. Muturi wanted it tabled. He looks at it. If he's satisfied, he said the matter is closed, so that it was not explained.
You remember what happened? You remember what the speaker did, so that they can interfere with the whole process, because this was going to be something.
I think he suspended
exactly. Ndio hiyo sasa Duke nimekujibu.
No, but Najua, we have what you call standing orders. If the provision says that you have to tape a document before you present it,
Duke,
why should
standing order to suspend
we have special circumstances where
Duke, you act like you don't know what is happening. Even the sitting of parliament was suspended by the same standing order. And the documents that Fatuma Gedi brought into the house were never even admitted. So when you come here and tell us about standing orders and all these other things that come from parliament, we have seen. You speaker mmoja ule alimwagiwa maji pale kwa nini, watu wakiandamana kwa nini, kwa bunge. You've never seen that. If it was Marende, maybe something different would have come out of Wetangula's decision on Wednesday. We would have expected something different kama ingekuwa ni Marende or somebody else. But when we have speakers who make their decisions according to what party they lean, then I don't expect something new. I don't expect something new to come out of that.
Makiad, just for a second. We can speak of people of parliament in Kenya. Me, I'm not to invest on them. From what I've seen from the experience before, exchanging money in the bathrooms, corrupt, and what have you. I don't have, I don't have no faith on them. I don't, unless something convinces me, I don't. I see them as crooks, most of them, until somebody proves. But most of them, they are the people who can change. They don't have principles. Even if they mean that this is the right thing to do for the country, they'll always kiss William Ruto is whatever. You know what I mean.
So acha niachie daktari nafasi yake. I think I've taken so much time, but Duke will revisit this baada ya kusema kuongea.
Richie, but before you go to daktari, I wanted just to say something pertaining to what you have just submitted about Muturi and the ruling he made on that issue of William Ruto corruption and all that. As Duke said, here we said we have to deal with the truth. You cannot start from explanation, then you table. You table, that's the procedure. The speaker goes through it, and when he is satisfied with what has been tabled to him, because that is the procedure, then he will open now debate for the explanation and the rebuttal and all that. That is the procedure. And before, so that we don't lose focus.
Jeff, which standing order is that?
You see, you have the constitution, you have everything.
No, these are parliamentary standing orders.
Parliamentary standing orders are not in the
constitution. Where it says that you table and
listen,
explain.
no, listen to me what I'm saying. You have all those on the internet. If you want to check them, you see. And even it is actually common knowledge. You cannot start with explanation, then you table. Just the same
if you
way.
Don't know it, then don't interrupt.
Hey, Chef, are you going to table something you don't even explain?
You don't first. No.
No, if he doesn't know it, there is no
this
need
is
to
what
argue
I'm telling you.
Go and get it.
You see, it was explained very well by the speaker that this is the procedure, and he was reading the parliamentary standing orders. You table, then we discuss. How
come
he
also
to postpone hearing?
Order. Ngoja Duke, ngoja Jeff. Wacha tufanye namna hii.
And then so that you can conclude what I'm saying together. You talked about there is this issue we were dealing with. You can remind me the topic which we are dealing with about. There is something I wanted to talk about. Anyway, let you proceed. Proceed. Then I come back. I tell you what I wanted to say about that.
Yeah, I think it's not even Duke. It's Daktari Kuzeo. But what I want to disabuse is the notion that the speaker will go through, and then if he feels he's satisfied with what you have brought, then, my friend, you guys.
That is the procedure.
You guys look like you are new in Jerusalem. Anyway,
that is the procedure.
Endelea, Kuseo.
You see, Mburu here. Anyway, good morning. Is it good evening, Wekesa? Mzae, Lenda, Duke, Jeff mwenyewe, and Roba. You see, I'll just touch a little on what Jeff is trying to say. If you followed what was going on there, which I doubt whether you did, you'll realize that the speaker had no otherwise. He could not stop Fatuma Gedi from going on to explain because she already tabled them. By the way, Richie, it is not right that they were not tabled. They were tabled. It's just that the explanation was frustrated by adjournment. The speaker had no standing orders to stop her from explaining them because she's the one who had accused the DP and she had to explain. She owes that responsibility to the House. It was even wrong for the speaker to try to stop her. Anyway, that is gone. They were tabled, but the explanation was stopped technically by the adjournment. I wanted to talk a little about these majority and minority leaders. You see, a number of things which are now under the 2010 Constitution. The 2010 Constitution was a copy and paste from, for example, part of it from Germany, from US, I think very little from the UK. But you have to realize that in those countries, these things work because alongside even other laws, morality is very, very highly practiced and respected. Some things are just basically on moral standing. And that's why you find that in places like this, like for example, in the state where I am, everybody have got these things they call right. To an extent whereby once for example, the children are of age, they interact with the state directly. They do not depend on any assistance or help. They have their rights as citizens in the US, and they depend on the government for their basic needs, including education. You see, in Kenya, for example, you find that the responsibility of educating children is for you until you die rich. Here, once they have reached some stage, they are free, and he can even go to a bank and will be allowed to borrow money to support his education. He does not have to rely on the parent to do that. They are on their own right, and in the event they don't have a job, it is the duty of the government to ensure how they survive. It's not that your father was this, your mother was this. No. You see, you go even to school, for example, to a college, you find that the government channels support like you do through the HELB in Kenya. And students can all access it. They don't need to rely on their parents to support their education as such. Once you are at college, of course, lower education, is free. Now, let me just get back to this minority and majority thing. Ask yourself, the borrowed constitution, which is back in Kenya, the presidential thing, that thing has no crossing even of the floor, strictly speaking. They are just majority and minority. There is no government party or opposition party. People are minority or majority. There are 3 levels of government: judiciary, executive, and legislature. I hear the current president keep saying that they want opposition to keep them in check. The Kenyan presidential setup does not actually have that. The entire legislature. That is why their issues are dealt through committees. I hear now they are trying to suggest that they want ministers to go to plenary in parliament to answer questions. They may have to think when they are adopting the presidential system, how it works. It is through committees. That is why you find in the previous occasions, all the ministers were going before committees. Those committees are not majority or minority. It is parliament committee. And in there you have majority, representatives, and minority. And they are all on the executive to oversight. Now, that is how it works. Now, ask yourself, before you become a majority party or a minority party, where is the measurement? The measurement is either a majority coalition or a majority party with the highest number of elected representatives. Now, what you saw there, like, for example, some MPs have done, I think from Bugenya, from Northeastern, whereby they are saying that now they'll be working with the UDA. That is the farthest they can go, work with UDA. Remember, the reason why people are fighting about majority and minority is because it comes with what you call parliamentary privileges. Parliamentary privileges. That is why there is the fight about minority, especially at individual level. Especially at individual level. So right now, as we speak, you go by that rule, which is well captured in the parliamentary, this act that was passed, Political Parties Act. It is about majority. And that is why Azimio are so confident that they know they'll do that. Now, Richie, you are saying that that the speaker can decide whatever he wants. Not exactly. As Duke says, he has to use the existing laws and the parliamentary standing orders to decide this. If he decides to be biased, he can't decide to be. And he can actually bulldoze and do exactly what he's saying. Now, unfortunately, the option Azimio has is that they might be tempted to take the matter to court for interpretation, to find out whether there was anything against the Constitution when this Parliamentary Political Parties Act was passed. If there isn't, Azimio will still remain the majority. And they will have the majority privileges and majority part which comes with it. Now, some people are saying that come 3 months, at this will only last for 3 months. Not exactly. Not exactly. Because remember, something like sharing the political parties' funds, it is based on those numbers. So come 3 months, you cannot, I don't know, you cannot say that now you are not in the agreement, so you want to be on your own. You'll realize that you'll still be tied. The political parties' fund sharing will still be based on those numbers which Azimio has, and unless there is change in representative. So it is going to be challenging because it might force them to, if they want to cross the way you are saying, time would have elapsed the 90 days or the 3 months. But then there is the challenge that how do you now become a Kenya Kwanza affiliate? And what is going to happen to the parliamentary privileges, like representation at the parliamentary commission, the sharing of the political parties' funds, the representation at the committees, which is for the party which has majority in parliament? It is going to be very challenging. The unfortunate thing is that Wetangula, being affiliated to Kenya Kwanza, can actually rule exactly the way you are saying. Now, what options does the Azimio have? They may have to go to court for interpretation of those laws. Unfortunately, you know, the judiciary, just like the speaker, are also on Kenya Kwanza side. So chances are that Azimio may not even be prepared to go to court to solve that thing. So they may resort to those parliamentary procedures. Interruption after interruption, interruption after interruption. There may be no business in parliament. There may be no business in parliament. Now, to conclude, I just wanted to say that some of these issues are all to do with the same law that was passed, the 2010 Constitution. You see, the 2010 Constitution, when it came out, it had a very nice recall clause for MPs which, for whatever reason, are not serving what they was intended. Like these people who now want to defect this side, they were elected on the other way, but now they want to change their mind. That recall clause was watered down by the same parliament. We remember the gender rule was also, has never been implemented, or has never worked. You remember the degree qualification, even that one they have postponed. Now, all issues around the integrity chapter need to be relooked again. And that is why you find this idea that you go to court, you have an injunction. Why? Because the law says so. You find people who, for example, people who are, for example, involved in murder. The following day, the person has got an injunction. What do? The law allows it. Now, in other countries where the same laws are in place, things work so perfectly, you wonder. So there is something seriously wrong with the Kenyan culture, which must be tamed by seriously relooking into those laws. Thank you.
Okay, Kuseo, before I go to Roba, there's something here that I have to let me see if I can get this video in a minute. And then we move on to Roba.
Mtazamaji, hayo yakijiri, Rais William Ruto sasa anasema kwamba mrengo wa Kenya Kwanza utafanya kila uwezalo kudhibiti uongozi wa bunge la kitaifa na seneti, huku akisema wanaazimio hawana nafasi ya kuwapiku wabunge wa serikali katika uongozi wa bunge.
Aidha, ametangaza wabunge na maseneta watakaoongoza mrengo huo kama viongozi wa wengi na vile kiranja katika mabunge yote mawili.
Na kiongozi wa wengi bungeni ni Kimani Ichung'wah na kiongozi wa wengi kwenye seneti ni Aaron Cheruiyot.
We have also chosen our leadership in both houses, the leaders of majority in Senate and the leaders of the majority coalition party in the National Assembly. Our friends on the other side will choose the leaders of the minority because they are the minority. They just have to live with the reality that they are the minority. Let us not have an unnecessary contest as to which side is the majority. Since they lost the instruments of coercion, because the only way they had a semblance of numbers is when they could use the police and the DCI and the ESCC and the KRA and all these other institutions to intimidate and blackmail and threaten people. Since the people of Kenya stopped them from having those instruments, they have taken their place because freedom has come to Kenya. We can increase our productivity without necessarily increasing the acreage of the land we are using under our agricultural activities.
I did not want to stress you with the other side of the story, but you have heard what Deputy President amesema. They will use every means possible. I think umesikia Kiswahili, eh? Kiswahili imesema watatumia kila
mbinu yote.
Mbinu
You
zote.
know, that is the, you have to differentiate the statement of the media and the first-hand statement of the president. They are different. Did you hear the president say that?
But I'm telling
so
you,
they are two different people.
Richie, something you have to pick from the the president's talk. He said, in reality. In other words, when all factors are considered, for example, I didn't talk about the independent candidates. There are 12 of them. 2 of them are affiliated to 2 of them are affiliated to Azimio, and 10 of them are affiliated to Kenya Kwanza. Now the thing is that the way independent candidates are treated is borrowed from the other Commonwealth countries, and they are free, whereas the other parties can actually enter into after post coalition arrangement. The independent there's nothing they can do. They can only cooperate. They can be whipped during voting, and they vote the other side. Next time they can be whipped this other side, and they vote this other side. Now that is as far as it goes. But for the other people, for them to deny the sponsoring party or coalition the parliamentary, what I'm calling to you the parliamentary privileges, they have to resign and go back to elections. Otherwise, that is why you see, for example, somebody like Aisha Jumwa, all the years, her representation in terms of political parties funds, whatever was associated to her election in terms of political party funds, continued going to ODM as much as she was in Tangatanga. You remember? The same thing with the Tangatanga MPs. Their contribution or the privilege of Jubilee continued with Jubilee. In fact, when they were saying that they have been denied their chance to go to the headquarters, you remember? They wanted to stop the contributions. They could stop the monthly contribution to the Jubilee Party, but they couldn't stop the share of political party funds from going to Jubilee, which Jubilee they had dissociated themselves from. So to that extent, the independent candidates are stuck to remain independent. They have to remain independent forever and ever. The other fellows have the opportunity to cross, and crossing means you stop being the elected, you go back for elections. Thank you.
All right, let me bring in Robert first, then we can go to Julia.
Yeah, almost 3 times now you are saying you are getting me in, then Kusio comes here and it takes my time, but that's good. You know what? I just look at that clip. This man, I mean, we are not stupid unless it's just like, first of all, I know he's the president, but he's taught direction. Let's be sincere on that. Duke, you can do whatever you want to do. They stole the election, and I know how they did it. That's fine. It's the president now. But him to keep on saying, oh, the other side, now they should know they don't have what? The instruments of power and other things. Raila has never been a president of Kenya. The man is accusing is Uhuru Kenyatta will retire. Who was the first president of Kenya? William Samoei Ruto. Unless he achikata kwe manambiri, then he tells me there was another Ruto and this is a new Ruto. I mean, he cannot run away from the government where he was part of it. You know, that one makes someone like me, it makes me mad because they keep on bringing all these games here. Now they have the power, they should move on. So the thing is this, guys, we have built a society where, remember, people knew this man was corrupt, but still they voted for him. That's Kenya, and that's where we are. We have a generation of people who believes the better way going forward is through government, not private sector. And that's the truth. Because if Ruto was accused of doing all this, what about the members of parliament we are talking about? Oh, some of are independent, they are want to do this, some are moving. They know in Kenya, you can go and grab the money, like we are being told when they came in, there was no money. My question to Mr. Rigathi, by the way, who was the vice president of Kenya? It was William Ruto. So when you tell me when you came in, there was no money, ask Ruto. If there was no money, then they have to tell us where the money went to. Yeah, we are not stupid. They keep on making mistake after mistake. Now they are telling us, give us time. You know what? I supported them on that. I would do that. Either way, we want to have them the next 5 years. But at the same time, I've always said, this guy, if he's not careful, this economy is going to collapse. The economy of Kenya is going to collapse. That's the truth. If we can't move from what we are doing right now, and I think, to tell you the truth, what he did, he was smart, he lied, and now when it came time where they had to do all this, whatever, on fuel and gas and mambo ya unga, he knew if he contributes, things going to collapse, he ran away from it. He was smart politics. I will give him that. Ruto's very smart now. He's very smart. And you see, tomorrow, he's going to meet King Charles. Next week, he's going to meet Biden. You see that he's on a honeymoon. But where's the honeymoon of Kenyans? Where were those people who were dancing on the streets? Oh, the price of hunger, the problem is Uhuru Kenyatta and Raila Odinga. Okay. And now who's the problem is who? Who's the problem? Nobody. So what I can say is this. Instead of these guys coming on every day, now they keep on telling us there was nothing in the whatever finance, whatever in the treasury. Ask Ruto where the money went to. If they tell us some of these things, how they came in and things were not working, ask Ruto what happened. Because you can't keep on just telling us that it was Uhuru and Uhuru had a timid president. The other one, I cannot give them that. But going forward, as a country, somebody came here and I think was, Bass or somebody, I can't remember his name. He said, and he said the truth. Kenya has become a consuming country and we are not producing anything. And if this is the way we go, then we will not, few years from now, we call ourselves the king of East Africa, or the king of Africa right now, the way it's going, the way Ruto is being pressed all over the place, the way, it just looks like Kenya is the superpower of Africa at this moment. But without a strong economy, without strong institutions, we are going to be on the bottom very, very soon. We are going to be at the bottom. So I'm assuming when he comes to New York next week, I know people want to give him some good reception because he's the new kid on town, the new kid on the street. But I think our people, we made a mistake. I will say that. I would never run away from it. Even if we fought tomorrow, I will still vote for Raila because of what it stands for. But those ones who are now running away, those are new people who are running away from some of these issues. Please don't run away. We want you here. We want you to tell us what's going on. So you keep on just arguing about majority, minority, and other things. For me, that's nothing. What matters is what matters. All these members of parliament, what are they going to do when it comes reality time? What are they going to pass? You can say we are the majority, we are the minority. I understand there are some people who just go with the party, but there are some people who must have principles. Yeah, there are some things like, remember what Orengo said, sometimes you don't support something because you belong to a party. Support something because you know what's going to happen. So this idea of, I see we are fighting about majorities and minorities, for me, I care less about it. All I need is results. But as long as I know it's Kenya Parliament, people who are there, most of them, we have seen them corruption in the bathrooms of Parliament. We have seen them corruption all over the place. As long as it's the same thing, same thing every day, every 5 years, hey, I don't want even to hear about them. I don't even to watch that Parliament. Even I don't know whether I want to watch them. For me, as long as Raila, I just hear where Raila goes or what he says, that's who I'm on to follow. The rest of my life, Raila Odinga, the rest of my life, as long as he's alive, I'm on to follow him. Good luck, Mr. Duke. We are now watching the show. Let's see how you guys, you keep on saying you want to what? To do what to Kenya? To change it or to do what? I don't care. I know the terms you use. We are watching. It's good to watch. And when things work out, we will support you. But if things don't work out, then come 2027. I was about to say about what niachie tu hapo. Wacha niachie hapo Makiati. I'm still wounded. I'm still wounded because these guys, they keep on saying all these things that they never won. They never won the election. They never won. Well, and we know how they stole it. That's what they do. But as I always said, as long as you don't come to my village in Kisii and interfere with my life. Unajua mimi niko na rungu na ile misare na kila kitu. Mimi unajua I used to. I can even show my markings hapa bwana. As long as you don't interfere with my life, I'll move on.
That's
right.
not a good
Thank
talk.
you.
Roba, stay within the lanes, eh?
Yeah, that's
right.
fine, man. I'm still wounded, guys. I'm still wounded.
Okay, thank you. Let me go to Julia first.
Mtu asicheze na Roba ako na rungu. Jokes aside. But I understand you, Roba. Hi, everyone. I heard the president saying that they have the majority and therefore the majority leader and the majority leader in parliament and the Senate I think he named them. I think he's trying to, and then he said that freedom has come. I think he meant freedom has come to the people who don't believe in the rule of law, because I think I had Kuseo explain the standing. Okay, Kuseo, I have to listen to you people. I have to pay attention. And I don't like reading, but sometimes I do. I think the standing orders in parliament indicate that the party with the official big numbers should carry the majority leader. And I think legally Azimio has the numbers. Wacha hii watu wamenunuliwa. Legally Azimio has the numbers. So the president was trying to tell you that he doesn't care about the law because he has managed to buy the independent parties, members, and all that. So he doesn't care. He ain't give a damn about that law. So freedom has come. And he said the era of using the DCI and the EAC is over. It means the era of being investigated by EAC and DCI is over. Freedom has come to all thieves. So fellow Kenyans who are thieves, who are planning to steal and to loot government property, freedom has come. Nobody will arrest you. The president said so. So if you had stolen something, kama ulimba shamba ya mtu, hakuna mtu atashika wewe. Kama mwaka jana ulikuwa kama Gachagua, pesa yako imefungwa kwa bank, Nobody's going to come after you because freedom has come from DCI, EAC, fellow Kenyans. Freedom for thieves is here. So when they tell you to add your money to NSSF, don't add even a single coin. Kula pesa yako mpaka uzeeke. Nenda ununue ng'ombe, utakamua maziwa na usijali. Our grandmothers have...
Usiseme loudly, watasikia.
No, me, I'm advising those people who survive like me or my grandmother. Enda nunue ng'ombe yako, hakuwa na NSSF na mbuzi. Usijali, somehow you'll survive because somehow your children may take care of you. Because we all know Kenyans who have died before they get their retirement benefits. Mr. Duke, I know teachers, I'm sorry, I'm a teacher, who retired 10 years ago and are still struggling to get their pension benefits. So don't give your money to any government in the name of NSSF. Wacha ile kama wewe ni mfanyikazi wa serikali ati ilikatwa cha lazima, hiyo ni sawa tu, ilikatwa cha lazima, hiyo utangangana kupata na uombe usikufe kabla hujaipata. And write your will so that if by any chances you die before you get that money, at least your children can get it. At least you decide nani atapata hiyo pesa, kwa sababu hii ni Kenya. And the president has said freedom has come for thieves to steal as much as they can. So don't add your money. Now the question is, why are they asking us to give our money to NSSF? Why are they talking about tax? Why are they keeping singing uo imbo at your tax? Who has not been paying tax? Me, I've been paying tax. I told you people, I was a junior teacher, just a classroom teacher. Sikuwa na mamlaka ya principal, ama chief principal, ama nini. And my tax was 20K per month. Don't ask me how much I was earning. So for me to pay 20K, 20,000 shillings per month. Ilikuwa inakatwa ngo inaenda tu hivi. From a junior teacher like me, I've been paying my tax. Who is this saying that we're not paying tax? Who is not paying tax? Can Ruto tell us who is not paying tax? Can he go for those companies that are not paying tax and make them pay tax? Because common mwananchi Kenya analipa tax. And people think that Kenyans don't pay tax. Kenyans pay tax through VAT. It's called, those who are not earning a salary, they pay through value-added tax. So everyone is paying tax. And if you import your car, like if you import your car right now through Kenya, you're going to pay a tax of about 100%. I don't know. So you can import gari na mkulipa tax. Me have been paying tax all my life. All my life since I started working, and a lot of tax. So the people who are not paying tax, wanajuana, wakolino wanajuana kwa viremba. That's why they keep singing. Na one of them ni Keroche. Kwani Keroche kwa chama gani? Na walimtetea wakasema anaingiliwa na serikali. Sasa the Keroches must be very many. And I want to say the Keroches are only in UDA. Maybe there are some Keroches who are in Azimio. Mimi siwezi katetea wezi. Kama kuna wezi wako Azimio, I would not say they are not there. So what the president is saying, that the freedom has come and DCI is not going to arrest anybody. And EAC is going to work. But I think EAC, they are okay if they are being paid their salary and they are not working. Maybe at least their children and wives will benefit, and husbands watakuwa na chakula without working. Because they are not going to arrest anyone or go after anybody. So me, I'm saying that Kenya is in a bad situation. And to somebody say that this Cheregai MP and another MP from Muranga, they are saying that the treasury kuna pesa kidogo, and they are affording to fly jets up and here and there, and they are saying treasury haina pesa. Ni kwa sababu gani? Walikuwa na watu ni walafi kabisa. Walikuwa na mpango kubwa wa kukula pesa ya serikali, lakini ni kama wana behave kama yule bibi ameng'ania bwana ya mwenyewe anang'ania, anaona jamaa anang'ania bwana ya mwenyewe, anahakikisha huyo bibi mwingine amerushwa nje. Kuingia kwa hiyo nyumba, anapata huyo bwana kwanza hata anunuangi chakula. Huyo bwana ana expect huyo bibi mwenye amekuja anunue chakula. So the bibi is wondering, why did I come here in the first place? There's no food here. That is what Kenya Kwanza is behaving. You know, Ruto was the deputy president and Uhuru was the president, and him and Uhuru and their cartels looted our government. And now Ruto knows what they looted. And then they come here, they tell us, hakuna pesa, Ruto should tell us yeye na Uhuru walipeleka pesa yetu wapi, na ile tax walichukua mwaka jana wa mwezi jana wamefanyia nini? Wasitulete sisi, hatutaki kujua. Tunataka unga ya 70 bob na tunataka mafuta yanguke irudi chini. Na I talked to a kid in Nairobi, one of my cousins. She lives in Nairobi, and then she's telling me that ati yeye hana shamba, sasa fertilizer amepewa ya nini? How she wants flour to be pesa ya unga irudishwe chini. She's asking me that. She's telling, I'm telling her nikununulie kashamba kwa sababu Ruto amewapatia fertilizer ndio ukalime. So you people, if I want to wind up by saying this, I want William Samoei Ruto and his government to remember, tumetoka mbali. This country belongs to people who fought for independence, as Gachagua likes to say. Na independence hatukupewa hivi hivi. I think you people have records of who did what, who fought for what. We can remember them. The likes of Jaramogi, the likes of Jomo Kenyatta and the others, and those who call themselves Mau Maus, and I think others. Now, then we struggled for multipartyism, and I think it was a journey too. And I want William Samoei Ruto to remember, before Moi removed that section 2A of the Constitution, Kenya actually came to a standstill. Mimi nilikuwa nimekomaa tu hivyo, although I was a student, but I knew what was going. Kenya came to a standstill. Kenya had to come to a standstill so that tuingie multipartyism. We struggled for Constitution 2010, and now I want to inform Mr. William Samoei Ruto that if he decides to work with an impugned parliament, an impugned judiciary, an impugned EACC, he decides to intimidate the DCI until they stop working, if he decides to make sure that IEBC cannot be trusted, then Kenyans know what to do. It is not the first time they will be going back there. And let him not imagine that he can get away by intimidating DCI, EAC, whoever, parliament, bullying parliamentarians. He will not get away with that, because it will not be for too long before Kenyans decide enough is enough. So for mimi hii mahesabu ya majority, I don't know, majority, leader of what, whatever they'll do, all actions have consequences, and there's always a limit and which that you can push somebody and get away with it. Even those parliamentarians, even these Kenyans who have to buy unga at 200 shillings, these Kenyans who have to see an increase of price of fuel of over 20 shillings in 2 days, these Kenyans who have to see an increase of their fare with 20 shillings. I mean, there is always a limit for everything. Tumetoka mbali. We survived Moi era. Tumetoka mbali na tunaenda mbali. So let them not think they can go away singing and backing at people and telling them that tuko na majority wapi. I want to stop there, Makiadi. Asante.
Okay. Julia, thank you for your submission. I can see we have new panelists here. I'll be going to you shortly to give you an opportunity. But for those who are saying that the coffers are empty, let me see if I can find it real quick.
President William Ruto is expected to start his inaugural trip, a foreign trip that is, Sunday, on a tour that will see him meet King Charles III and US President Joe Biden. In Britain, the president is set to attend the funeral of Britain's longest-serving monarch, Queen Elizabeth II, before making his way to New York for the United Nations General Assembly, where he shall address the assembly on Wednesday. NTV's Ibrahim Karanja kicks us off with the president's itinerary next week.
President William Ruto's visit to the United Kingdom to attend the funeral of Queen Elizabeth II is expected to further cement the relationship between Kenya and the UK that started during the colonial era. Upon arrival in the United Kingdom, the president will be hosted for dinner by King Charles III.
Ruto is going in not only as the president of Kenya, but a representative of the continent of Africa.
Aside from the Queen's funeral, the meeting with the King is expected to tighten bilateral relations between the two countries. Immediately after the Queen's interment on Monday, Ruto will fly to the United Nations headquarters in New York for the 77th United Nations General Assembly, slated to kick off on Tuesday. On Tuesday, he will be expected to meet US President Joe Biden before meeting captains of the America Chamber of Commerce.
How do we enhance US interest as well as US enhancing our interest? Bilateral relationship. So he need to be thoroughly ready because he's moving in very fast before all his transition, all his government, all his ministers are in place. It's going to depend a lot on President Uhuru.
With Kenya expected to address the General Assembly Wednesday, the president will use the opportunity, which is the first full in-person meeting for the Assembly since the COVID-19 pandemic, to push Kenya's agenda. The last in-person General Assembly meeting to be attended by the Kenyan head of state was in the year 2019, with retired President Uhuru Kenyatta choosing to attend the 2020 and 2021 meetings virtually.
He must be able to address the issue of security. And he must be able to indicate that Kenya is going to be part and parcel, working with the AU, working with gov't, working with the UN as a partner in order to enhance security. He must be able to address the issue of climate change. And President Ruto needs to be very consistent with what President Uhuru was doing, because I don't see any different when it comes to what is good for the country. Okay, what is good for the country become first.
As Kenya's term as a non-permanent member of the United Nations Security Council comes to an end, experts argue that Ruto must build on the foreign approach of Kenyatta's regime for consistency. They also say that the president now has a task to inspire confidence in Kenya's economy, especially from potential foreign investors and partners.
The president needs to be very careful with this language now. Now he's the president. He's not a candidate for the president. And these people surrounding him, they need to organize and bring to bear the best out of Kenya. This is really opportunity to put all his credit on the table, such that when their follow-up meeting by technocrat and everything else, the road has been paved.
The president is expected to fly out of New York after addressing the General Assembly meeting, but will leave a team of technocrats who will be inking Kenya's new path in foreign relations at the sidelines of the main event.
That's the president of an economy that is in ICU. No, is dead, not even in ICU. And he will be accompanied by an entourage of 46 dignitaries. Jeff, in a minute, then we go to Katwe. Unmute your microphone.
I don't want to comment so much on that trip because everybody here understands that the government official duties has to continue and the international relations must continue. So I don't want to comment on that. But I want to comment something on Juria. First of all, I say that I had a lot of misinterpretation of facts and deliberate distortion of information is very unfortunate, especially when it comes to from the people of our caliber, because there are so many people down there who listen to us as people who give them credible information of what is happening around us. I listened to the deputy president, and at no point did I hear the president trying to insinuate that people are free to do whatever they want to do. It is not good to shy away from speaking the truth, Julia. You understand exactly what the president meant. And I would like to tell the people, and even the people who are here, the members and the people of the public, that everybody is aware of what has been happening. And this has been happening from the time we attained independence, that the government that is in the office has been using or misusing these investigative bodies to fight those who do not toe the line. And this is what the president was saying. Yes, we have gone through this, and let it stop from here, that my government, and this is what he has been insisting, will not allow any institution, any investigative body to be misused by anyone to target those that disagree with us. And one of the landmark, or one of the most important things the president has done in Kenya, and this one maybe you come to understand after some time or after he has left office, is to give independence of the police force and the investigative bodies by giving them the autonomy when it comes to the use of their money. He has given them the money to control. So they are not waiting for the office of the president or some people somewhere to decide how much they are getting so that they can do their duties. That is one of the things that the president has done to ensure that those people do their work or their duties independently of any government institution or without being forced by the executive to do this. So Kenyans, we should understand that in every contest, there must be a winner and a loser. Sometimes when I listen to people even now, even after we are done with the process of election, it has gone through the scrutiny of the judiciary, the highest court of the land, we are still insisting he is not our president. He is their president. It should not be like that. How it's supposed to be is that, yes, we have gone through this process. The process is over. He is not their president. He is the president of the Republic of Kenya. Let us now, if there is something wrong, we point what is wrong. But we cannot continue with the same pain, with the same, there is what we call emotional intelligence. We should always try, yes, everybody would like to win. If Raila won, and I'm telling you this, and I was supporting Ruto, if Raila won, he would have become my president. I don't have to be bitter about it. He is a Kenyan. I should even wish that his government succeeds. So the issue of being so bitter about somebody who won, it should not be there. It should not even happen. So we try our level best. The other thing when it comes to the way we are doing debate here, it is good even when we give examples. And this one is, I'm not focusing, don't think I'm answering to Julia. This is just the general observation that even when we give example or we are answering to somebody who had asked something, we try to give examples or relate what we are saying to the question or the subject matter, so that you don't give all what is in your mind in that few minutes that you have. You leave people wondering, what was he saying? Where was he coming from? Sometimes we look like we are suffering from a lack of focus and particularity. So we try to remain on those specific things that we are dealing with so that people don't get confused of the points that we are raising. Thank you.
Thank you. Normally I would give the person who's been mentioned right of reply. But before Julia, you come in, I just want to ask Jeff one question. There's a mic with a feedback. I don't know who. Jeff, let me mute your mic a bit. I want to ask you a question, and I'll focus with the judiciary. I want you to tell us here today which money is this that the president claims to have given the judiciary that will give the judiciary autonomy in its operation. Just in a minute.
Thank you. I don't think I have mentioned the judiciary. I have talked of the police and the police, and that is what happened. And also because the judiciary fund was operationalized just a few months ago, it was after a lot of campaign by the deputy president team. He was saying, if I get in the government, I will ensure that the judiciary becomes independent on their finances. And the government realized that this guy is becoming very popular because of this, and they did it, which is a good thing. So for me, I am advocating for us to have strong institutions. If an institution is supposed to be independent, let it be completely independent without interference of the executive.
Yeah, it's good at least you've come back to the judiciary. Even if you had not mentioned, you said institutions are given autonomy to operate independently. I mean, my question to you is this: which is this money? Which is this money that you, William Ruto supporters, keep on telling us here that the president operationalized the judiciary fund? Which is this money? Unmute your mic.
The police is supposed to act independently from the executive, not receiving direct orders from the president. So independence means not just on how they are doing things, it's also on how, on the money they are using. And these are things that are already there in the Constitution. So operationalizing means it is the money that they are using is not controlled by the executive. They have full control of, they are able to decide what they want to do. They want to build a police post in a certain place. They are the ones to decide all those things. So they don't have direct control from the executive. It is separate. So let us not run away from the truth. It has been done. And that is why you see, why Kinoti and the team and the police, the general, were not able to act independently. It is because they were waiting for the money to be dispersed by the executive and to decide for them. So if they don't do what they are being told to do, like it has happened in the judiciary funds were even reduced simply because the president had said we shall revisit after the Maraga ruling. All those things together.
Jeff, let me just stop you here because I think we are going in circles. You began well, then you went into propaganda, but it is okay. I'll come back to you. I wanted you to explain what is this you're calling operationalization of the judiciary fund, but you went circles and circles going back to police not receiving direct instruction. I mean, those are things we can discuss for a long time and not come to a conclusion because you have no evidence that the IG was being instructed by the president. You have no evidence. That is what we hear on the campaign platforms, and so if we go into that, we'll be leading our conversation into a propaganda mode. Julia, you have a question for Jeff.
I don't want to ask him a question because I don't think he's gonna be able to answer me. He says that it's like we are depicting some level of ignorance here, and I think, Jeff, either you are ignorant or you are faking some amnesia.
Check your language.
Jeff, I allow.
Hold on, Jeff. Ignorance is not an insult, Jeff.
Yeah, when you don't know something, it's because it means you don't know it. So it's not an insult. So, Jeff, so either you are ignorant of the current government of President Ruto and his corruption scandals, or you don't want to know what happened. Now, if you don't have moral authority to talk about corruption, you can't tell us that you can fight corruption. Of course, Ruto has not said you'll fight corruption. So when he says that there is freedom from DCI, we know the role of DCI and we know the role of this Anti-Corruption Commission. And Corruption Commission fights corruption. So how can a sitting president tell us that we have freedom from the Anti-Corruption Commission and the DCI? What is the role of the DCI and not the role of the Anti-Corruption Commission? The Anti-Corruption Commission fights corruption and investigates corruption scandals. Now, Mr. Jeff Mburu, I want to cite a case in point. Mr. William Samoei Ruto was sued for having taken a land from a person, illegally acquiring land belonging to a man called Mutesh. He was taken to court and the court ruled and ordered him to return the land and pay damages to the Mutesh. Now, I hope you can go back to your newspapers and read about that. We are still talking about the Western land scam. We are talking about so many scams surrounding Mr. President. Mr. Deputy President had several corruption scandals. One of them about 200 million, not about 200 million Kenya shillings was locked in a bank because he could not account where he got that money from. Now, this is a government that is coming in and telling us that we are now free from the Anti-Corruption Commission, that we are free from the DCI. Now, it is therefore follows, are we free from? We are free from investigations. We are free from investigations by the DCI and Anti-Corruption Commission. So what are they proposing? That people can steal as much as they want. So stop sanitizing here. What I'm saying, that is my view. If you don't think so, that is your view, Mr. Jeff Mburu. Stop saying that we are ignorant. If your view is that corruption is okay and that the Anti-Corruption Commission should stop working, that is okay with you. That is your view. My view is that these two entities should be given freedom to do their work. So a sitting president cannot come around here telling us that freedom has come from the Anti-Corruption Commission. What does that mean to the common man? That will not be investigated? DCI is employed by the government of Kenya. Whatever bone they have to chew the DCI, that is their own business. And stop telling us that DCI was used to intimidate who. We have no legal evidence of your allegations. And your allegations, Mr. Jeff Mburu, that is propaganda. And you cannot prove them in a court of law. While I can prove to you that Mr. William Samoei Ruto was sued and taken to court for taking Muteshland illegally. And I can prove to you that 200 million of Gachagua was held in the bank until they were announced as the president, because he could not account for the source of that money. So, Mr. Jeff Mburu, if you cannot prove what you are saying, do not repeat it in this show. Asante Maki, sitaki jibu kwake. Asante.
Hold on, Mzalendo, you cannot unmute. You cannot unmute because there's a line, there's a queue you're following. I'll come to you. But in a brief before Katwe comes in, I just want to clear this word because sometimes people think it's an insult. You know, there are only three types of ignorances that I know. Number one, it's factual ignorance, which is the absence of knowledge of some fact. Number two, object ignorance, which is an acquaintance with some object. And then number three, technical ignorance, which is absence of knowledge of how to do something. So basically, Julia, moving forward, labda utachagua ni gani hiyo, because Jeff anasema ni kama umetumia an insult.
Yet I was the first one to raise my hand. I thought you were coming to me before Katwe.
Katwe wants to make his submission, Roba.
Okay, because I wanted to ask Chef Mburu, because I'm the one who said I support right, and I want to ask him a question. Because I'm not
I'll do this. Let me do this. Jeff, if anybody asks you a question, you can just note that down and then I'll give you time to respond. So in a minute, Roba, and then Mzalendo in a minute, then we go to Katwe.
Yes. Okay. So Jeff, you say, according to you, we should move on because Mr. Ruto won the election. I don't believe we won the election. But my question to you is, maybe one of the reasons why you voted for Ruto is because there were some of the individuals who believe that there are two communities who should rule in Kenya. And let me tell you from the way I will never move on. I just feel like Kenya is bigger than anybody. And two communities, they cannot keep on exchanging quotes from vice president to the president. Okay? That one makes some of us angry. And I will never forgive until I see that change comes. Maybe that's where we have gone wrong. Two communities for 60 years is enough. And not because they want direction, because they store direction. That's my feelings. That's what is hurting some of us. Thank you. You can answer that question when you get time.
All right. Thank you, Obam. Zalendo, in a minute.
Asante sana, Richie. What I want to say, in Kiswahili, kuna msemo, methali nasema, kelele za chura azimwasi ng'ombe. Yeah, the cries or the noise made by frogs does not prevent the cow from drinking water. So there's a lot of noise here that Ruto has said this, and some of this is just, I can say, like the clip that you just played Ruto was trying to say that the institutions are going to be independent. Let the police be independent. Let the judiciary be independent. Let them not be used by the executive to arrest people unnecessarily. I mean, we saw this. But again, when we go back to the previous government, you can see how many court orders Uhuru Kenyatta broke, and he was breaking the law. But yet we didn't have the courage to come here and say, Uhuru Kenyatta, umevunja sheria, and you should face the law. I'm glad that Ruto went behind the docks, tukamuona amestakiwa ya Mteshi Farm, and I think he paid the price. That was a good thing and a good gesture. But let us not mislead Kenyans by saying that the president has said that people can now loot the way Julia is putting it. But the president didn't say that people can now start looting. He said that let the independence of the judiciary, since he has allocated the 3 billion annually, he said he has promised to allocate 3 billion annually to the judiciary so that they become independent. I think that is what he said. So let us make this argument.
We can't sit here. People keep on lying
Hold
to us.
on. Roba,
how does this guy say allocation of money? Allocation of money. How does it allocation of money?
Hold on.
Put the judicial be independent. You know, they keep on lying to us.
Order. Mzalendo, finish up.
Roba, what I was saying is that Ruto, the president, said that he will allocate 3 billion annually to the judiciary so that they can become independent in their service delivery. Same to the police, he's trying to make them independent. I don't know what part of the English you don't understand. Maybe you can explain to me later on.
Order, Mzalendo.
You asking me a question, I'm going to answer a question. You asking me a question.
Hold on, Roba. You are guided. Hold on. Please don't unmute your mic. We will have a shouting match here. Mzalendo, this is for you and it will come. I think you will answer when you get a chance later before you go to Katwe. I want you to tell us as a panel, where does the president draw powers to allocate any money to any institution in the Republic of Kenya? Katwe, it's your turn.
Okay, thank you so much. I've been listening and it's very funny. First of all, when I just want to start with a quick one from Jeff when he said that the police are going to be independent. And a few days ago, we saw Rigathi Gachagua directing the DCI to stay in their offices and not be hovering in the government offices because they are creating tension. So one of the work of the biggest and the fundamental work of the DCI is to do investigations, and investigations are carried within the laws. And the way they do their stuff, they are doing it within the book of the Kenya Police Service and the commission that was formed for the Kenya Police. So I'm just wondering, where do we draw the line? Because when somebody is from the executive telling you to stay in the office, to wait for cases over there, I'm wondering, how will the DCI conduct independent investigations now that they've been told by the deputy president that you stay in your offices and this is how you're going to work? Does that sound like independence to you at any given point? The second thing, I just want to reiterate this way. When you're looking at the transitions of government from the time that we gained independence, you should understand that by now, somebody like Jeff should understand now that he's older than me, should be able to understand that transition of governments are not from, governance is not within the government itself as a country. Governance also is from the outside. And if you look, the transition between Kenyatta and Moi, it was smooth because these people understood each other. They agreed on very various issues. When you come to the transition of Moi to Kibaki, the transition was not that smooth. The transition of handing power internally was okay, but Kibaki had to spend a lot of time overseas trying to woo investors here and there, trying to tell them that there is a regime of change. In 2013, the regime also, transition of government was not that smooth because yes, Uhuru and Kibaki did not have issues, but there was the issue of ICC. So Uhuru spent a lot of time overseas trying to talk to those international community countries to come and invest in Kenya. Reason being, they had a case in ICC. So what I don't expect is a deputy president going again to make new bilateral agreements as now the president when he was the deputy president. It does not make any sense to me, because you are supposed to support the regime of the day such that when the transition comes, the internal one is okay, is within the constitution, but the outside one, it's about the trust. Because remember this, that in a country there are those goodwill guarantors who are the business moguls. Is like right now, I can give you an example. If Kenya if a country or a bank wants to give Kenya a loan, they will want to see those goodwill guarantors. Like now, say SK Macharia. Somebody will say, I'm going to give this loan to Kenya as a bank because I know CSK Macharia is there. You understand? Now you've messed up the whole country. You are ganging the hustlers against the rich. Now the rich have pulled out. They don't want to be your guarantors, your goodwill guarantors. Now expect William Ruto to spend a lot of time overseas trying to talk to those countries, trying to tell them, in as much as you are hearing back at home that this is me, that is not me, wananiekelea. That is why even right now, the government of the day is still campaigning against the opposition. You wonder how even after elections, it is more of a hawk situation where I don't really understand where this government is going. And coming back now to our beautiful country, Kenya. I was watching the news the other time, and I really realized that is either Kenyans have selective amnesia, or we are suffering from something to do with the brain. Because I don't really understand. Somebody can lie to you 2 months ago telling you that I am going to reduce food prices within this range and this range. I'm going to do this. I'm going to do this. He said that the fertilizer will come 2,500 immediately. I assume office. I don't know where that changed, because it was still 2,500. His cartels were the ones who were taking the fertilizer and selling it. And again, you're telling us that you are going to operationalize the judiciary, not have a constitutional mandate. One thing I realized in that inauguration, and I'm sorry to say this, that we are going back to Moism without the rungu. The reason is this. He was handed over 2 instruments, of them the constitution. The second one was the sword. Which one did you see him raise up? And that is a question to the panelists. When he was given the constitution, he barely lifted it, put it down. But when he was given a sword, he stayed sword up like this. So which means the rule of law is not important to him, but rather the sword. You know what it means to have a sword? When you can't rule with the constitution, as the commander-in-chief, you can rule by the sword. And that is what he was excited to have. Now you're coming to tell us that you're going to have independence of the police, independence of the EACC, independence, when you had already, you did not even barely lift that constitution to show Kenyans. You know, the constitution is the anchor of Kenyans. When it comes to the sword, it is the part of the government controlling its citizen. So if we cannot start by the constitution, we are running straight to the sword. What does that give Kenyans, and how does it come about in our ears that we are safe and we are okay? The reason is we are going back to Moism without the rungu, and that is my submission.
Aya, thank you so much, Kato, for keeping it brief.
Thank you so much, Kato, for keeping it brief. Wacha tuende Waiguru.
Habari yenu. Hope you are doing well. Yes, I have heard what you guys have been discussing. I will say this, and this is my submission. Some 1 week ago, I happened to go to my rural area and met one of my aunties. And she told me that they really prayed for the win of Samoei Ruto. Why? Because he understands the pain of the common man, and she is hopeful that what was promised will come to pass. She cited at least 2 things. One, that fertilizers will be affordable. They had been promised 2,500. And 2, that the amount that is paid every month to National Health Insurance Fund would come down from 500 to 300 per month. And you could see some excitement in her. And she's not young. She could be approaching 70 now or thereabouts. I was at pain to explain to her to tone down her expectations and to tell her friends that that was mere politics. I don't know if I went there today, 1 week after, what she would tell me, because life has become even more difficult. And that's a fact. And it is going to get worse if we go by the policy stand that we've been told, that there will be no further subsidies on consumption. Now, that auntie of mine represents very many in Kenya today, that they were told this is going to be an ordained government of a boy who has risen from selling chicken and who is a victim of big families that don't want him to get at the top to assist other hustlers. I don't know how patient our population will be, but I can already see the frustrations in our community. The youths in my hometown are roundly crying that the government that they put in, with the understanding that they are putting one of their own in State House, has neglected them. I can confidently say that if this does not change in about 3-4 months, the president will find it difficult even to venture out of the State House. People are sleeping hungry. A packet of unga at 230 is no joke. That is the amount of money that most people earn per day. And these are people with families. And the youth who are depending on these more businesses are having it rough because, first of all, if it is border, their customers don't have money, extra money to pay for the extra transport costs. Some are opting not to go to wherever they used to go. Others are just simply walking. There is nothing as painful as praying with the emotions of a hungry person. Realistically, logically, Ruto could have a point that let's try to invest, let's try to, prop up production systems. Then we'll eventually have the food prices go down and other cost of life. But the question is this: who is this farmer? Isn't this farmer going to be too weak even to go to the farm to produce the food? Because those who do farming, they know that you need to eat well. You need to have square meals, because most of our agriculture is actually physical. It's not mechanical. That's a truth. Number two, the idea given to our people is that the government is all able. It just requires the president to order things to happen. So when you go now to try to explain the logics that you are the elite politicians, I see them doing right now, I don't think they'll get a very easy reasoning platform. That's not what the people know. They know that they were promised, and the president is all powerful. He can order things to drop within at the drop of the pin, and that's it. Unajua shida ya watu wamesoma Kenya ni kwamba wanajaribu kutumia wale hawajasoma sana vibaya na kuwadanganya. Now the contradiction is that they were told it was Uhuru and handshake that was the problem. That these are two brothers who have who grew in privileged backgrounds, and therefore they are very insensitive to the poor. And that is why there is escalation of prices. Now, I don't know what the hustlers today will say. And if this is the policy standpoint, we hope that things work as they are planning, because the argument is that fund farmers, give them subsidized fertilizers, let them go to the farm, let them produce more, and then food prices come down. I would want to ask, although we've been told this is a very prayerful government that has direct communication with God, I would want to ask those in this forum whether there is a contract between them and God, because our agriculture is rain-fed, basically. And no matter how much fertilizer you give to farmers, or even seeds, I've not heard them talk of quality seeds. The fact of the matter is that we are dealing with a phenomenon of climate change. Rains fell, and fell spectacularly, and they have failed in the past, even with the good intentions of the government. What will happen when that happens? Those are just some of the assumptions that I see that the current government is making. The other assumption that they have made is that they will bring hustler fund, give people money, they do business, register them for taxes, and then follow them from behind to collect as much tax as possible. The assumption here is that the community will be very receptive of this system. We live in communities, we know our people. I hope they don't know that the administrative costs of following up these payments could be overwhelming. That's why the government the past government the the past government Youth Enterprise Fund and Women Enterprise Fund have failed because there is a perception within the population that government money is never paid back. When you hear people have Fuliza, some of them simply don't want to pay. They borrow without any intention of paying, although this is a private arrangement to get a loan. Guys, government money given for business is never returned. Why? Because there is this feeling that you cannot be arrested for failure to pay. So that assumption that you give people money and then you come from behind and collect as much tax, which now you use to run the government, is a very risky affair, because that's not how things work.
Guru, in a minute, and then we'll come back to you. Just go ahead, wind up in a minute. I'll give you another chance.
Okay. Now, on that one, let me stop there. On the issue of the presidency, he's saying he's going to give 3 billion to the judiciary. Now,
yes, for a job well done. For a job well done.
Those who know this constitution, they know that the budgeting is mostly done through the parliament. And those items are discussed and then accepted. So it is not far-fetched to argue that the kind of money that is being bandied around, 3 billion, is an attempt to show the judiciary that this is a friendly regime to them, and therefore one turn deserves another. And you wonder even why such a pronouncement should come even before cabinet has been formed, because essentially this should have been started at cabinet level, the discussion. And who said anyway they need 3 billion? Why not 10 billion? You see, these are the matters that are very serious. Number two, those who are talking of independence here, Jeff, I don't know how do you define independence, because right now, all those people, there are several cases that are still running in courts. We are waiting to see how independent the judiciary will be. There is the issue of fake certificates by some of the people, leaderships on the government side now. There is the issue of corruption involving some very senior people in that government, in the government that is there now. We wait to see how the judiciary will deal with these matters, whether they will withdraw those cases or not. If they withdraw these cases, it will be yet another step of weakening the capacity of our institutions to act independently and to make us equal before the law. Any other theory that you spew here is mere theory. Thank you, Makiandi.
Okay, thank you, Guru. I want us to give those people that have been quiet for a while a minute, and then we go to Douglas. I'll start with Kuseo. I am sure you're about to drop, so let me give you a minute.
Now, that is very welcome. Thank you. What I want to say is just to pick up, to add on to something which Guru has talked about. You see, during the campaign time and how all over the place, on every single rally, the DP never used to stop to tell the so-called hustlers that wadosi huko Nairobi hawajui kulala njaa ni nini. In fact, he used to say hawajawahi lala njaa. He promised that once he's in, unga would be at 70, so that those who are dying from hunger at least would have a ray of hope. Now, you'll hear right now the subsidy has been removed. Yesterday I did say here that that subsidy is like was like to cushion Kenyans against what they were calling, they were asking the president to declare the famine and hunger as a national disaster. And that's why yesterday I did say here that that subsidy, since the price of fuel affects every other thing in the economy, standard of living no exception, that subsidy was like food relief to the affected, the so-called watu wa bottom. Now you go and remove it, then you go dishing 3 billion to the judiciary, you go and remove fertilizer, you reduce the price of fertilizer immediately. Then the other thing is, in 100 days, you want to pay the pending bills bordering 600 to 700 billion in the entire country. Those pending bills are 600 to 700 billion in 100 days. And yet you hear one of his senators here was telling us that they only found 93 million in the coffers. How are all these things going to be met? You can see it is not going to happen so soon. But nevertheless, the people who are waiting for hunger to come down, why is all of a sudden the price of standard of living, the low suffering, is not a priority? It's not a priority. By the time you want to please the IMF, by the time we get that facility from IMF, these people who are crying for standard of living to come down, maybe some of them would already be dead. That loan is going to help who? The price of hunger is an emergency, and it should be treated as such. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Kusel. Duke, in a minute.
What I can say is this. Actually, I will address some issues which were raised by some of you. One, most of you are trying to say that Ruto should implement everything right away. And at one time, Ropa said that if you take the historical context of the economic superpowers, there is a transformation. Changing a nation takes time. It means we have a program, we implement, and that's the result of doing something. So you want a miracle to happen within a week or two days so that everything is perfect. So I think you should be considerate in a way. So he was trying to say that because there is no money in the treasury, then we should ask Ruto. Why not the president? The outgoing president. Why we ask number 2 and not number 1? Is that not a biased argument? But for instance, what the information I can give you is this. Ruto asked the treasury, the outgoing individuals from the treasury to give a report, a detailed report of why we are where we are. So that's actually a step, and he even said he will make that report public. So I think he's trying to be open and straightforward in the way he's trying to handle those issues. So that's what I can say.
Okay, thank you, Duke. I don't know if that report you're talking about is the same report that was published today in the social media by Gerard Gay. Maybe we are speaking about the same thing, but I don't know. Roba, in a minute.
Okay, Makeri. Hey, Duke, I agree with you about nothing can be done overnight. But for me, I never said that, but there's some points here I wanted to bring up. Yes. So what the problem is, I have a problem with what comes from their mouth. Here's a problem. When the vice president comes and tells us that this year the police should stay away from some issues, like he was saying, governors were being harassed. Some other people's members of parliament, they were being harassed. That's not true. Now, what I mean is this. Duke, we don't have, in the county government, we don't have checks and balances. If that's the case, then you know what? The freedom of money being given away, people stealing, the governors going whatever they do, like what you see, every governor was going. I mean, we see what's going in the country, where they're saying things are not good from the previous administration of governors. And now with the TCS being told to get out of business. So we don't have checks and balances. What's going to happen? And that's my question right there. To finish, another thing. My question to Mr. Chair Musarendo, how does the judiciary and the bodies being given the funds to be independent, how does it make them to be independent because they got this money because it was being from the office of the president? I mean, that one makes no sense. How do we know from the office of the president, maybe there were checks and the balances, how this money was being distributed? Now you just give the money out there, you don't know how it goes, and that's why we run into problems. And you know what? You see, what they are doing now, they are opening ways for more corruption. And that's the fact of the matter. They are opening more avenues for corruption.
All right, thank you, Roba. Jeff, in a minute, alafu niende
Can I
kwa
answer
Mzalendo.
that?
No, hold on, Mzalendo. I'll come to you.
Yeah, thank you so much. I'll just try to be very quick. And first of all, there's so many things that were mentioned, which I felt like I should just go through them. The first one was about the Muteshi Lad scandal. I have been following these issues all the time that there is an election or something like that. And I listened also to the deputy president himself, and he told the public to go and check what was the ruling and how that case was like. And I remember very well, Ruto said he was a victim of fraud. There are people, and he said there are people even now who are having court case for selling that land to him fraudulently. But the court had to go for him to take away the title and give it back to its owner. I myself and everybody here knows that in Kenya, the issue of fraud in land in Kenya is very paramount. It is like is the thing of the day, is the order of the day. It's very easy to be to find yourself in such a situation. So it does not mean that because he's a deputy president that everything he does he must know everything. Sometimes he can also be conned, but the court went for the title, not because he's the one who took the land. He was a third party actually. So I would like people here, go get that case and the ruling because it is there, go through it and say what was it about. There are other people who are having the same case because of the same land. The issue of Western Hotel. And this one also, I followed the interview that he had. Sometimes we tend just to believe or to listen to people from our side, but we don't also want to listen to what is the person or the victim himself, what is he saying. And I remember Ruto said, yes, I have an interest in Western Hotel. He is not the owner. He is just a stakeholder. It is a partnership hotel, not just one person. It has other people, stakeholders. He is one of the stakeholders in that hotel, and also the title that they have. And I don't want to say that that land belongs to them. He said very well that that land was sold to them by the people who had already had the title. And as partners, they bought there and they built the structure. And the argument was, I have no problem. The government can take the hotel, but I want the government to scrutinize the documents that we have and see that we are not the one who took the land from the, I don't know whether it was the airport or something like that. So it is good always to listen and also to try to check this information, because sometimes the issue of corruption.
The Langata primary land next by?
I don't want to mention about it because I don't have information about it. I only talk about what I know.
Okay.
Anyway, I just want to say this, that Ruto's corruption was a good political strategy for Azimio, which actually did not work because Kenyans understood the issues of propaganda and so many things that happen. Even it's only that Ruto decided to play his politics differently. There are so many things they would have said about Raila and scandals. There are so many of them. Maybe they might even supersede what they are saying about Ruto. There are so many of them. But I don't want to go on that route because of time. So
no. We can't say what it is. That's something new on us. That's something new. Name the scandals for Raila. Name Raila scandals.
I will come back. I'll come back to that if time allows. So we already have one moderator who will tell me if it's very critical. I'll visit that.
Wind up, Jeff.
Yes. So I also want Kenyans to know, because we have just been talking about Ruto corruption. If you do your own investigation, even without doing investigation, it is common sense that if we have ever had a corrupt person in Kenya, is one, the former president who has just left office. Somebody who's had, whenever you try to trace in every sector that can generate money in Kenya, you see his hand is there.
Hold on.
Stop lying,
Jeff.
man. Stop lying to us.
What happened? Kwani amedrop.
I'm glad it's gone.
So that's good riddance.
No, hold on. Okay. Let's do this. Just to make this clear, I sometimes I allow people to talk, but there are things that we do not, let go easily. I just want to read the small ruling that was made in connection with the Muteshi land, and it says here, this is Justice Rosalia Ougo. And she said, however, Justice Rosalia Ougo ruled in Muteshi's favor, annulling all the transaction on the land and ordered the OCS at Turbo Police Station to evict Ruto from the land. The 2013 judgment declared Ruto's acquisition of the land irregular, fraudulent, and illegal, and the court imposed a 5 million shilling fine on him for displacing Muteshi. That is just a brief extract from the ruling of Justice Ougo. But when I come to the other issue of Western Hotel, I just want you, Jeff, to go and see who is appealing the decision by the court. The fight between the KCAA and Western Hotel. Just go and find out for yourself, because this is a long story that we won't finish tonight. Guru, ngoja kidogo dakika moja nipatie bole, and then we will have an open
forum. I wanted just to assist you.
Guru, ngoja. Just a minute.
Nilikuwa nataka kusaidia.
Nimesahau mzalendo. Just a minute.
Mimi siongei. I wanted to tell you, Makiandi.
Roba.
Hello. Hey, I've been given
Goja, Douglas.
Douglas, ngojea, hold your horses.
Hold on, Mzalendo.
Ngojea kidogo.
Mzalendo, hold on. Let's mute our mics. Let me give Mzalendo a minute. Guru, will come to you. But Douglas has been here for a while. Jeff hakuna mahali anaenda, he's here. So hold your horses. Mzalendo in a minute.
You had asked a question previously about the 3 million supplementary 3 million budget Ruto is allocating in the judiciary. You all know that when you control both houses, especially parliament, there's a budget committee, and if any money that was allocated in a particular department is not enough, you can introduce a supplementary budget. That is where the money is going to come from parliament and through treasury. That is where the president will get the money. And that is why he wants to control his agenda through parliament. Yeah. So any money, the president cannot allocate money without authorization of parliament, but he can recommend, because he has got the numbers in parliament, through the legislators in UDA. So that is what is actually going to do. Another issue that was raised here that is corruption, Ruto's and his corruption cases. I mean, okay, Ruto has done his mistakes. I think the most prominent mistake is the Western Hotel. Whenever you say it's a partnership and the hotel is controversial, it means that you're one of the partners. That does not exonerate you, Mr. Mburu. So a mistake is a mistake. When somebody does a mistake, let's say he has done the mistake. And on Roba was talking about, he went to the village, people were demanding that what Ruto had said. Listen, brothers, Ruto is barely 5 days in government. He doesn't even have a cabinet. Parliament has not even begun its sessions to allocate any kind of money. So sijui hiyo pesa Ruto atatoa wapi? Yeah, for him to reduce hizo prices and mnasema. So I mean, barely 24 hours people started complaining here, wapi ile bei ya unga iliekwe iende chini. He doesn't even have a cabinet. Parliament is not even in session. I think the beginning of the session.
Yeah. I never, that thing like that one came from my mouth.
Okay.
Just get the URL.
No, I'm just trying to correct you that.
I wish.
When Roba, kidogo tu, when you are in the village with your people, try to educate them how government works. Unasikia, and then they will probably understand that government works like this. There are stages in government. There are stages to get money. There's a time to introduce subsidies, and it's not just one arm of government. There is parliament and there is executive. That is how government works. So Ruto cannot wake up one day and say, "Hey, nimewapatia hii," but it has to go through parliament. And come any opposition, they feel that this is not a good law for the country, they will shut it down, and that's how it works. Thank you.
Okay, nataka kwenda kwa Douglas, but Mzalendo, you are full of controversies. You are contradicting yourself. On one side, you are saying Ruto has been in office only for 5 days and he cannot promise the money that he said he would. He cannot deliver the money that he said he will deliver to the people. And the other side, you are saying the money that he promised to the judiciary, he has a parliamentary, I don't know what committee that he will control. And then on the other side also, the same William Ruto that you're saying has been in office for 5 days has been able to cut the subsidies for fuel by a stroke of a pen on day one. And now the prices are at 179 a liter, up from the normal prices. The same William Ruto that you say has no cabinet is the same William Ruto that said he is not going to give maize any subsidies. The same William Ruto is the same William Ruto that has given fertilizer subsidies even without a cabinet. So I don't know which side you fall. Either you tell us that William Ruto has to wait for the cabinet to be composed, or you tell us that he has no cabinet yet, he cannot do anything right now. So you have to choose a side, choose a war.
I don't want to say that the president cannot do some of the things that he has done. He has got the powers as the president of the Republic of Kenya, given by the people of Kenya, to do whatever he has done. So on issues like introducing the fertilizer, I think that that was very important to him, or informed by his advisors that this is what you need to do. So he did it. And on issues of fuel going up, and he's saying, you know, I cannot reduce the fuel because it will affect other sectors in the economy. That is up to the decision of his advisors. And for us, we cannot insist, I cannot insist that you must do this. Maybe there are people who sit down, they look at the economy, they look at the implication of reducing or introducing subsidies and increasing the cost of fuel. I mean, how it will affect the economy. That is not for you and me. Maybe there are people who sit there and decide on those issues.
Actually, in the Douglas, I think Douglas, just come in.
Okay, thank you, Makiadi, for this opportunity. I'd like to say hello to all the panelists. I'm seeing a lot of contradiction. Though tunasema Makiadi, wacha waongee. Let them keep talking until they contradict themselves so that the listeners can actually see what they're made of. And if you continue contradicting yourself, then we know that you have no stand. But let me just jump in kidogo to this guy called Mr. Jeff. Jeff yuko hapa, amehapa. That Jeff guy, I think Jeff is back, eh? Yeah, I think Jeff needs to do. You know, I normally say, please don't come to this forum without doing research. Hii mambo ya kukuja tu na kuongea ovyo ovyo without doing your research, please avoid that, because you'll turn up to appear like someone who's really not informed and someone who's not serious in life. Ukikuja hapa, please make sure umefanya research, you come up with with facts. Don't just come and talk nonsense and expect us as grown men to listen to you and just accept what you're talking about. We'll cut you off because too much nonsense also spoils the channel. Jeff needs to understand that there are cases. If he had gone to Google in his phone, I'm sure he has a phone. If he had really just gone to Google and searched the judgments of Umteshi, and he had searched the things to do with the Langata Children's Land, this is something I was personally there for. I was there with Hilton Urungu, and I was there with Boniface Mwangi when we were protesting the grabbing of Langata Primary. So when he talks about that, he doesn't understand. He's a partnership. He has partners, and he doesn't know how the land was acquired. Then this is trying to make us to look like fools, and we shall not accept that. So Jeff, stay checked, come here with facts, and please don't bring us that kind of information if you really don't know what you're talking about. You sound absurd. When coming to Duke, you've been a UDA supporter for the longest, and I said you've been consistent with the thuggery, and you've been consistent with the lies. At least you have a consistency when it comes to whatever you believe in and whatever you stand for. I respect you for that, and I respect you for standing with UDA. But one thing you have to understand is that the current president, who's my president, I accepted him as my president, he was in government in the last 10 years. Don't come here and tell us Ruto is just inheriting a government that has debt and does not have money. No, he's part and parcel of the last 10 years of this government. So he knows what this government has done, and he knows the operations of this government, and he knows what this government is capable of, and if they have money and if they don't have money. And the whole fact of, oh, let's give him time, or let's do this, it's fine. Let's wait for the 100 days. We can wait for the 100 days. Then we shall still be on this channel checking after 100 days if all the fulfillments have been done. After that, we shall still check this government after 100 days. And I said I'm willing to be the main opposition person in this country. If there's not going to be any opposition, if everyone in Azimio wants to run to UDA, I'll be the opposition. We shall check this country after 100 days. and beyond. And if we see that this country is not producing any tangibles for Kenyans to move forward and Kenyans to actually succeed, we shall recall this government. We shall go to the streets and protest, because we cannot have a government that people are going to suffer. This government has given so many people promises, and half the country did not even vote for it. So we need to see some serious action in this government. Let's give them 100 days. It's too early to talk. It's too early to make judgments. Let's give them time. Yes, let's give them 100 days. And once the 100 days are over, let's get to work. But this whole idea that we are having someone who's coming to government and they don't know what is happening, and they've just inherited a government that has debt, and things have to change. No. This is someone who's been in government for the last 10 years, fully both hands in government, knowing everything that is going in government. He needs to be continuing swiftly in running the Kenyan government, because he was a deputy president and now he's president, so he knows. And this whole idea of someone coming here and blaming Uhuru and saying that Uhuru was a problem. No, Uhuru was in the same government with Ruto. These people have been working together for the last 10 years.
Yeah, on 50-50.
On 50-50. So this nonsense that, I was marginalized when I was in government, that is nonsense, and it only appeals to people who don't think. But if you are thinking, seriously, you know that this is a guy who's continuing with what they were doing the last 10 years. There is no new thing. Everything should be laid down on the table, and we shall know what will go on. So let's give them 100 days, Makiadi. And after 100 days, we shall continue checking them. And if they haven't fulfilled whatever they've done in 100 days, those UDA members, they better come back here. We shall check them. And after 100 days, if nothing is happening for Kenyans, we shall go to the streets and recall this government, because Kenyans have to be served. Thank you.
Okay, I want to go to Guru in a minute, but I still want somebody to explain to me, why is it essential that we give them 100 days? Will they be sworn in after 100 days, or they're already in office? Guru, karibu.
One, Makiadi, I wanted to assist you. There's a clip by the K24. They analyzed very well if you Google K24 Muteshi Rand case verdict, and you bring it here, you will get the real facts of the matter, that even the accused did not appear in court, and the claim that he was a victim was also dismissed by the court. So I think that let me settle that one at that level. Here, we are not talking about giving the government time. We are talking about promises made countless times on campaign platforms. When you go to a rural area and promise somebody that now you are sleeping hungry because of this situation or these people, you have an obligation to fulfill that promise, because most of our people, we are privileged here to have gone to school and also to have exposure across what is happening in the world. But that is not the privilege that some of our population have. And that is what has been used by politicians to manipulate the people. So the issue here is not even 100 days. The issue is that the people were told that on putting the Bible down, the prices of unga will go down, the prices of fuel will go down, and generally life will become much easier. I would expect the same leaders to go right now back to those people and explain them why this cannot be fulfilled. Let them not hide here in Nairobi or big towns and assume that they just tricked people into voting for them. That is precisely what it is here. If zingine tunaongea hapa, let us give time, the government was broke or the other. That is only debate at a elite level. Go to the rural areas where you told people that their life would be better on the stroke of the pen after taking oath, and have a dialogue with them. That is respect. That is the respect that we want brought into this country. When you tell people something, be factual, be truthful, be honest. Simple.
Thank you, Guru. Let me jump over to Black.
Amjambo everybody in the panel na watu wote pale popote mlipo. I hope you're all doing fine. Kama kawaida, I love you sana watu wangu. Kazi ni kazi na ndo tumeanza sasa. Now, I heard you talking about, rather asking questions about the judiciary funds that the fifth president, His Excellency, Dr. William Samoei Ruto, said that he would release to the judiciary. Now, it is good, or rather great, to understand that, number one, that money is not going to be released immediately. He said it's going to be released each year. So in the next financial year, that 3 billion shillings is going to be factored in their budget allocation. Now, it is worth noting that the judiciary has sent their resource requirements for the financial year 2022-2023 at 39 billion. Now, unfortunately, they received 18 billion, just 1 billion up from 17 billion that they had received the previous financial year. So as you can see, they're currently operating at a 56% deficit of around 21 billion. Now, they believe that they have shortage in things like infrastructure and manpower in regards to man resource to be able to provide adequate services to the Kenyan people, because there are so many backlogs of cases with very few judges available and very few infrastructure. So now, for that reason, they had required the 39 billion in the financial year 2022-2023, but they received less than half of that, in 18 billion. So now, in this shortage of 21 billion, the wise president, William Samoei Ruto, decided that in the next financial budget for the next 5 years, he'll be giving 3 billion shillings each year for the next 5 years. That would amount to 15 billion. At least it will shorten that, it will narrow down the deficit of 21 billion by 15 billion. So akisema kwamba eti anatoa 3 billion haimaanisha anatoa sahi that's, you are misinforming the public. Just said every year he shall be factoring in 3 billion as a commitment added to the judiciary fund that was established in July of this year. So mkisema eti sijui ni kama anatoa hii pesa sahi na watu wako na shida ya mahindi, don't try to play politics, my friends. Now, the other issue is, I heard Julia through the Hansard saying that there are 3 names presented to the president that were shortlisted for the Chief Justice position. Now, it is worth noting that the JSC had done their due diligence and came up with the name of Martha Koome only, in capital letters, which they sent their recommendation, which by formal presentation to the parliament and having passed, he subsequently appointed her. Now, on the matter of the 7 judges, which she said also that out of the 7, only 6 were appointed. Again, I would refute that with an actual fact that goes contrary to what she said. And I will quote the Gazette notice of Tuesday, the 19th of July, where it said, anyone out there can just go there and Google it. The Gazette notice was on Tuesday, July the 19th, and it says, in exercise of the powers conferred by Article 166 1B of the Constitution of Kenya, I, Uhuru Kenyatta, President and the Commander-in-Chief of the Kenya Defense Forces, appoint the 7 judges, nominees to be judges of the Court of Appeal. This is a Gazette notice on the 19th of July. It was on a Tuesday. So it was not that there were 7 names that were taken there and Uhuru picked 6. No. Now, moving forward, having cleared that, yesterday, was it yesterday or the day before yesterday, I was categorical in saying that the COG chairperson will be taken by Her Excellency, the Governor, Anne Waiguru. And as I predicted, so it was, and she is the chair lady or the chairperson of the COG, and we're hoping for her to deliver on that mandate. Now, in regards to the NSSF issue that I had people talking about, I think sometimes it's good to be objective when we're discussing issues. When we put politics into some issues, it now becomes irrelevant, because the NSSF funds that were going to be used, or rather used by the government for the housing projects, are going to be taken out as bonds. We all know bonds are the most secure that one can get from a government or any institution in the land of Kenya, because they are guaranteed. Now, the best thing about bonds, because people are talking it tutakwenda kujenga nyumba na watu wanakufa njaa, the best thing about bonds are long term, payable in as long as 10 years time. It's not like treasury bills, which are short term bills for like 30 days, 60 days, 91 days, like that. No, these are long term. Now, the ripple effect, people are going to be employed, manpower. So there's going to be money circulating around. I don't want to get much into that, because you already know what that would do. Manyumba is because Najengo in bulks, or in great quantities, or in great numbers. This number of people that are going to be employed by that. Kwa hizi kazi za mkono, jua kali, watu wa kuchomelea, watu wa kuweka roofing, I mean, it's a substantial amount. Plus, it's going to be affordable. We don't know how the numbers are in regards to how much they will cost. We don't know. I don't know personally. But in matters NSSF, hello, can you hear me? In matters NSSF,
talk.
my point, in matters NSSF, my point was they're going to come out as bonds, treasury bonds. Thank you. Ebola, please mute your mic. Don't be so quick to open your mouth.
Black, we've given you time to. It's okay. It's okay, Douglas. Let's do this. Black, I have a quick question for you. I have a quick question for you. I'm going back to mathematics. Mathematics. So you said how much money was supposed to be given? How much money was requested by the judiciary? 20. You said they got 18 billion dollars. They had requested for what? You are on mute.
That 39 billion.
Okay, so they requested 39 billion. they got 18 billion, which is about 50%, right? And that's this financial year, right?
Yeah.
So I'm looking at
This as per the resource that I read, yes, correct?
yeah. So if we take that to if we multiply that for 5 years, I'm assuming we have a constant rate of 39. We are looking at what 39 times 5. That's about
Not 39 times 5. Now you are playing politics. They were going to be added 3 billion extra
Black,
on top of
hold
the
on.
18. On top of the 18 they have.
Black.
3 billion must be added to that.
Black, relax, relax.
Yes.
What you said is the judiciary had put in a request for 39 billion. That was
Correct.
what their expenditure was supposed to be for them to operate
Correct.
efficiently, right?
Correct.
So
Correct.
my thinking is for the next
Mm.
financial years, they would be operating efficiently, probably with a minimum of 39 billion, right?
Correct.
So I'm taking that and multiplying it by 5 years. This is basic math.
Okay.
It gives me roughly about 208 billion. Okay. The deputy president has promised the same judiciary 3 billion incremental in the next 5 financial years. I mean, next 5 budgets. We take that and multiply by 5. That's around 15 billion. Now, I want you to tell me a difference of 208 billion minus 15 billion and tell me if between us and you, who is playing politics? Because even if you give the judiciary 3 billion every year for the next 5 years, that's around 15 billion. And the judiciary needs about 39 minimum. So we are looking at a difference between 209 billion versus 15 billion, which the president has promised to be giving them every year at a rate of 3 billion. So between us on this side who are condemning this idea and you, who is playing politics?
Now, you are calculating 39 billion multiplied by 5, and then 3 billion multiplied by 5 with 15 billion. I mean, with the 200, did you factor in the 18 billion plus the 3 billion? The current 18 billion plus the 3 billion, then multiply it by 5. Did you do that?
I'm giving you the numbers according to what you said.
39 billion is the budget that they require.
Exactly.
18 billion is the amount that they received, up by 1 billion from the 17 billion which they had received the previous year.
Don't even
So
go
at hand, listen, at hand they had, we can say at hand, they have or they received 18 billion currently as it is, right? Are we together to that point? 18 billion, right? They are short of 21 billion to get to the 39 billion.
And you're substituting 21 billion with 3 billion, right?
Listen, slowly. Instead of 39, they received 18.
So what's the deficit?
The deficit is 21.
Multiply
Are we together?
Multiply that by 5.
21 times 5, that will be 105.
Yeah, and
105 billion.
So we are assuming that the judiciary will have a deficit if they get what they're getting right now. We are assuming the judiciary will have a deficit of 105 billion for the next 5 financial years. Now,
If they receive what they're getting right now.
Exactly. And now
Correct.
the deputy president is promising them 3 billion shillings every financial year for the next 5 years. How much is that? 15 billion. So
yes.
I want you to take 105 minus 15 billion and tell us between us and you who is playing politics.
Why would you subtract 105 minus 3 billion? Because already 105.
I said minus 15 billion.
Sorry?
I said 105 minus.
That will be the 21.
Can I come in? Just 1 minute.
Playing. Duke, yes.
You see,
what are you saying?
When you give projections of the money you want from the government, always you cannot even be given everything because we have limited resources. Even when doctors strike, teachers strike, they have demand, but it's actually a reasonable increment which would be made. So 39 billion was a projection by the judiciary of the sufficient amount which they can have for them to operate. However, there are other expenditures which are not necessary, which is not a must, but they agreed that they will be increasing, there will be an increase every year so that to progressively expand and enhance justice. But Uhuru Kenyatta did not obey that. He just gave them 1 billion. So we are trying to justify that reasonable increment every year so that we can move towards the right figures. So you can't compare the projections and what is actually was transferred to the judiciary.
Bwana Duke Mariba, let me ask you, when you tell us that Uhuru Kenyatta did not obey that, what are you trying to tell us? Because from where I sit, I know where money is allocated from. I know it's Parliament. There's a budgetary allocation committee in Parliament that deals with these issues. So if you tell us that Uhuru Kenyatta did not obey that, what are you trying to imply?
You see, the treasury is part of the executive. It's the one which controls the resources. It's not part of the judiciary, not part of parliament. That's why if the president decides to construct, for example, STR, he can use that money from the treasury. So he's the one who signs for the money to move out. So you cannot be a chief justice and say, I want to remove 500 billion from the treasury. Can the president? But the president can do that, maybe to implement a given major project or to fund his own manifesto policies. So it's who controls the treasury, the executive headed by the president.
Duke. Douglas nisaidie.
Makeri, I'm trying to understand. I'm trying to get you.
I think
what is the issue with the numbers?
Hold on. Yes.
What is the issue with the numbers?
Do is just have a pause for 30 at least 3 minutes for people to just go and look at the constitution and the functions of a president and what the president can do and the functions of parliament. Because there are people talking here like they don't understand, like the president just decides whatever he wants to decide and that happens. I don't understand what Duke is talking about.
I also don't understand, because Duke is telling us that the president can decide to sign money, for example, to construct an SGR, and then go to treasury, sign the money, and then release the money to whoever. I mean, Duke, there are things that we come here to discuss, and one of them is hatutakagi kupeana propaganda hapa, because you understand very clearly that there's a procedure to which money is allocated to every department, every principal whatever, wanaitangwa principal secretary, who is the accounting officer wa ministry. There's a budget allocation ambayo wanakwanga wana request. They do their whatever, their estimation, and then they present that, and then it goes to parliament. When parliament decides to allocate money, hakuna kitu president ataongeza ama kupunguza. That is what we are trying to tell you. It is the parliament of the Republic of Kenya which decides what resources go where. It's
now,
not the
Makiadi,
president.
oh, sorry.
Yes, go ahead.
Now, Makiadi, as you've rightfully said, through the parliament, at this point, who controls the numbers in parliament? And as per the committee, who comes up with the because there is a number allocated to members of parliament. Correct me if I'm wrong. Depending on who heads the current government, right? Into the committees.
Do your research.
Can you shut up, Anna?
Black ngoja, you cannot use that language. Okay, I know.
Sele mtu anaongea alafu mtu
It's okay.
anaongea.
You're talking about things you don't know.
Hold on.
Talk about things you
Toa
know.
miwani ndo uone vizuri bana.
Stick to things that you know. Don't just
hold on,
You
guys.
can't see facts. Fungua miwani.
I have lights. I'm in a studio.
Hold on, guys. Hold on. Tafadhali. Let's have some decorum. Black, I'm trying to understand what you're saying, but I want you to go and look at the the standing orders of the parliament that you're talking about. I mean, it's not a matter of who has the numbers that determines what money goes where. It's not about that. Because if the judiciary needs 41 billion, for example, and then the government says, you know, the situation that the government is as it is right now, the judiciary is not going to get the 41 billion. The government will try as much as possible to make sure that its operation run. And my point of departure from this issue of giving the judiciary 3 billion every year is it's not a guarantee. It's not something that you can sign with the judiciary. The CJ can sit down with the president and sign a 3 billion agreement every year. It's not practical because the president has no powers to allocate money to the judiciary. That is what we are trying to say.
Makiadi, can I come in?
No,
yeah, we'll do this. We'll do this.
It does not mean that. Sorry.
Richie, can I say something?
Hold on, guys. Hold on. Let's do this. Let me give you a minute each. Unajua hata mimi nimeanza kani kama naongea peke yangu hapa. I want to give you a minute each. We comment. Alafu tuende kwa line sasa. I believe this is something we will still discuss. Tuko hapa and the studio is full. So let me give you Douglas a minute and then Black a minute. Mise tukuje kwako.
Thank you very much, Makiadi. I think Black is missing the point. And what we are talking about with what Duke is trying to say, we are trying to talk about the procedure. We are not talking about who has the majority in parliament. That is a non-factor. That is not the argument. The argument is parliament is there to make laws. The president cannot just come from nowhere and start writing checks and then start writing. That is called politics. That's what the president is doing. That's politics. You can say whatever you want to say to please the people, but at the end of the day, laws are made in parliament. And that is the reason why Duke, and I fail to understand why Duke does not even grasp the concept. Why the UDA president was running around getting MPs and defectors. That is the purpose of getting members of parliament to your side, because that is the only way you can pass laws and pass your budgets and anything that you want in terms of law making. I don't know if you understand the politics and how politics work, because you can't just come here and tell the president can do this and do that. He can go to treasury and write checks. No, that's why he was wooing members of parliament from other parties, and that's why he was trying to make sure that he has majority in parliament, because it is only through parliament that you can pass laws. So let's just understand that.
Black in a minute.
I think it has been said there, just as Duke said it, by what just came out on the screen by Charles Eding Aguero. It's exactly what Duke said. Is it Charles Aguero or Charles Aguero? In regards to the ceiling, which is first set by the president, before then goes to, I mean, that's what Duke said here a while ago. Now, the issue was, people were saying that hii pesa ambayo ilikuwa President Ruto alisema itapeanwa kwa judiciary, Kuseu especially, was as a payback to the allegedly job that they did for the current president at the Supreme Court. So it's just a payback. No, it's not. Already the judiciary was operating at a deficit of 56% from the 39 billion which they required to function optimally, with the 18 billion which they received. No. So it is not as a thank you. It is something that the president believes that if this budget can be increased to a certain level, at least within the ability of the government, kujaribu kusukuma budget allocation kwa judiciary, for them to function optimally, pengine they add extra infrastructure, they hire more judges. Maybe the backlog of cases, and in that sense, the service to the people will be provided in a far much better and faster way than it is currently, right? So I don't see a problem whereby 3 billion being allocated on top of what they have currently received, for the judiciary to provide better services to the people, that is you and me, is an issue to you. So that's where now penye tunaachana na nyinyi wenzangu, is the issue the 3 billion has given to them, to the judiciary, or what is the problem?
Are you done? I want to move on to the next person. Domi, unainua mkono na nitakupatia nafasi ya kufanya submission, or you want to do your submission first before? I want to go to Mise. You are online. Nitakufikia. Just be patient. But Black, we have no problem with the judiciary being given 3 billion. Our question is, where is the president getting these numbers from? Why not 10 billion? If the judiciary has a deficit of about 18 billion, why not give them 18 billion?
Deficit of 21 billion.
Exactly. Why not give them even 20 billion? Where is he getting the 3 billion?
I'm sure he must have been advised by the persons that are well placed in matters finances that the government at this point, at the rate which it is growing, or at the rate which it is right now, at the point which it is right now, they can only manage to give an additional 3 billion in a period of 5 years, as opposed to giving 15 billion all at once, kulingana na ule uwezo as it is right now.
Are you
Maybe
saying,
maybe
that
that is how I look at it.
All
Are
right,
you
I
saying the government
understand.
is broke?
No, Douglas, I understand where Black is coming from, but these are the same guys that are on Twitter and other social media platforms telling us that the government is not even in ICU; it's on a deathbed. Mise, let me give you a time to do your presentation.
First of all, I just wanted to say hi all to you. What was Emil? I think it's high time mzoee kazi ni kazi. I was listening to Douglas. Douglas is so emotional. You're so emotional, Douglas. I don't know why, but my interest is
Passion. Don't confuse passion with emotion.
I would think it's delusion. Too much passion becomes delusion. But that's not the point. My point is mostly on what you're disagreeing with what Black is saying. You're actually right. You mentioned about an argument, and when you look at there is an argument, there is a premise of that argument, and there is a conclusion. And I think what Black is, if I heard him rightfully, what he's saying, regardless of the procedure, the people will make that determination. The institutions that will make that determination are already compromised in terms of numbers. So whether you disregard the numbers or not, if it's Parliament that is going to pass that, the question is, does the president, his agenda, does he have the people will propel his agenda in every house? And that is, like you said, and all of you are saying the same thing. Like you say, the president has been in this, he has been on a spree of wooing the members of parliament and all houses to make sure that whenever he has his agenda, it will sail through, even if it goes through the procedure of voting. So I think it's important that we take note of that, that numbers are very significant in making decisions that require voting. And so I don't know, that's what I wanted to mention quickly. I don't know, Makiadi, if you gave me time to make a few. Okay, so Makiadi, you mentioned a few things. You talked about, you were wondering why and what is really 100 days, whether 100 days begins are not yet within the period which the president has been sworn in. And I just thought that I should remind you that usually 100 days in any government in the US, African, government, they usually 100 days refers to the you know, they refer to the beginning of any leading politician any leading politician's term in office. After that, he will try to prioritize and roll out that which can be done within the 100 days. Somehow, you have seen what the president had promised is already on it, and I think we shouldn't panic. We still have, they are in 1 week office since they were sworn in, so I don't know why people are panicking. I don't know if it's just still people, that's one way people are mourning, you know, but we will understand. But still the government, and I heard you, Douglas, saying that, you know, Ruto has been part and parcel of this government. But a while ago during the campaigns, you are the very same people who are saying that Ruto Ruto abused office. Ruto should have left the office. Ruto should have been impeached. Ruto, you know, all that. And you say that he did not work. He was not, he disregarded, he disrespected the president and all that, you know, stories that we had during the campaign season. So I'm wondering why you want to now rubber stamp and say authoritatively that he was part and parcel of the government, yet we saw that even the president came out and said that Ruto was not working. So I just wanted to remind you out there that the very same president who was supporting your candidate, Raila Odinga, who said that Raila was supporting him in running the government and rolling out the project and, you know, all that, is the same person who was saying Ruto was not working. So he disassociated himself from Ruto during the last 5 years. So I think it's important that we remind you. And also, in terms of NSSF, I listened to the president, and I think what the president is saying has a lot of substance. For those who have studied and understood how other countries run their healthcare system. For example, I like the way you say someone who is earning 500,000 cannot give the same contribution of, let's say, 100 shillings, for example, with someone who is earning 5,000 shillings or someone who is earning 30,000 shillings. I looked at it and looked at my tax returns the previous year. I realized that, for example, in Canada, there's a bracket, tax bracket of 0 to 15,000, and then 16,000 to 29,000, then 29 to 48,000. Then I realized that all of us pay different taxes, and from these taxes that we pay, it goes to be allocated to different budgets. So what the president is saying, if you're up here, you should at least give more. There is nothing wrong to give more so that you can complement those who are down here so that we can have an even and balanced healthcare system. And that's what is happening in for example, in Canada. Those who are down here, those who are up here in the higher bracket, in the six figure, they pay more so that they can complement those who are down here. So I think that is a very good culture of saying that as a country we can save by pushing the middle class and those who are slightly above the middle class to pay more so that we can elevate those who are down here. The other thing, the judicial, I think the judiciary, we should be proud that Kenya has been a very progressive country in terms of judiciary. And you know what I think the president is emphasizing is making sure that we have judicial independence, which is very important because when we have the judicial independence, it guarantees the judges that they are free and they can decide truthfully without truthfully and by making decisions truthfully and not making decisions impartially because of fear or coercion from anyone. So I think by empowering and investing in the judiciary, it's very important. A lot of people have they have not gotten justice because there's delay. Any delay in the judiciary, any where we have a loophole in the judiciary is a delay to justice. And I think we should echo the president for having to think that we should have cases to be processed within the shortest time period so that we can remove the backlog from our judiciary. So let me stop there. However, let me say that we need to move on. We need to support the government. I like that the president say very well that he is not going, he doesn't want to digress the role of opposition. He wants that the opposition to be full-fledged so that they can check the government of the day to make sure that the service delivery to Mwananchi is done in accordance to the promises they gave. So, Mr. Douglas, your position is guaranteed and supported by the president. And I think going forward, he will be happy to hear that you are monitoring and putting him on check to make sure that he has delivered as he promised. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mise. I just want to ask you a question here with regards to what you talked about last, the role of keeping the government in check. Can you tell us where in the Constitution it is said that the opposition will keep the government in check?
I'm sorry, can you ask the question again?
I asked you, can you tell us where in the Constitution it says that the opposition will keep the government of the day in check?
Of course, you know very well between you and me that the Constitution 2010 does not have that provision. However, that doesn't mean that the people, I mean, I heard Douglas so passionately saying that we will recall this government. And the power, if you look at the preamble of the Constitution, it says that the power is in the people. And the people at any time can decide to recall the government. So the people can check the government, can put the government on check. That's why we have people like Okiya Mtata, who were never even lawyers, who never did anything, Boniface, who were in the streets, human rights activists, people who came out and spoke so passionately and pointed out the mistakes of the government. You don't have to be given a title of opposition in order to keep the government on check.
I think we had this discussion some time back, Mise. I think you missed this because we had this discussion with the Black, and I think we came to an agreement that when we say keeping the government of the day in check, we should not draw a line between what you call the opposition and the ruling government in terms of MPs. We agreed here, and it's in the Constitution. I know you are a lawyer and you know that it is the duty of the legislature to keep the government of the day in check. It doesn't matter whether you are aligned or you are elected as a UDA MP or not. That is the duty of the legislature. So sometimes when you come here and throw that task of making sure that the government of the day operates to ODM or Azimio, then I think we are misleading our viewers. But it is okay. I'll let that one slip for today, lakini kesho sikuje kutuambia hapa ati Azimio kazi yake ni keep the government of the day in check. Black 1 minute alafu niende kwa Disha.
Yeah, I believe it was Article 95. Yes, true. It is the duty of an MP to keep the government in check. MP means all MPs. Nevertheless, it's been the tradition, not in the law, the tradition of MPs not aligned to the party running the government of the day, that they, in tradition, keyword is tradition, that they had drawn line whereby they traditionally again keep the government of the day in check in parliament, because again it's been the tradition of the MPs whose party has the executive, that's the president, usually supports and defends the policies that the president tries to enact. So it's just a matter of tradition, not by law, but tradition. That's how I can put it.
Okay, thank you. I'll let that one go for today. But I believe that if a bad policy comes to parliament, then I expect even the members that are aligned to the government of the day to not support that. And that is why I'm saying, hold
let
on,
me
hold on.
mention one thing quickly.
Hold on, Mr. Hold on.
Yeah.
And that is why I'm saying we should not come here to just draw a line and say that if something comes in parliament and the MPs don't agree, we should leave that to the minority side. I think the constitution envisaged a situation whereby the legislature will think independently, distinguishing itself from the executive, and that's why it said, explicitly that the legislature, which is parliament, like you said, black, it doesn't matter whether it's a Senate or National Assembly, will basically keep the government in check to make sure that laws and everything that are passed through parliament are according to the constitution. I'll give you a minute, Miss, and then I go to Disha, please.
Thank you. I totally see what your argument is, but before then, I would just wanted to correct someone by Liz Macharia who says that NSSF is not tax. I hope that she I'm sure she didn't understand, but I do understand that the revenue agency in Kenya is Kenya Revenue Agency. But my argument was simply to say that when we collect resources, we should not uniformly collect resources. We should vary in the manner that we collect resources from civil servants and other people who pay that, so that we can even out. I hope she understands. But mainly what you're saying is true. But you also forget that in the same spirit and in policy, it's good you mentioned policy. In policy, there's something called symbiotic relationship. And usually, symbiotic relationship is aligned to the interests of the person that you supported. And so it is basically saying, you scratch my back, I scratch yours. So when in the same policy, even that's why you see, you live in the US and you know companies like Monsanto, they have people who have lobbied to the White House so that they give money, they fund campaigns of certain political politicians. And the reason they do that is that when these people get to power, they will favor their interests. Same in parliament. Unfortunately, you have to remember that in law we have the letter and the spirit. Unfortunately, the letter could be saying something different as you are referring in the Constitution, but the spirit could be interpreted otherwise. So do you think our members of parliament, and we know that our members of parliament, they are supposed to have proper oversight regardless of who, proper legislation regardless of who. But unfortunately, it is who pays and who pays your bills, who you will give your allegiance. So I think it is a good spirit, and anything that is envisaged in our constitution is good. Unfortunately, you would tell that from chapter 6 that every member of parliament, every politician have not adhered to that. So the one that you're mentioning, that they should oversight properly and legislate properly, it is a good motive, but usually more often it's not the case. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Disha.
Thank you, Makiadi. let me start from where Mr. left in terms of the legislature. That is the part of the government that is supposed to be checking the executive. But what do we know from the past? We have a legislature that is rubber stamping everything that the executive does. Like wale wa kuoppose wanaoppose tu because they are not in government, na wale pia wako government. Unapata ma MPs wanaita the president that is their boss. When do they become their boss? The bosses are the people. In fact, inafaa kuwa separate ile, but what will we see? Tutaangalia tu kwa sababu ni mtu wenu unapitisha, kama sio mtu wako unajaribu kupinga. So we have a legislature yenye ni mbovu. That's why we have the likes of activists wenye wanajaribu kutusaidia. So I think the only person yenye tunaangalia sahi kwa hiyo parliament labda ni Mtata. The rest, you don't expect anything from them. Hawa ni watu wa kusack the ass ya president, the executive that is in place. Let me come to the issue of what the government does. Tumesikia ati there is only 93 million in the exchequer. Now, how does the government run? The government runs like just the way you earn your salary. Like if you earn a salary of 30,000 and your expenditure is 30,000, that means there is nothing for you left. So what we have is a bloated government that is overtaxing the people to benefit a few individuals. Like the government waits for when you go to a supermarket or you buy anything, you don't pay that tax. It's like you're giving, like the seller is an agent. He collects the tax on behalf of the government, then waits like for 30 days, then submit that to the government, to KRA. So what the government does in normal cases ni kuenda kuchukua bank facility ati sasa pay for me this, then I wait for my tax. So hatutatoka kwa hiyo sako kama hatutaangalia what we spend versus what we budget versus what we spend. So kama your expenditure is equal to what you collect or even more than what you collect, there is no way you will get out of that. You need to look at your expenditure. That's the way, like in your house, utaangalia what do I need to do away with, or what do I need to avoid, so that I can either have some savings or I can take care of my health, vitu kama hizo. Lakini kama unachukua hiyo pesa kila siku, unachukua kwa hii mkono unapatiana hii, there is no way utatoka kwa hiyo quagmire. And sometimes I feel like we are being insincere. Like I get guys blaming the deputy president, and they don't talk about the Uhuru government. Uhuru was the president. He was Ruto was in that government. But watu mbona they are sanitizing like Uhuru? Uhuru was head of that government. And you don't always kimbilia the junior na uache una sanitize mwenye amekuwa kiran government. That guy is what is messed everything. That's the way in a school hawezi kimbilia sijui deputy principal sijui nini. You go to the head. That guy messed everything and ametoka. So we don't know huyu mwenye ameingia kama atawezana na hiyo kazi, but Uhuru mismanaged the government. Anaenda kutujengea sasa. Wakenya wako na lami kwa nyumba lakini hawana chakula. They have power in the house but they have no food. It was misplaced priorities. Yani ile ni kama kwenda kununua gari kama hauna kitu ya kukula. So it is people kama and it was even the best thing that Raila never became the president, kwa sababu angekuwa na burden mingi ya Uhuru sana, because Uhuru bado angekuwa kwa hii government, angekuwa bado anataka cuts huko nyuma kila kitu, na alikuwa anataka kupushio BBI ndio akuje kama kitu kingine. In fact hata heri Raila juu angepata blame zingine mbaya, kwa sababu alikuwa bado akona burden ya that government. Let me rest my case there.
Thank you, Disha. I want to move to Dom, yuko hapo?
Majesty. Yes, Your Majesty. Okay, hamjambo. Let me say it like this. Let me start off by talking about this NSSF. Yeah, the president talking about savings. There is one point that I think on one side I will agree with him, though I know that is not the real intention of the NSSF, of what he was talking about. Okay, it's important to increase the savings, and it's very, I may say, it's crucial. And you realize that most of the companies have another savings. Like most of the companies are having they are saving retirement benefits in like mutual, others CIC, and all that. That is to prepare the workers for their retirement, of which is us anyway. But I know the real reason as to why he's talking of increasing is that is where he can finance the government. And that is a fact. You and I are here and can agree with that. Okay. If I may talk of the COG. Anyway, I knew that it was Waiguru who is going to be killed. I just knew that. Because apparently at this point, we can say birds of the same feathers flock together. Let us have Waiguru there, and I think get another the most corrupt person, give him another seat. I wish get another one who's corrupt, so that we have a full set of corrupt guys in power. Let us not have a mix-up, so that he become a good person and be aware when you. Let's just have a set of those guys who are corrupt in power. To me, I say it's a plus. Watch our time. I'm not saying a plus on Mwananchi, but it's a plus to reality. Let reality come down on Kenyans. The faster, the better. That we have. I think we are blind to put this government into power. Okay. We have talked. I got this argument about the budgetary allocation, an addition of 3 billion to the judiciary. I think let me help you, people. Black, you are so strong on that. Let me help you, because apparently there's a blind spot that you don't see. And I'll tell you, the fact is, they were being given as a token of appreciation. And this is how. Tomorrow, they will make a budget. Okay, that is the next year budget. Probably they'll include it. Probably they may set something like out of, they set like a budgetary allocation of 18 billion. Then they add the 3 billion, which will come to 21 billion. Now, let me bring this picture. When I have 100 shillings, I want to give to Black. And I promised to give him 3 shillings. What I will do is this. I'll give him 97. Then I add him 3 bob. Simple as that. You won't blame me on anything. So next year, or the coming year, probably the budget of 2024, what they will do is this. They do the calculation. They want to give the judiciary probably, if the budget is so pressed and they want to reduce all other departments, what they will do, they will allocate 15 billion and they add 3 billion. That's a promise. Yeah. So, you know, that is, the whole thing is playing in the minds of people. The best thing for a leader is to do this. Tell the judiciary, let us see what we have in our collections. Then I will increase the allocation. At least I will increase. Yeah, then when that time comes, probably you see, I think we have some good money. You give them 10 billion. That's substantial. Coming to tell us that out of 39, you are only adding 3 billion, and you think that's a solution? Give me a break. That's academic. It's not practical. You're not telling us anything. You say, I want to help you here. Because you're saying that is deluded. That is why he's angry. Let me tell you. He may be angry because of the cost. Probably if he's in Kenya, he knows the cost he's facing and the pain that goes into his pocket. So he has a reason to be angry. You are in US, you don't have a reason to be angry. Yeah, so you are in delusion. It is you is in delusion because you are not facing reality. Yeah, you are too academic. Anybody has a right to be angry because of the situation he is facing. So you don't tell somebody that is deluded because he's angry because he's deluded. No. What is on the ground? Look, we are talking of border people refusing to do their work because they are paying 250 for fuel and they're supposed to transport people, and these people are refusing to increase the pay from 50 probably to 80. Yeah, and you call it a delusion? Give me a break. I think when we come, let us discuss on reality. Let us face facts. And I will say this: it is a big disappointment, gross disappointment, when somebody comes up to tell us that, you see, you are the one who promised that immediately I take off, I'll reduce that the amount of people paying for UNGA to 70 bob. It is a promise. Fulfill it fast. Start from there. And coming to tell us that, now it's everywhere. Somebody is telling us that the government has only 3 million remaining. Look, that is none of our business. When you take power, what you have there, start with that and collect enough tax to run your government. It's none of our business to know how much you have. After all, when Uhuru got into power, he never told us how much. Uhuru and Ruto, they did not tell us what Kibaki left them. They did not. If anything, Kibaki got the government which was too much dilapidated, worse than the way Uhuru has left. But he never complained. He took up strong as a man and ran the government as a man. So tell Ruto to man up. This rubbish of telling us that 93 billion is the only money that is remaining, that is none of our business. Go collect tax and get money to run the government. Yeah? Tell Ruto to man up. Sit down and fulfill the promises. You know, even if we are not talking about 100 days, from this point, you see, when a man starts working, you see the direction he's taking, and you know what destination is heading to. If these guys are talking too much about money, we have money, little money, little money. They are telling us that their plan is about money. Their plan is not on running the government. They are just telling us that they are planning how to loot. They will keep on telling us that, you see, we got the government when it was running, it was down, you know, it was down, it was down, it was down. My friend, we do not need excuses. Yeah, we don't need excuses. Tell Ruto to man up and run the government as a man. Wacha akiangusha, aangushe, and we will know it is Ruto. Mambo ya kutuletea hapa Uhuru, tafadhali wachana naye. Uhuru has done his messes and he has taken the blame. He's going with a bad name. Yeah, that is his government and it's gone. So we don't need to be lectured about what Uhuru did and what he did not do. If anything, the successes that he did are never seen. Nobody can even see the roads that he built. Yeah. Okay. That was his. And in fact, let me tell you, Uhuru hurried to do those projects so that people can see at least something that he done. After the first 5 years of looting, he knew that he has just now to increase the borrowing so that at least he can do something that can be seen. Because the first 5 years was looting and looting. Somebody will come and tell us about the COVID billionaires. COVID billionaires, like we are talking about 6 billion. The first 5 years went with almost $1 trillion. There's no comparison. There is no comparison about that. We cannot compare the two. And I think it's absurd for somebody who went to school coming to tell us about the COVID. Okay, if anything, that's I call it COVID billionaires. Any other? The first 5 years was full of undone promises, and so please tell Ruto to man up and face everything. Yeah, that's my point.
Okay, shukran. I think everybody here has made a submission today. Joshua Mark, nimekuona umeingia saa hii. I think I saw you earlier, but I'll give you a chance. But before that, hey, Black na Mise and Ebola, let me do this. Let me give you a minute. Dakika moja tu.
But also remember, Nani, if I will have a right to reply. Yeah.
Okay, sawa Domi. Dakika moja, Black. Wacha nianze Mise. 1 minute each.
Domi, you know, I've been listening to you. Kama mtu angekuja hapa mgeni angekuwa naona uko na makasiriko, lakini that's your nature. That is how you speak. And so I know you, and I like the passion that you have. I just wanted to remind you that if you don't mind, Domi, which country are you in?
I mean, UAE.
That's irrelevant. That's irrelevant.
Okay.
Right. Can you move on with your points?
I would have wished you to keep that secret, but it's okay. You've already.
Mr. Makiadi, can you request Mr. Mise to stop going personal? I find him doing that several times, talking about people's feelings and how they feel.
No,
Mr. Mise, can you please address
Julia, with all due respect,
ask him the question that you want
Julia,
him to ask.
with all due respect,
okay.
I respect people. I don't patronize people. Just please stay away from that.
Mise.
What I wanted to ask you, Domi, the reason why I asked you, you spoke about as people who are America don't feel the cost. You don't have an idea that the gas or petroleum that you're talking about, I paid $2, which is about 200 shillings. The juice that we used to buy like $1 is about $5. The milk, the packet of milk that we used to buy like $5 is about $9 and some change. So when you come and speak so authoritatively, and that's why I wanted to know which country you're in. so that to find out whether you are informed or not. It's misleading. This problem of prices hiking is not only in Kenya, it's across the countries, different countries. So it is not only Ruto, it's not even in the preserve of Ruto to say today that, oh, the prices should come down, or today, there is a procedure of how prices are regulated. And you talked about separation of power, and I thought all of you agreed to it. But I just wanted to tell you something that you mentioned. You talked about in terms of looting. You had a point that our country has been looted by the leaders that we entrusted with our resources. But at the same time, it is interesting that you cannot see the progress that we've had, despite the fact that we've been looted, the infrastructure that has been put in place that was not there before the current government. And I believe that will be the continuation. And in terms of what you say, that Uhuru did not tell Kibaki how much, did not tell us how much Kibaki left. If Ruto, by any chance, has chosen to tell us how much was left for him, that shows that Ruto is transparent. And let me say that I made my observation, and I'm entitled to my opinion, and I respect every panelist here. And it is good to know where you are from, so that when you speak, we can try to compare the information that you are giving us, whether it is credible or not credible. So for me, when you say, and when you talk about the hiking of prices in goods and all that, if you come to where I live, the only difference that is here in Kenya is that there are more opportunities that you can go and work one or more jobs than it is in Kenya. That is the difference. But in terms of prices have hiked everywhere. We blamed it in Ukraine, okay. And Ukraine is gone. We're still blaming it to other things. Thank you.
Mrs. Let's keep our submission within 1 minute if you have something to interject. But I want also to ask you, Mr. But don't answer me here. You'll get a chance to answer that. You are comparing the fuel prices in Kenya versus Canada. You're talking about $2. Huh? I don't know if Canada, your unit of metrics is gallons, because in the US, I believe it's 1 gallon, which is about $3. And 1 gallon is about 3.78 liters for about $3. So a liter in Kenya is about 179. So do your math, and you'll tell me which side gets the same at a cheaper price. Joshua, I'll give you 2 minutes.
Yes, thank you very much, Richie, Julia, Douglas, Black, Mise, Disha, Dominic, and Jeff. Now, I'm very happy.
Sorry, Richie, I needed to reply.
Sorry?
I think you'll reply later.
I needed to reply. Okay.
You will do it later. Let me just finish. Yes, I'm very happy today, Mr. can say that the problem of hiking of the prices globally, and that's a plus, because they now can realize that indeed Uhuru was not a failure. So this issues globally, and now even the UDA can now testify that indeed it was not cartels, because Ruto used to say that we have cartels who are the one who are responsible for the hiking of the prices of fuel. So if they can admit that indeed it was a globally, then I think that is really a nice sentiment to hear. Now, I just want to talk about the issue of NSSF. I did say it some few hours ago, but I still have to say on a serious and on a stronger point that we have serious issue. You know, you cannot run telling me to save, yet sina pesa mfukoni. nipatie pesa mfukoni kwanza, then tell me to save. Because right now, me, I'm in Kenya. Most of you are in diaspora. Right now, we have somebody who has been paid 10,000 for the last 10 years. And with this 10,000, is struggling. Pesa ifanyi handshake. Hakuna siku pesa yake ishafanya handshake that, you know, amepata pesa leo ikaenda mpaka then month. Pesa yake haijafanya handshake for the last 10 years. This guy is really struggling. And is a BOM teacher employed by Board of Management in a secondary school. Is being paid 10,000. This guy is still paying NSSF 200 shillings. Today, you are telling this person to increase from 200 shillings to 2,000. It means that there is going to be an extra 1,800 shillings kwa ile 10,000 yake. And this guy has been suffering. So I wish Ruto could have first resolved the issue of pesa mfukoni first. He ensure that employees are paid well. He enforced the issue of prices ya unga. He enforced the issue of health. I'm telling you right now, there's somebody who cannot pay that 500 shillings for NHIF. Ruto, during the time of campaigning, he was very, and I like the way he was talking. He was very categorically and saying that how can an MP who is earning almost 500,000 is paying the same amount of 1,500 with somebody who's being paid 30,000. He said it well. So I wish Ruto now could have now come and tell us now. I want Parliament to enforce that if you're being paid huge salary, then you need to pay like 10,000 NHIF so that this NHIF can assist people. But now we realize Ruto is just jumping direct to NSSF. Then looking at the issue, no, you cannot tell me to save, yet I cannot take my child to hospital. Even if you tell me to save for after this man, I'm going to save maybe after I'm retired, after I'm 60 years old. And right now, I cannot take my child to hospital because I cannot afford that 500 shillings to pay monthly. So to me, I think Ruto bringing this issue of NSSF from 200 shillings to 2,000. There's some money that you need to help him run the government, but that's not the right way because you are enforcing the issue of NSSF and you're saying that the first thing you want government to do. We have so many issues that we need government to do. Telling me to save is not important. The way Dominic said, companies have a very good scheme for saving, very nice scheme. Even if you reach the age of 50, you can still you are being allowed. Like where I work, you can still allowed to go and take money and do your own business. But now this NSSF, I'm telling you that people who have retired 18 years is still chasing this NSSF. So I cannot support the issue of increasing of NSSF from 200 shillings to 2,000 if sina pesa mfukoni. Ruto should first tackle pesa mfukoni first, then tell me to save. You cannot tell me to save there's nothing I'm saving. I should be saving something that I have in my pocket. So to me, I'll not agree with the increase of NSSF from 200 shillings to 2,000. Thank you very much, Makiadi.
Okay, Domi ngoja kidogo, acha nipatie Black dakika, then I go to Douglas, and then I'll come to you. They are taking only a minute. Black.
Okay. Now my question is very brief to Dominic. But what do you base your argument or allegation on that? If he has the president has promised a 3 billion increment to the current allocated budget to the judiciary, which currently sits at 18 billion, that in the next financial year they'll reduce 15 and then issue 3 and ibaki tena pale 18. I mean, how do you arrive to that? How do you arrive to that, Dominic? I mean, I would like you to explain that.
I'll answer you.
Ngoja Domi, umemaliza Black, eh? All right. Okay.
Because it did not make sense to me.
Okay, let me come in. Black has nothing to say.
Because I would have expected, just to finish, I would expect current being 18, if they add 3, it should be 21 billion. And in other forthcoming year, it will be 21 plus 3, so it will be 24 billion.
Relax,
How do you arrive
umeuliza
to
bwana,
that?
nitakujibu. Relax.
Okay, sawa Domi. Hold on. Keep your mics mute. Haya, Douglas, a minute.
Black is not adding any value to this conversation. He's here talking about numbers that don't make any sense. We moved past that. Let's talk about the real issues. One, as a country, we are looking at Kenya as a country. Kenya, we are acting like those people who go to Koinange Street and you unachagua wanawake pale Koinange Street, according to tribe. Ati napenda huyu kwa sababu iko hivi na hivi na tunaweza ongea lugha yetu. You go and get kisonono and kaswende. You take it back to your home. You are treated. You're causing problems in your family and all these issues. And you come back after 5 years, still back in Koinange Street looking for the same prostitutes. That is the politics of Kenya. The same person who was in government with Uhuru is the same person you decided to elect. And now you're coming here to complain that, oh, nimepata kisonono, nimepata kaswende. No. We don't care about that. You keep on repeating the same mistakes. And this is a tribal issue. And that is something that Kenyans have to confront. Some people are coming here arguing, making arguments that don't even make sense, just because they're still having that tribal thing. My man is there. I have to defend. What are you defending? You're not defending with facts. You're not looking at history. You're not giving us a vision for the country. One thing I'd like to actually educate Black on is that he came here and said that MPs are the ones who are supposed to give the government in check. No. Let me educate you, Black. It's not only the MPs who are supposed to give the government in check. We have MPs, we have senators, governors, MCAs. We have the church, we have the media, we have also the private sector, we have the civil service, we have the NGOs, and we also have the people. All of us, it is our duty to keep the government in check. If you think that MPs are the only people who can keep government in check, those MPs are compromised. That's why people go to the streets to demonstrate. That is when things are not working and the people you elected, put your hand down. Can you relax? When people are elected and they're not performing, that's why people go to the streets to demonstrate, because they realize that we are not being represented by the right people. These people have been compromised. I would like to move to another issue when it comes to justice.
You're asking a question, you're not submitting.
Be quiet. Learn to respect order. Learn to respect order.
Let's be orderly, man.
Hold on.
Black, weka chini mkono, ngoja.
Hold on, guys.
Nobody talks.
There's only one moderator here.
Talking.
Ngoja kwanza. Kuna mtu mmoja peke yake anapatiana nafasi hapa. Ngojeni kwanza. Ebola malizia.
Yes, I think Black is out of order. He does not respect.
It's okay. Finish up.
This issue that we're talking about justice, and we're talking about figures and numbers that the justice is being allocated. In previous governments, the Justice Department, like let's talk about Maraga's government, the Justice Department was allocated enough money, right? We didn't have this problem of deficit and funding. What justice have we seen? What economic crimes perpetrators have we seen locked in jail? Nothing. So even this purporting of adding 3 billion to the judiciary, and we're not seeing justice for Kenyans, and we're not seeing people getting locked in jail who are actually perpetrating economic crimes that are hurting the country, then what is the point of all this money? This is just recurrent expenditure. And all these people, what they're doing. And Makiadi, that's why I said, I sent on the private chat on my number so that I can give you actually the expenditure of government and what the government pays in recurrent expenditure, so that we can share even in this group, so that people can understand that we run a broke government. And people don't realize that when government is broke, the only way government funds itself is through taxation. They can tax anything they want. And Kenyans prepare for more taxation in anything, be it products, be it businesses, be it licenses, be it whatever it is. Be prepared for more taxation, because that is the only way government will fund itself and fund its recurrent expenditure, apart from borrowing and getting into loans and all these other things. So my thing is, Kenyans they're delusional. They're delusional between politics and reality. When these politicians are there campaigning, even when our current president was there campaigning and talking about things that he's going to do in 100 days and money that is going to provide for Hustler Fund and all, people are confusing delusion and political promises with reality. And this is a case of political maturity. People don't understand that there's a difference between politics and reality. In politics, I can promise you anything that you want to hear. I'll tell you your children will go to school from nursery to university for free. We'll fund it as our government, and we write it in our manifesto. It is not realistic. It will not happen. Where does the money come from? So this is the same thing Kenyans have been going through. They don't understand politics, and they're not politically mature to understand that there's a difference between politics and reality. And that's why they're still going back to Koinange Street, looking for the same prostitutes and still getting Kaswende and Kisonono, because they're not learning. And after 5 years, they'll be back again. Thank you.
Hold on, Black. I'll give you time. Domi, just answer those two questions in a minute.
Okay. Let me start with answering Black about what I was talking about. I was saying, in case it happens that the money that the government will be projecting to get, it goes down. If the country goes in deficit, they are likely to reduce all departments or all ministries. They may reduce. And if they reduce, definitely, the judiciary also will be reduced. Now, about the promise is, if they say probably they have reduced to 18 from 21, they'll just give it 15, and then they say that I have added the 3. The whole story, the whole thing here is this. The whole thing is this story of telling us that we have allocated 3 billion. It is neither here nor there. That is just a promise as it sounds. And it's as political as it sounds. And the reason as to why I call it a bribe is this. There are more urgent issues to be handled. Judges are having a pay, monthly pay. Wanalipa mshahara bwana. Kuna mtu mwenye hana hiyo mshahara. Kuna mtu hana chakula. At least they would have started saying we are allocating 3 billion to buy maize from farmers to distribute to the people who are to the millers. It makes sense. I think that's a misplaced priority. Okay, about what Mise was saying about increase of whatever commodities prices. It is everywhere in the world. The issue here, Mise, is this. Ruto said it is Uhuru who was increasing. And he argued that firmly. So in other words, what I'm saying is, he operated on lies, lying Kenyans, and that is the worst thing that ever happened to Kenya, having a liar as a president. Yeah, that's what I mean.
Okay, thank you, Domi. Julia, ngoja kidogo tu dakika moja. Black, unataka kuondoka?
Ndio, nataka kuondoka.
30 seconds.
Okay, sawa. Now, Bwana Douglas, the same advice I had given my good brother Joshua some time back. I think you'd add the glasses on top of that. If you could listen and think and remove the shades that you had to what I submitted, then you'd have seen the sense and heard the sense. We were talking in regards to the opposition side and the government side in parliament. That was the argument which Mr. had brought up. So I was coming in to clarify as to why and whose functions are when it comes to the parliament. For example, nikasema kwamba MPs in parliament wote have similar responsibilities and functions, both at the Senate and the National Assembly, to do the checks and balances on the government. Now the people ambao unasema eti kwamba yes, you are right kwamba wote we are supposed to check the parliament. Now these MPs and the senators are the ones who were put there. They are doing that on our behalfs. So it comes to those two houses, they do that on our behalfs. So if you would remove your shade, you would see sense. And if you would listen, you would understand what I said. Then you would not speak and say what you say. Remove the shades, listen, then think before you speak. Thank you, Bwana Makiadi.
Okay, briefly Julia, in a minute, alafu nataka kwenda kwa Ndemba, alafu niende kwa Jeff.
Asandi, I think, Black, you are admiring Douglas shades. I think you should ask him where he bought them. Maybe he can help you find. I think you like them. Maybe you'll also look better. I just want to say that I want to demystify these people who are wanatetea hii kitu ya majudges kupewa pesa, claiming they are making the judiciary independent. I find it ironic. It's just like double standards that the same president who is claiming to be funding the judiciary to making it independent is busy attacking DCI and EAC. And even Gachagua, I think he's been quoted several times asking DCI to stay, I think, on Kiambu Road and not to do investigations. In fact, they are saying freedom has come. So, Makedi, when you get time, I want to play my clip again. What Rigathi said. Hawataki DCI ifanye kazi. Hawataki EAC ifanye kazi. And they are claiming to make the judiciary independent. A judiciary will not work without investigations. Who will investigate corruption scandals? If EAC is not working, who will do that? This is high-level hypocrisy. And this one, we cannot take. Another thing I want to say this. I don't want to say that Uhuru did a good job when it comes to corruption. I don't believe so. I believe that he should have done a better job. But I'm asking the likes of Jeff Mburu and the others here who are trying to balance corruption scandals. When I talked about William Samoei's corruption scandals, I cited cases that were in court. So if you come here and you tell us you think somebody was corrupt, cite cases that were taken to court. Otherwise, do not spread propaganda here. We have agreed on that several times, and I think we have agreed that on this panel, that if you got to say someone is corrupt, cite cases that have been taken to court. If you can't do so, then do not mislead Kenya. So, Makedi, if you give me later on, I want to play that clip, and I want to prove to the members of the panel and those who are watching that this whole thing is drama of claiming to make the judiciary independent. Santi Makiadi.
Hiya, briefly, Jeff. Unmute your mic.
Sorry. Thank you so much. I don't have much to say. I just want to go through the issue that members have raised here. First of all, I just touch on Dominic when he was talking about the issue of the 3 billion that the deputy president talked about. That is addition, not subtraction. But when Dominic was making his submission, he said that if the allocation is, I just want to use as an example, if the allocation is, for instance, 20 billion for the judiciary, the DP or the institution will reduce it to maybe 17, then add the 3 so that they can give them the 20 billion that is required. I don't think that is possible because there are standards in the institutions that this is the amount that the judiciary has been allocated. So if it is if the president says that I am going to add 3 billion, it is an addition, it's not subtraction. And I want to inform the members, because I have listened to the members talk here. Some of them talk as if we are more informed than the deputy president. The deputy president, I want to submit that he is more informed than most of us. So when he says you add 3 billion, he knows where the 3 billion will come from. So we should not talk as if he doesn't know that he is not the one who does the allocation. He knows and he understands. As the president, he has some influence. He knows that he has the number that he can influence people to pass the laws so that can happen. On the issue, the other issue I would like to talk about is just to divert from what we have been talking about here. I go back to the issue of corruption. I think as a group, because I know now this TV show, it has attracted a good number of listeners in Kenya. If all of us can team up and decide that we are going to try our level best in whichever capacity you are in and talk about corruption. Our nation, our country is a better country, has money, but most of our finances, most of our money goes to our politicians. So corruption, we should keep on talking about it. And what I am saying is this: we should try to support our institutions to become more independent, and we keep on talking about corruption so that they can know that we are not happy with what is happening. People who are not in Kenya and people who have visited different countries, they get exposed and their eyes get to see what performing governments can do. We feel so bad when we see our nation lagging behind because of corruption. So I'm not trying to say that I will come here and sanitize corruption. No, what I am saying is we don't subject our leaders in the court of public opinion. We talk of what is substantial, not propaganda. And that is very important. So I don't want to keep on rotating on what we had before, but that is my submission for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff. Ndemba, karibu. Domi, 30 seconds, Domi.
Okay, I think there is a misunderstanding by Jeff Moore about what was talking about the allocation. I'll give you an example of somebody who said, a wise man. A young man came with some living, like a grasshopper in the hand. Then he was asking the old man, is this grasshopper dead or living? The old man told him that it is you who will decide whether it lives or not. Now, before the budget, what I'm saying here is this, and listen very carefully. Before the budget is given, the president is aware of how much is allocated. Yeah? Now, he is aware that what we can give to every department is this and this and this. Assuming they want to give the treasury, the court, or the judiciary, 20 billion. The president will do is this. Now look here, we are not kids. We have brains to think. What the president will simply do is this. He will tell this guy, the taxman, the minister of whatever, of finance, allocate 18 billion. Allocate 17 billion, because I want to add them 3 billion that we agreed. In simple terms, what I was saying is this: the president was supposed to leave alone issue, so that because the deputies, the guys, the judiciary needed 39 billion. He would have said, if we get money, we will see if we can increase the allocation, and it will remain so that if there is enough money, they can increase by even 10 billion. Yeah. Why should they increase with the 3 billion? 3 billion is a very small amount. 39 billion, they have been given 18.
That is what I was saying. Hold on, Douglas, hold on. No. Hold on, Douglas. Domingo, Jenny, Ndemba jaongea. Let's be fair. You'll get another chance. Just hang in there. Ndemba, karibu.
Yeah, good evening all, and nice to see you today. I want to give my submission on 3.1. Is that it is not lost in our minds that this government, when they were campaigning, they said that they want to increase borrowing from local borrowing, but not external borrowing. So that statement is loaded, and it meant a lot. When a government said that they want to increase local borrowing, but not external borrowing. And that tells you why the deputy president, the president now, comes and says that you need to save a lot more money in NSSF than you are saving right now. What are they trying to do? They are trying to increase local borrowing as opposed to external borrowing. So that is basically falling into what they said, what they said in their campaign, that we want to stop borrowing from outside. The other thing is the issue of fertilizer. When they tell you that they instead of a subsidy, they are going to give you fertilizers. Someone had already ordered the fertilizers waiting somewhere, and that fertilizer had to come in. And the only way it could come in was because it was by the government coming up with a policy. This is how governments work. When they are campaigning, there are some people who sponsor their campaigns. And these people who sponsor the business community that sponsor the campaign, the guarantee is that as soon as we come in, we are going to create policies that is going to favor you so that you can make money out of that. And that is why when it comes, the first thing, and you're seeing a sustained narrative within the Kenya Kwanza. Look at it this way. The same people who are constantly in every campaign saying that tumetenga na tunajua mahali hiyo pesa iko. Tumetenga mabilioni, tumetenga 50 billion, tumetenga 30 billion, tumetenga whatever 500 billion. Walikuwa wametenga. But you notice right now, as soon as they have come in within the first 1 week, there has been a consistent narrative. It started with the deputy president in a speech saying that we are inheriting an economy in ICU. You see, says the same people who are actually in government, the same people who are promising 50 billion within I don't know how many days. Now they're sustaining a particular campaign about being broke. Why? This is a tendency or a narrative meant to blind us, to blind the people so that you don't ask the hard questions. What are the hard questions? The hard question is, you said you'll make our life become better within 100 days. You said you're going to give us bei ya unga itashuka within a certain time. You told us they want to avoid those hard questions. And that's why the deputy president was first to come, first of all, and start saying that itabidi mutuvumilie. You know, they are now trying to play with the minds of Kenyans. And in the meantime, none of them is pointing out and even saying the most important question. None of them is even saying that we are actually willing to take a pay cut as MPs because you care about wananchi. Why haven't they said that because the country is in ICU, we are willing, therefore, as MPs of Kenya Kwanza, because we care about wananchi, we are going to take our pay cut. And in that pay cut, we are going to make sure we go without salaries for a certain amount of time so that we can respond to the wananchi needs. None of them is saying that. What are they telling you? Instead, they're telling the same people they were telling that they're going to take care of, to tighten their, and in fact, they're telling them that now we are going to increase. Imagine you don't have money to save and you're being told to increase your saving. Martin Luther King Jr., in one of his speeches, he says that you are being told to lift yourself up with your bootstraps, but you don't even have the boots. So the Kenyan is being told to save what he doesn't even earn. You have not even earned it, but you're being told to save it. You see the kind of what power does. It makes you unresponsive to the needs of the mwananchi that you're talking about. So that is the trajectory and the tragedy of the government that we are seeing right now. It is indeed interesting that what Dominic raised, and he said that, I mean, judges are working. Those people are already being paid well. What was the hurry in even appointing them immediately? I mean, you get into the office and the first thing you say, you want to appoint the judges. So what? To the Court of Appeal. You want to give those people who have money more money. So what? Yet the person who is suffering, the mwananchi, you are not giving them that opportunity to even feel that the government has come. So I feel the first thing is there's a sustained propaganda. And one thing we need to appreciate is that the government is the highest propaganda machine that you can ever find. So they have spread across anybody from Kenya Kwanza. The first thing they wake up, they tell you that we are broke. The government is broke. If the government is broke, have you stopped earning? Have you stopped eating? Have you stopped doing whatever it is that you need to do? So they're telling you, just hold on. By the time this person is waking up to hold on, he's already dead. It's like you meet someone who is not having food and you're telling them, just wait there right now. We want to go and see if we can find something for you to eat. Just keep on holding on. This person will be dead. And it reminds us of the story of the Good Samaritan in the Bible. The pastor was going to pray. He passed away. You know, he was busy going to pray. What was he going to pray for? He was going to pray. Probably was going to confess and even saying that, God bless this country. And the person there was actually needing help at that time. So there was a preacher, there was a priest. A priest was probably hurrying to go and issue mass, and the person needed help at that point in time. So it gives you, in a sense, the trajectory of this government. They have not woken up to the idea that they have a government to run and they have questions that they need to answer. And those questions are going to come fast and furious. And therefore, what are they doing? They're sending every Tom, Dick, and Harry, anybody who can be able to talk. There's no government policy. There's nobody who is coming in. They have not even woken up to tell us, we would want to see. We want to see, okay, fine, a new government has come on. We would want to see some sense of organization where we are receiving probably the State of the Nation address every Tuesday. So the first thing we would have been told is next Tuesday, we see a state of the nation address, that this is where we are, this is what is going to happen, and this is the trajectory, these are our policy statements, this is what you are going, this is what you are doing. Everybody is saying anything. When Alice Wahome wakes up, she says this, we are going to fire people. Another one wakes up the other side, oh, the government is broke, oh, the other one is in ICU, the other one is now dead. Everybody, is it that everybody in Kenya Kwanza is supposed to give policy statement on this government? So there's no specific direction. When the president wakes up, he's like, oh, you need to save more at NSSF. You don't have a policy. You don't have even a way that you're going to communicate a policy statement. Are we back to the kind of days where Moi would wake up and decide anything anywhere? He decides that I'm going to appoint so and so anyway. You know? Oh, hii imesimamishwa mara moja. Hii imeenda mara moja. When Rigathi Gachagua wakes up, he says that DCI should be going back to Kiambu Road. Now, look at it this way. He's saying DCI should go back to Kiambu Road. In the same vein, they are saying that they want to make DCI and the police and everything independent. So what independence are you talking about when in the same vein, you are giving a particular directive? You need to let them operate. You need to let them operate the way they should. But if you're going to say that now tunataka mambo ya DCI tumewaambia waende huko, that's already interference. Already that's a very bad sign. If you are starting to interfere with the investigative arms, it shows that you're actually not making them independent as you are purporting to. So I think that the Kenya Kwanza guys, I mean, we would want them to see, we would want to see them taking the country to the right trajectory. But what is happening is like they are still on the campaign mode. They are all over. We lack a sense of seeing that, okay, fine, we have not gotten into the office. It's like they were not prepared to get into the office. We need to see a team that has now gotten into the office giving the country a direction through certain policy statements that are going to be, that we can sit and criticize. You cannot just wake up and then we see somebody from anywhere, you know, has said this and that. I mean, the president wakes up and says that. No, I'm wondering how they are managing, especially those people who are supporting Kenya Kwanza. You know, especially their supporters who are diehard supporters. Some of us are well wishers. You know, some of us are well wishers. We are not supporters. You know. I didn't support Kenya Kwanza. I don't support Kenya Kwanza, but I wish them well, because if they take the country well, then all of us gain. But what I'm seeing is an interesting trajectory. I want to disagree with Ebole. Ebole, you and I know that these people did not get into the office freely and fairly, so we can't blame the Mwananchi that they chose them. You know, that is not something. You do not want people to suffer for something they didn't choose. Right? Would want them even in this situation where someone forced themselves to be with them, they at least celebrate. They at least gain something from it. It is not their choice that they had these people. These are people who got into this is what we call civilian coup. You know, where you use the systems and you find yourself in power, and that's what you are seeing, this kind of situation where they were not really prepared. It is now trying to patchwork. You are trying to patch everything. Revenge, remove this, do that, just so that you can look like you are busy. We are on for a very tough, in my view, we are, before they settle in the office, they are trying to make sure that they try everything to get some money, to get the money that they used, make themselves a little comfortable before now they can make, you know, the country start moving. I don't think the fertilizer was waiting somewhere. It was waiting somewhere in the ocean somewhere. It was just I mean, these things, those people who have internal, some bit of internal whatever. When you see a government pushing for a particular thing, I tell you, there are people who already have their interest ready. So usione government nakuja na kuambia kwamba tutaweka. Look at Galana Kulalu. I mean, Galana Kulalu was a whole, I don't know how many acres of that were supposed to be put there of maize. What happened of it? It was a ghost project. Somebody is going to gain. So let's face it. It is not something that we want to keep. Some of us, trying to be so to pontificate like someone would do. I want to finally agree with what Domi said. In Kenya, we have several status of people. We have the very high, the extremely rich, Now the extremely rich and the extremely poor don't really care because the extremely rich, they actually determine they determine where to invest, what to invest. If this is not making any business sense to them, they invest elsewhere. The extremely poor, they even don't care because even if you give them the subsidized food, they will not afford it. So the government come and go. They don't care. Now the people who cause the Kenyans a lot of trouble are the lower upper class and the upper middle class. Now the lower upper class are the people who make business with the government of the day. And some of them are probably they have bought a car or two, they have bought a plot somewhere, they have their children going to certain good schools, they have some stable income coming in. Now those are the people who come and they celebrate this kind of nonsensical characters that are in government because they feel that within that kind of pseudo stability they are going to gain. They do not want their life to be destabilized, and therefore they are going to be coming to tell you that you stop, allow the government to do its work. This government is doing a good thing because they fear instability, because a little instability will throw them either down to the poverty level down there, but they really want to go up, but they're not going that fast. They just have this income coming in, and they're the people praising this Kenya Kwanza government. They are not ready to criticize. They are not ready to stand up for the Mwananchi. So we need to hold this country accountable. We need to be a people who can actually point things for what they are. And up to this time, I think Kenya Kwanza has faltered, at least at a start. We didn't expect that they'll have this kind of rough start. But let's hope things get better. Back to you, Makiadi.
Shukran Demba. I think Andrew will be our last contributor today, and then we can take our closing remarks. So Andrew, you came in late. I'll give you only 3 minutes.
Thank you so much, Demba. Morning. And everyone else. Just to put across to summarize what Jomi, Demba has put across, Julia and the rest. What I can tell my fellow Kenyans is one thing. Kindly, as a Kenyan citizen, let the political elite do whatever they need to do. The government in place at the moment didn't go into office the way Kenyans wanted. But all in all, we agreed with the court verdict and decided to soldier on in our lives. If we put our minds that we are looking at what the politicians are doing, because before they came into power, they said Azimio presidential leader interfered with the government. When they take over government, they are going to reduce the budget because it was bloated by the former government. In the wake of waking up and hearing news that the budget is going to be bloated into 3 trillion, just ask yourself, what promise did they give the judiciary for them to bloat the budget into that context? What can 3 trillion do to Kenya in terms of development? At least luckily, Uhuru has left, yes, not with a good name, but at least you have something to see in whatever the project that has been completed. The only thing I can tell Kenyans, let's brace ourselves for the hardest time possible, because the government in place, they are not even concerned about you, common mwananchi. They are concerned how they will fill their pockets. See the conversation hovering around, like the councils of governors meeting. If you listened to the speech of Rigathi Gachagua, I was shocked as a DP. If that is the sentiment that the new governors and the previous governors who are still in power needed to listen. They needed to listen a voice of encouragement, strength that the government will support them. That one did not come out. Instead, it is vengeance towards the people who were against them when they were campaigning. And that's what they are bound to do. I'm saying this from experience. When Ruto joined politics, I was still in high school. I joined to work with government after high school. What I've seen in Moi era, Kibaki, and Uhuru Kenyatta, what I can say, two government at least have shown us we can be somewhere when we work as a team. That is Kibaki and Uhuru. And at the helm of it, I cannot blame Kenyans of how they voted. Let us learn the hard way, then we'll realize how our voting lines need to be. In that context, I'm not saying that we all need to back one side. We all need to choose leaders that will develop our country and consider a common mwananchi, not a leader that after voting, he doesn't even want to see you. The mamambogas, the motorbike riders, at this time, some of the most motorcycles are parked because fuel price is high. 250 Kenya shillings, and a boda, most of them, they fuel 100, 150 to their motorbike to take a trip. Then when he gets money to a trip, he can refill again. So how will they make their profits? Kenyans need to look at it. Yes, I have a small farm in the home, but my motorbike cannot bring back what I need. The only thing that can help Kenyans to bring their minds together and see what is the way forward. Because countries like Algeria, Morocco, when they had this suppression, Egypt, it was because of what is happening now currently in our own country. I'm not in Kenya, yes, but I live and work with those people. And they tell you, after our president was announced, they told us point blank, in Kenya, if you don't watch, there will be a revolution because of certain things. One is fuel. Two, common basic thing, food. Three, shelter. Those are the most common basic things that will pull the country down if they are not looked at by the current government, which the current government is poised to filling their pockets. They want to see how deep their pockets will be filled. So Kenyans, let's brace ourselves for what we voted for. Let's learn the hard way. Then in return, we might see the importance of voting people who can develop our country and bring us glory worldwide from the first day that they were inaugurated into office. Do you know the shame that we got because of one person's speech? One person's speech, the deputy president. I was told, is that how your leaders talk? Imagine your own boss asking you like that. I said, that's politics. So I cannot equate it to the performance of anyone. So for me, I would say, even in the country that we are given responsibilities, but they gauge you and rate you as how you perform. That's how we're supposed to gauge our leaders. They like it or not, we have to gauge them because we need development. People need employment. People need to live a normal life. That's all I can say.
Thank you, Andrew, for your contribution. I think Themba, now I can pass it on to you so that you lead us in the last session, closing summary. Are you there, Ndemba? Yeah, I
Yes,
think
yes, I'm here.
nasema tumemaliza. I think we should you can lead us kwa closing remarks then tufunge show.
Oh, safi. Naona Ebole leo amechapa luku imeweza Ebole. Haya, kabla kabla tujafunga, kama kawaida, ndugu watazamaji, tunashukuru sana kwa vile ambavyo mmeweza kuungana pamoja nasi. Thank you so much for always joining Mutembei TV for this awesome discussion. And we always enjoy your participation, your views. We read the comments kama kawaida, and it informs us. It keeps us talking. And as we keep saying, we say, let's keep talking, because when we stop talking, we start fighting. We don't want to fight, so let's keep talking. This place is for all those people who are supporting Azimio, if you're supporting Kenya Kwanza, if you're supporting Wajakoya, and any other person. Right now, we are past the election. Now we have a government that is in place, and of course, we have to hold it accountable. And of course, those people who understand what's going on, you can always come and share with us. This is it, and this is a place for you and for all of us. We really appreciate your views, your critiques. As we say, that you don't have to agree with everybody else, but just give your opinion. And we may not agree with you, as we always won't, but we will always protect your right to say what you have to say. As you have seen that we are always very fair. We give you an opportunity to share whichever opinion you may have. Here, we don't panel beat you to move into a particular direction. No, we allow you to share. The world is listening. People are watching, and they are able to make sense of what you're saying. If you are coming here to just find solutions, no, you won't get them. But if you are coming here to enrich your thinking, to listen and widen your perspective, then you are at the right place. You will get information, you will listen to people. All these people have different experiences, and that's why we come here. Now, we want to go into our last part, and kindly, I will start with Julia. Dakika moja tafadhali, peana maoni yako ya mwisho, then I come to I think Makiadi will finish. I go to Ebole, Mise, Domi, Joshua, Andrew, alafu Makiadi atumalizia. So tuanze, Julia.
Asante, Demba, good to see you. Now, my take is that I think this whole drama of NSSF, mara tuokote tax ya kutosha, these people are just robbing Kenyans. They just want to have as much money into their pockets as they can. And I feel sad for those working with the government, even for those whose NSSF is going to be deducted, because they're going to be forced to do this. They have no choice. And this money is just going to disappear into people's pockets. And sadly, I think we are looking at a nightmare of an economy that is going downhill, because these people, I don't even think they planned to be president, because they didn't put down structures. And now they're in the shoes. They thought Uhuru was a mismanager, and they didn't think, I don't know what they thought about Uhuru, but they thought tukiingia hapo tutapata pesa. Ni kama I'm comparing this with a woman. You know, some people say people who are not married envy those who are married, and those who are not who are married want to fly out of that marriage. So it's like a woman who is envying a certain woman, and she decides that I think I'm gonna take her place, and then she goes to that home, she discovers that huku ni kubaya. Sasa watu wameshikwa naomba washikamane, kwa sababu things are bad. Because if you got to manage our economy right now, Uhuru did by borrowing, and he put a lot of infrastructure, and we can see that. But they got to do something to manage it. And they decided, that is why they know there's going to be a backlash about the subsidy. But they really don't care now. They want to have as much money as they can. And I'll not be surprised if I hear the civil servants were not paid their pay, the teachers were not paid their pay, And I want to wind up by saying, I can't understand people who are coming here kutetea hii serikali wakijaribu kutuambia vile itamanage. I don't understand their level of reasoning. It's very hard for me then, but to understand those people. Asante.
Thank you, Julia. Ebole.
Yeah, asante sana. My closing remarks are this. I would just want to touch on a few things. One, touching on this government starting with setting very low expectations. We don't have money, there's no money, or this is what we found. Yet this is the same people who were in the previous government. So that is part of politics and part of hoodwinking. That if you're not, if you're gullible enough to buy that kind of nonsense, then I'm sorry, some other people will not buy it, because that is another way of just setting low expectations. And this is what I was talking about. You know, sometimes people see your father and your father making certain decisions in your house, and deciding that it's Christmas, I'm not going to buy you this shoe worth this much, I'm going to buy you this because you are 4 brothers and sisters, and you joke around. And when you get to get into those shoes, that is now when you start your own family. Now you start looking back at your dad as a very wise man, because you start remembering he told you switch off the lights off when you're not using lights in the bedroom because it adds to the bill. Don't waste your money, do this, do that. Now you start looking back because now you're in the shoes. So some people wanted to be president, but they didn't realize that the presidency comes with this. This is what comes with the presidency. It comes with accountability. You're running a government. It is not a joke, and we are holding you accountable. This is not a trial and error. We are holding you accountable from day one, and we are waiting for your 100 days, and we are waiting for the next days so that we can see what you're going to do. I wanted to counter my friend here, Black. I don't know if it's the same Black who's in the chat. I don't know if it's the same person or two different people, because he's still engaging me in the chat about governance. I explained to him that you don't only elect your elected officials to represent you in government and stop there. Like, oh, we have representative, we elected MCAs and senators and MPs and women reps, and we let them go and serve us. That we believe in them. No, you don't only elect them, you also check them and see what they're doing. That is the whole purpose. That's why I told him government and checking government is not just the work of elected officials. It also involves other organizations, and at the end of the day, it involves you as a citizen. You check the government and what they're doing, and if they're not doing the right thing, then it is up to you as the citizens to be able to come out and say, we don't like what we want, we're going for a demonstration and we're going to remove you. And if you're critical mass and you reach critical mass in the streets, you remove governments. Laws have been changed by demonstrations. That's what I'm saying. You don't elect officials, because some of these elected officials, just like we've been seeing, people have been jumping parties here and there. They're compromised. They're not going there for what you actually elected them. And you're very surprised. That is why you have even the right to recall. So I will end by just saying that as much as we wish this government the best, and just like my friend was talking there, Andrew Werimo was talking about, Kenyans should actually suffer so that they can understand how to elect good leaders. I would like to disagree with him in the sense that, not really disagreeing with what he's saying, but in the sense of the concept. Kenyans have been suffering since the 60s, since we got independence. We've been suffering and we are not making any right decisions. We're in 2022 and we are not even making the right decisions because we are tribal by nature and we don't care about rule of law. We only care about our tribesmen, our people, my brother, the people who are going to get us deals. Oh, this is what we care about. And that's why we are here. And I will not be surprised, Makiadi, just like I said, and Themba will be here again come the next election, talking about the same things, Kenyans making the same mistakes and thinking that they're going to get a different result. That is the foolery that Kenyans are playing with. And unless we really address that lack of political maturity, we shall be in the same place. But just like everyone has said, fasten your seatbelt. from now on to the next election is going to be a very bumpy ride. And I told people, it doesn't matter if you're UDA, you are going to see light. It doesn't matter if you're Azimio, you're going to see light, because right now we know where we are heading, and we are not heading in a very good place. So fasten your seatbelt. Let's check this government, and if this government does not perform, let's go to the streets and remove it. Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Andrew.
I just want to answer Ebole. I did not mean that the point I put across, Kenyans to forget about the government or not. My point was, we chose a government that we were not privy to what they understand in terms of the country's financial acumen. Country's financial acumen means, how are they going to manage us? How are they going to manage the money on the tax that we pay so that we develop as a country? Those are the problems that not only Kenya face, a lot of other countries face. But in light to that, Kenyans need to see, once they get that pain, is when they will realize we didn't make the right choice. That's what I meant.
So is that your closing remark?
To make Ebole understand the point I put across.
So you can make your closing remark, then we move to the next person.
If he's not prepared, I can go. I think I was following Douglas.
Okay, go ahead, Miss.
Hi, Themba, how are you?
Never been better.
Yeah. First of all, I know how you feel, and I join you to this moment to ask you to.
You don't know how I feel. When did you know how I feel?
Because I understand the loss and the
You don't
expectation that
understand
you
nothing. You don't understand nothing.
But that being said, Douglas, thank you very much. I like you. I think you made a very, very important point. Kenyans have been suffering. It is not in the inception of the Ruto's government that Kenyans began to suffer. We've been suffering. We were told during the Uhuru Kenyatta's government that unga imerudi chini. And I went back and looked at the process of processing unga mpaka ikue kwa packet pale kwa shelf kwa supermarket ama kwa retailer's shop. And I realized there's planting, there's selling, and then buying to the millers, and then processing, packaging, and taking it to the distributors, then to the retailers, and then to the consumers. And then someone wakes up one morning and says the price of unga has come down. And then you expect that to happen. It is a process. How do we factor? Who gives the subsidy to compensate the cost that was involved in processing it up until to the consumers when it's ready for the consumer? So we've been suffering. And in terms of contribution to the NSSF, I think this is a good, it's a beginning to have conversations. And I know I live in a country where healthcare is a good thing, that we don't pay anything out of pocket. A lot of people make jokes about it. And I can tell you that there was a time I made about $106,000, and I paid about $36,000 into taxes. And then after, even at the end of the year, when I submitted my tax returns, they told me that I still owe them $3,000. So I ended up paying about $39,000 to taxes. Now, was I upset? Yes. Was I offended? Because that I worked hard and I earned this, and then I have to give almost half of what I've given? Yes. But on the flip side, did it go to the right a budget and right course? Yes. And that is what matters. And so if our country will begin to realize that those in the higher brackets, you know, when I listened to Obama in 2008, when he was talking about the tax breaks, the trickle-down effect and all that language, they were jargons that I didn't understand. But after some time, I came to understand how it works. So for me, I think having these conversations without just forcing people to do it right away and beginning to explain to the people why they need to have these contributions, why they need to give and cover. For example, here in Canada, someone who makes $0 to $15,000 pays very little in terms of taxes, but he has they are entitled to very many benefits. So sometimes you feel you better leave working hard to come down to that bracket so that you can get all these benefits that you don't get when you are in another tax bracket. So it is important. In terms of DCI, I think the deputy president, a lot of people are propagating propaganda. I think it is in order for the deputy president to ask the DCIs to stay within the right offices, that it is not healthy for them to be in every government office doing nothing and, selling fear and, patronizing and, or rather terrorizing civil servants. I think the right office to work from, just like the anti-corruption, the ESCC, is at Upper Hill, not Upper Hill, but Milimani. It is good that they also, Valley Road. I think it's in order that people stay in their offices. I think when we begin to have that separation and people being held accountable so that they can dispense their obligations from where they have been assigned, I think it's in order. And lastly, I want to say, Makiadi, you asked in Canada what we use. We use kilometers and we use liters. So just like Kenya, we use kilometers and liters. We don't use miles and gallons. So lastly, I want to say that there is this alarmist tendency that is creating fear and anxiety that this government is not going to deliver, this government, this, that. Pessimistic mind saying, oh, this government was not prepared. This government came into power. There is no fair. There has never been fair election in Kenya. And so Ruto's election would have not been the first if there was any errors or mistakes that were done. So Moi's era, we know what happened. Kibaki, we saw him being sworn at night. Uhuru, we saw what happened. So let us not be alarmist. Let us allow them to work for us and let us pray that they deliver on their promises. And lastly, I am humbly asking, because I've made an observation that most people who are at the front line criticizing this government are those people who did not vote for this government. It is their right, but also we ask that you also give us time, those of us who voted for this government, to be able to ask these questions because we are prepared to ask these questions because we were promised and we believed and we voted. So you did not vote for these guys, and it is only unfortunate that you are zealous in patronizing the government that you did not even vote for. You have questions, go ask Baba those questions and allow us time to get into the government, align ourselves, and we will deliver. Thank you.
Those who make sure that you're not dropped, because if you are dropped, you won't come back again. We are not sending the link again. So just Karada. Now, in the meantime, I'm surprised that someone like Mise can agree with a statement that is so redundant, like DCI should remain in an office. Surely, Mise, you are in the developed world, and you know, sometimes some people argue until I wonder the statement that takes someone from the village you can take someone from the village, but not the village from them, becomes very true. How can someone argue for such a statement that is so redundant like that? That the DCI, first of all, you're saying the DCI should remain in the office. The name itself, Directorate of Criminal Investigation. Do you do investigation in the office? You know, you should even think, even when you don't defend something just because it's supposed to be defended. Investigation is not done in the office. And you and I know that
jurisdiction is the word. Jurisdiction.
What do you mean jurisdiction? Well, what are you talking about, Mise?
I'm telling you, these UDA people, they are delusional.
You know, when Mise of all the people, Mise is even a lawyer. You know, he's someone who understands. I mean, he says he's a lawyer. You know, when he comes and he's trying to really argue so nice and using so many words that, you know, DCI should be left in the office. So redundant statement, and someone is coming to defend such a statement. Now, if you listen to these people, and they are the ones who are supposed to be your advisors, surely. If this is your advisor, Directorate of Criminal Investigation. Criminal investigation. Where do you do investigation? Oh my.
Can I ask you a question, Themba?
No, don't ask me no question. I mean, if it's on the same and already.
No, it's not on the same.
If you are provided very, very interesting logic on something, and you're arguing for that. I mean, Mise, we may not agree with you may not agree with or you may be agreeing with Kenya Kwanza, but you are telling us that we need to allow you to point out such a statement. You should condemn it. You should condemn it literally and say that I don't agree with that. It is not some of the things that we advise our guy. Because you see, Directorate of Criminal Investigations, you investigate criminals everywhere and anywhere. You don't sit and wait. A criminal will not walk into Directorate of Criminal Investigation and say, now investigate me. Now I'm here, investigate me. You are making a fool of the criminal justice system. Surely, Mise.
So, can I ask you a question?
No, thank you. Don't me give your closing remark.
Okay. Mise, if you have ever stepped into a law class, then I pity you, because it did not help you. Go and ask to be given back money. Let me explain.
No.
I don't to tell me that criminal investigators should stay in office to investigate the office. Really? How? Crime is done in the offices of government. Crimes are done in homes. That is where they are supposed to be. It's like I am a mechanic. We go out to repair vehicles that are stuck in the bush. Hello? We don't.
But where primarily do you operate from? From the garage, right?
That is irrelevant.
Hold on, Domi. Mister, you are becoming a heckler. What has happened between the first time and now? You have become a heckler. Okay, go on, Domi.
You know, if a vehicle is stuck in the bush, we are not going to wait for it here in the workshop. Hello, we have to go there. Now, my friend, crime done in the field. It is not in the offices. So I can't expect that from you, tafadhali. Okay, I may say, okay, the problem that we are having in Kenya and in Africa as a whole, you know, for the governments of the day to respect the citizens is how responsible you hold what you have. How responsible are you over what is yours? If you hold government, if you hold the property or the nation with the responsibility, the government, your leaders, the MPs will respect you. Do you think, okay, like if I don't remember which country, whereby guys decided one day that, you know, because of corruption in the offices of government, they went on a strike and the whole, nobody went to work. I think it's for about 2 weeks, blocked blocked even the offices of the president. He could not run the government until he resigned. If you can do that as citizens, the government will respect you. The MPs will respect you because they know that you can just decide to go sit on the parliament at the parliament building and say no parliament is going on for weeks until they listen to you. So what I am implying is, it is, let us not leave the checks and balances of the government to the MPs. I support what Douglas was saying. Everybody is responsible. That time when everybody was responsible, things changed. Even those days of Moi, where you could get bishops like Archbishop, the late Alexander Muge, like Manasseh Kuria, like Bishop Gitari, who could stand up and tell Moi, you are wrong. I mean, if we have things to change, everybody must take responsibility. The problem here is, and let me say what Andrew, let me take what the angle Andrew was saying here. You see, the problem is we need Kenyans are in the way they are thinking. They need just first to be pressed to the end until they don't have any breath. Is when they can fight back. That's the saddest thing, is that they cannot question right now. You know, you don't stop the vehicle and expect it to stop dead. You stop it here. For example, it will take something like 20 meters to stop. You can see something wrong, stop it there, so that within a very short time, everybody will realize that, oh, what is going on is wrong. But the problem with the Kenyans, they forget about it, they politicize, you know, something is going wrong. We find people who are expected to be thinking well, also supporting what is going on wrong. You know, until that grips on them, it's going to be nice. So that's the saddest thing about Kenya. Okay,
thank you.
That's what.
Joshua, 1 minute. Joshua, are you there? Okay. Makiadi.
Thank you, Ndemba. Mine will be brief. I want to pick from what Douglas said, and I'll say this political maturity. I think people should realize that the campaign mode is over. When the president talks about our competitors, I still wonder who he's referring to. I don't know who he's still competing with. We are being treated to a lot of I don't know. I'm looking for a better word to call it, but without being offensive to the other side, we are being treated to a lot of drama, whereby it's now a matter of who was able to board Air Force One, whether the deputy president was walking on carpet or not. Things like looking forward the next 2 days, hata sijui kama tutalala wakati William Ruto ataingia White House salimiane na Biden. So that kind of utoto, acha niite utoto, ndio tunaenda kutritiwa for the next few days. These people have not even realized that they have a country to run. And I think it's very unfortunate that the priorities that this government have are upside down. They have prioritized things that are not beneficial to the common mwananchi. I don't see the importance of the president attending a funeral of a queen, whereby you'll not even be noticed. When your country, people are going without fuel, when in your country people have no food, people are complaining about high cost of living, when in your country even your party members are complaining that the coffers are empty, but you see it fit for you to fly with an entourage of about 46 distinguished men and women who will be paid an allowance. The cost of accommodation will definitely be high because you expect all leaders to be in the UK. And then with the same number of people, they fly again to the US for a few days, and then they fly back home. And you look at the condition that our country is right now. If truly they believe in saving for the betterment of our country, then I think that should be the wrong thing to do at this particular time. So I hope that they realize that they have been entrusted the mandate of running a government, and we do not want to see the excuses they are giving us every day that the coffers are empty, give us time, give us 100 days. There's nowhere where a government comes in and then we are supposed just to sit back and let them do their things, things that are messing up our lives, and then we say, okay, they still have 97 days, okay, they still have 60 days, okay, they still have 45 days. I think hakuna mahali tuliandikishana na wao or any other government ya kwamba we must wait for 100 days to start criticizing them. Finally, as I close,
don't involve me in your internal affairs.
That is what I want to tell you, DA. When you screw up, do not involve us in your internal affairs. Nimemaliza.
Don't involve me in your internal affairs. Yeah, that was a good one. Don't involve me in your internal affairs. Yeah, we are not going to involve you in your internal affairs. Now, thank you so much. I think I have nothing useful to add on what these wise men and lady have said. So I just want to say hi to a few people down there. And kama kawaida, nani Mr. amerudi chini kupelekana juu na Danny Darius. Mr. is lowering himself. Kwanza Mr. is trying to suggest that Azimio people should be asking Raila. That's a very interesting and backward thinking. Mr. What has happened between the last time you left here and now that you've come? I think something very seriously has taken.
Why are you contradicting yourself? You said you protect us within our opinions.
No. I mean that in no way is suggesting that you cannot speak your mind. I'm just surprised when someone is saying that. Your right to speak does not give you a right to be unnecessarily. I'm trying to find a diplomatic word. Unnecessarily awkward. I'm trying to say your right to speak does not give you a right to be unnecessarily awkward. The last time you were here, we really saw what you said, and you were on a nice trajectory. But you have come back. You have a right to speak, but we are questioning, your comment. I'm not questioning your thinking. I'm questioning your comments. Are they
constructive criticism? I like that. What I don't like is when someone tells us that when a vehicle is stuck in the forest, we have to go there and repair it there. We can go and tow it and bring it to the garage. So there are many ways, and I think one thing I wanted to say is that for example, the FBI.
No. You see, how does FBI work? They stay in the office.
The separation of powers.
No, wait.
Basically,
they stay in the office.
Separation of state
Where's
agencies.
the headquarters? Wait, where's the headquarters of FBI?
I don't know.
Where's the headquarters of CIA?
Kiambu.
CIA.
Oh, DCI. Okay, no, that I don't know.
CIA.
I don't know.
They stay in the office, right?
No, what basically we are saying is that yes, they should like there has been.
Do you know that criminal investigation might even include someone coming in and being employed in your office?
Absolutely, we have even the airports. We have what is called
even some. There some time back we had anti-terrorist people who are working as teachers in schools, in Kenyan schools. Like they were anti-terrorists, security, and they come in and they are teaching in the Kenyan schools. And people didn't know that. Even sometimes the preschool principals didn't know that. So when you say that DCI should be in Kiambu Road, Nina, I'm struggling, Mr. to understand.
I think you need to look.
No, it's okay, Mr. You're opening the argument. We had finished. It's okay.
I know, like there are police who are also like.
I think Mr. answered himself. Mr. answered himself.
How you itajileta yenyewe? People have to go there.
Dominic,
you don't have to be a mechanic.
Hold on, Mr. Hold on. Hey, hold on. Mr. answered himself. Said, I do not understand what Domi is saying, that we have to go to the field to repair a broken car, yet we can go and tow it back. But you have to go to get the car. That is what it means in investigation. You have to go and get the information, then you bring back to the office and solve it. And if you don't get enough, you go back to the field and get the information. Let's not belabor that. Let's not dwell on that, because we know what Misa is here.
You are right. He answered himself. What Misa is saying, when there's an accident and the paramedics are out there, you don't need the paramedics to try resuscitating that person. You just need them to wait for the person to be taken to the hospital. You don't need anybody, even first aiders down there. That's what Mr. is saying.
Those are examples. But
Mr. Relax, Mr. You know you have messed. You are trying to justify yourself. Let's give some. We only mention people who give blue because, like Mr. said, watu wa yellow waende wakatafute yao kule Sugoi, na nasikia mafuta unauzwa cheap. In case unataka mafuta cheap, you can go to Bomet, you can go to wapi kule walivote nini, some of those Nandi County, you can go to Kiambu County. Kuna mafuta inauzwa cheap pale, na unga pale ni $70, not $70, sorry.
Even I had Nyeri mafuta imerudi chini.
Yeah, mafuta imerudi chini in Nyeri. If you want to mafuta cheap, enda huko ukapate. So, Brian Richard.
Nimesikia watu wote wa UDA wakienda US embassy wanapewa visa.
Yeah, na mkienda embassy nyote mnapewa visa. Brian Richard.
On a serious note, then on a serious note, I would take a picture with the president. Atakuwa wapi?
Mr. atakupatia ticket. Brian Richard, Temba unga will hit $70. No, 70 shillings. Yeah, unga ni 70 shillings in Nyeri, na hao hata wajui kama kuna nini, kuna ongezeko ya nini. Marion Atieno, asante sana. Balkis Mohamed, nice to see you. Sema uko wapi? Sema unapiga blue ukiwa wapi? Cyprian Kampuni, sema unapiga blue ukiwa wapi? Judy Abonyo, unapiga blue ukiwa wapi? Ni wakati wa salamu, tumemaliza mambo ya siasa. Hatutaki tuendelee kupatia Mise nafasi ya kuanza kujichanganya hapo. Kwa hivyo sasa tumefunga siasa. Miriam M anasema kwa Bungoma pia mafuta ni cheap sana. Okay. This is Jessica. Piga blue ukiwa wapi? Tuambie uko wapi? Tuambie uko upande gani? Ebole leo amepiga madigaga, wanazita madigaga, masheds. Amepiga zile zenyewe, zile za kuficha white, za kuficha macho usione ya kwamba hayuko peke yake. Byron Richard napiga blue akiwa Bedfordshire. Asante sana. Kuna jamaa anaungana na Mr. hapa anasema these guys have a lot of noise, they can't allow you because they fought us when we were. No, we don't even care anymore. So don't worry. If Ngatich, you want to join the conversation, come
when
tomorrow.
you're wounded, you can't care.
Tomorrow. Yeah.
When people are wounded, they won't care.
Mise, wewe unakaa bado uko last week. Sisi tushatoka last week. Cyprian Kambuni, asante. Hillary Cave, talk. Piga blue ndio tukutaje. Eugene Adams, asante sana. Bole unaambua chapa gitaa. Okay. Rose Paul, Nairobi, salimia Mise. Mise amesalimika na Rose Paul pale, anakaa na wateja huko chini. Magi Manji, blue aiye, thika hapa. Thika pasi, thika. Simba Omar Said, Sonko amenyimwa visa Heidelberg. Sonko alikuwa banned to travel. How do you think the US cares? If you are banned, you are banned. Hata kwa CS and he's banned. So hiyo maneno ingine.
By the way, then when wanaenda before announcing the cabinet.
I mean, these people have their priorities upside down. So we
But how is that?
Umesahau when Uhuru and Ruto came into power. Unakumbuka ile allegation ya sijui jet sijui hired sijui pesa ya jet sijui nini?
Inaitwa hasra jet.
This is the same thing. It is the heist. The first heist is this one.
Lazima wakule do. Sasa wanakula do kukula.
Yeah. Why are you panicking, Julia?
I hope wanaenda na watu wa mama mboga na mtu wa bodaboda. Watu wa bodaboda ndio wamejaza hapo, wanaenda kuona Queen akilini. Godfrey Juma ako Michigan. Thank you so much. Tunawashukuru. Tuache siasa sasa, tupige domo. Sasa hizi ni wakati wa umbea. Tuache siasa.
Na nimesikia watu wa UDA hawalipi traffic offenses, ni watu wa Azimio peke yake.
Piga Rafael anasema nini? Rafael Temba, can discuss ideas, stop petty discussion. Mimi ni yellow. Haya, wewe kama iko petty, kama wewe unaona hapo iko petty, enda tafuta mali kwa serious discussion.
Yellow is an ugly color. Lakini nyinyi mko color blind ama ni nini? Si mngeniambia tu niwachagulie kwa tu color. Yaani all of you mlikubaliana color yellow.
State House tulitoa ile mambo ya blue, sasa ni yellow. Bendera ni yellow. So wachana ni na sisi.
Haya, sawa, bendera ni yellow, kila kitu tumewafurahia. Julia sio Azimio, tulia, freedom is here. Walisema hawapangwingi, so watapanga ile time wanataka. Sawa, tutaona, life inaendelea. Haya basi, asanteni sana. We kama kawaida tunashukuru sana, and we thank you all for always coming on. The hustlers na wale wengine wote tunawapigia ubaya. Sasa mko hapa kidogo hivi mnalia bando zimeisha, lakini na kule wanaendelea. Emma Mise has to understand that investigation is paramount to the location, not in the vicinity of the office. Unasikia? Mise amemea sio statement alikuwa na make was just a political popularity to please his masters. But we want to tell him and his masters that shindwe kabisa pepo chafu. Amwezi mkaribu kijana mdogo ambako na akili nzuri hivi, mnamfanya anaanza kufikiria kama Kamushere. That is very wrong. You do not want people to think like Kamushere. Rigiji messed and hiyo that kind of thought, hata awe na kumbe unaweza kuwa na pesa lakini akili hakuna, you know, you start thinking in some very interesting ways. We don't, tumekataa. Now, Mr. Please, you can be in Kenya kwanza without being swallowed with it, okay? Usiwe ni mtu ambaye unafikiria kama Kamushere, mtu wa Kamushere.
Lakini Themba ask me, kwa nini Gachagua couldn't just repeat simple instructions during the swearing? What happened, Mise, can you help us understand? Kuliendaje?
Mise atakuja hapa tuambie next week what happened.
Hii mambo
Mise.
Alifanya nini Mise? Wacha Themba he's trying to explain what
happened. Na hiyo maneno Mise ataanza kutupeleka hapa.
Watu wanakujanga hapa na wanashindwa kuongea kwa hii show because they panic. Sasa vis-a-vis the whole world watching you, hata wewe unaweza panic kidogo na mambo ipotee.
Themba, soon there will be free Wi-Fi for all. Yeah, there will be free Wi-Fi in the supermarket and everything. Now, finally, we love to continue staying. We love to please, but we have to leave. This is where we say, see you again tomorrow. But before then, I think yesterday we did East African. Mr. Tafadhali tufanyie wimbo wa taifa. Stanza ya kwanza.
Ee Mungu nguvu yetu, ilete baraka kwetu, haki iwe ngao na mlinzi, na tukae na undugu, amani na uhuru, raha tupate na ustawi.
Asanteni sana. Kama kawaida tulisema uendelee kusubscribe kwa Mtembei TV. Tafadhali usitoke kama huja subscribe, kwa sababu kusubscribe ni muhimu. Inafanya tuna grow, tunakutana na watu wengi zaidi, na kila siku unapokuja hapa, show inaanza saa 2, Banada anaanzisha show, alafu tuko wengi, tuko moderators kibao. Sasa kuna wengi wanakuja tu, kuna Julia, kuna Makiadi, kuna Wekesa, kuna mimi. Tunakuja baadaye, tunaendeleza show mpaka wakati kama huu. Tunataka ku make sure kwamba kila mmoja wetu ametoa maoni yake. So that is how we do it. Make sure you subscribe to Mtembei TV. Mtembei TV is growing. We want to bring you so many other issues and programs that are happening with us. We are soon starting another forum where we'll be talking diaspora matters. Wakati tunaambiwa tuelezee what challenges, what's going on, what's new, what opportunities are there. And I know Mise is in Canada, kuna opportunities kibao, anaweza kawaletea na anaweza kasaidia wengine wale wangependa pia ku expand their reach. They say you cannot conquer the ocean if you don't lose sight of the shore. So sometimes you need to conquer the ocean. You need to go, you need to listen to all these challenges and what is the opportunities available for you. And we'll be bringing that to you here, and many, many, many more shows that we'll be bringing to you. Before then, tuko hapa, siasa inaendelea. We have a government, we'll hold it accountable, and we want them to tell us what they are doing. Na tutaendelea kuuliza maswali. For Mise, mulinyakua, serikali mulinyakua kutoka kwa Raila, so we will have to keep holding you accountable kwa hiyo serikali ambayo mulinyakua. So don't ask us why we are not asking Raila. The president of the who was sworn in is one William Samoei Arap Ruto. Na hakuwa sworn in as president of Kenya kwanza, kwa president of Kenya. So we will ask him questions. So that is what you need to carry with you. Now,
power is taken, power is
you are heckling. You need 4 things to come here. You need a working gadget, connection, something to share, and a willingness to learn. That is what we need here. And in fact, Danny Darius aliongeza, you also need a working brain. Tafadhali, don't take it to Nyeri Kamushere, don't take it to Suge. Just make sure you have your brain intact so that you can come here and reason responsibly. And again, tafadhali, hata mimi niko na channel yangu inaitwa Themba and Lulu Show. The Themba and Lulu Show, please nenda pale. Tafadhali enda pale utu subscribe here. We have it's just a journey for my daughter and I. Tunapiga story, tunapiga hadithi, we talk about life skills and many issues that go on. So if you haven't subscribed, tafadhali pitia pale, subscribe to Themba and Lulu Show on YouTube. Just look for it, subscribe. We release several videos every week. Asante sana, asante for being Mtembei family. Now, this is where we say adios Until tomorrow, God bless you. Makiadi, imekuwaje wimbo bwana siku hizi uleti?
Huyu jamaa amekaa hapa basement kwa kona, ninamcheki sana lakini amekataa na hiyo gita yake. So sijui ni gani tena. Hii ni gani tena? Peace.
Alipata kikombe kwa sababu hiyo nini?
Huyu jamaa hakuji kupiga gitaa, sasa tutasaidika namna gani? Lakini tutapanga.
Tuanze lini Makiadi?
Olingo na minakio sele mama. Mobile na kino kite.
Kuja na hiyo gitaa yako
solo no na wacha niache hapo.
Kuja na hiyo gitaa tutatafuta siku. Ebole atatuambia na atutafutie PK pia.
Lakini utakuwa unatupigia ma lyrics tu, si ndio kama kawaida?
Ndio hiyo sasa. Julia, unajua Douglas anapiganga gitaa, ndio hiyo.
Yeah, I saw him another time and I'm wondering mbona amewacha.
Iko hapo lakini hajui.
Julia, why do you want it so badly? Mpaka unasonga karibu na